go. Faster. Faster, harder, higher, go. Faster.
patient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go.
Tara, let's go.
Tara, tara. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年、私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ、私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に、立川と世界をつなぐ立ち日グループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
15ぐらいで低めだな。15無理だった。
15は結構むずいぞこれ。
ああ惜しい。
あでもいいよ。
うまくね。まっすぐ食べ過ぎでしょ。チキンぐらい。いややばい。
おいおい。
これ20いくな。
いや
53じゃない。
あれ。
おお。まあまあ。
16。
これセットアップ。
わった
これでやるってこと？よしよし。
おいあれうまくない？
どこにあるんだ？どこにある？当たってる。
おい当たってるな。結構当たってる。
すごい。
頑張れ。
おお。何本？
な
9。
うま全然うまそうですね。めっちゃ得意なんで30体は倒したいですね。じゃあ行きます。おい笑わせんなって。
やばい。見えた。左半分に狙い絞ってる。
あ
あ惜しいな。
マジか。引いてください。
やるんや。
もう1枚しかないよ。
アップサイドダウンゴーグル反転メガネですか？カメラの上についてください。多分ここのでんぐり返ししてる。
ごめんね。大丈夫。
電気椅子だってこれ。これマジやばいし。そう。
はい。
あのね、多分この辺に湧くからいつか。それ当てる。
いいとこ行ってる。
湧いてるぞ。何が見えてんだ一体。当たってないのかな。欲しい。当たってた方。やばいもんな。見なかった。あと2。なんかあんまついてないこいつ。足に当たってるらしい。じじい。
やせてじゃん。おおやば。やばい。世界が反対に。
何？何起きてる今？すごっ。
何
俺ジャンプキング超苦手なんだって。
頑張れください。
頑張れ
準備。しゃがめねこれ。
しがみ多分どこだ。
あ危ない
出るなってお前ら。
よし
いいね、丁寧でいいんじゃないですか。
おうまいうまいうまい
いいよ。ゴールいけるじゃん。
ちょっと遅いってもう。なんでないもん。変なこと言うなって。ちょっとうるさいな。
一回
俺やる？
レッツゴー
お願いします。
名誉のためにいやゴーゴー
ゴー。うまい。
ルートから違うやん。
裏ルートや。
もうダメだ。俺は。
おうまいうまいうまい
早っ
うまいうまいうまい
やばい。もう行くぞ。
はいおうまいあやばいもう生産超える
なんじゃこりゃ。
いやこりゃ。
あなんで喜ぶ
おかしいな。ナイスバイ。これ行きたいです。
おうまい
一斉に。
おいう
わ。
どこ？
こうやって。
掴むボタンが違う
インサイメン。
今回初めてスキルチャレンジやったんですけど、とても楽しかったので、次回やる機会があればもうちょっと上手くなってきます。
ユランパソコン触ってなくね？
はい、ありがとうございます。スキルチャレンジ
してないですね。スキルチャレンジ楽しかったです。
よろしくお願いします。
まあなんかカセットテープ読み込みそうではある。
I've used this before.
I also know this, so we're on the same.
Same kind of age.
Yeah. The younger players, they will have no idea.
No idea what is this.
Give it to the All-Father.
Yeah. He knows how to do it.
Yeah, sometimes we use our fingers. Roll back.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like you flip it over and like.
Put it over, yeah.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
この偽物のやつを半分に叩き割ってました
Breaking it off.
何これ
What is it called? Like
Like the film.
yeah, film, right?
フィルム俺見たことないんでそんなおじさんじゃないですね
A lot of people still use this.
Yeah,
Right.
vintage.
Uy.
Is this like retirement home or something?
ラズです。95年生まれ。10年ぐらいやってますね。
Hello, my name is Nes 10年ぐらいで1996年です
Hi, my name is Jesse Bash. I was born in 1990. I play competitive for 10 years professionally.
Hi, my name is Cruz. I'm born in the year of 1996, professionally for 5 to 6 years.
My name is Blaze King, born in 1996. I've been playing professionally for 10 years.
We are the most handsome player in NBA.
Yeah, that's the correct
Yeah.
answer for sure. We're close to 150 years old on this couch, and we're still playing games.
We are old. Yeah.
マウスはさすがに赤外線マウス、レーザーマウスではあったけど、モニターは19か17インチぐらいのすげえちっちゃい。
And then all the monitors is still like 60
In
hertz.
the internet cafe also, and there's a shoutcaster, but they will just use a megaphone.
Megaphone. Like this.
Yeah.
So is there like anything that makes you guys feel old when you're like with like the younger teammates? Because like for me, I have Jip Boys who is very young. Is there something that makes you feel like there's an age gap?
Yeah, I think it's like a jokes gap. Maybe like a drink choice. For me, myself, I like the hot tea. But the youngsters always like the ice one. Man, you're old.
We saw a new game, and then I will compare it to the old classic game. Like, oh, this is like Red Alert, or the players don't know about it.
昔俺がもともとデュエリストやってたんですけど今はもうデュエリストの候補に自分が入ってないのがちょっと意味が分かんない
How you in this old still have a good aim?
You just need to remember how and why you got here, and how you grind before, make sure you compare yourself today and before, and make sure you don't decrease your play time.
Do you guys like aim train?
最近でもないけどここ半年ぐらいはエイムラボを練習に取り入れるウォーミングアップに入れるようにして30分ぐらいはやるようにしてます。めっちゃちっちゃいタスクを探して。
俺はチームのコバクスってやつをやってて、まあでもバロラントのためっていうよりなんか手首の運動みたいなウォーミングアップで使うようにしてます。
Sometimes I use the tournament to actually point out the problem. Sometimes they need to experience these things where it hurts the most, where in the tournament.
I'll try to compare him. For example, ooh, why does Nats have this setup and why don't you? Oh, why does this guy have this setup? Why don't you? Stuff like that. I'll try to do that. He just goes back home and like scrolls on TikTok and sleeps.
みんな自然体でもう一番上だからってことでまとめれるようになったのか、それとも自分のパーソナリティというか性格とかを差し置いて、チームまとめなきゃいけないから。
The kids we bring in, they don't have the same routine we have, the game the same way we do, and we need to guide them, or else it's just gonna be a mess in the server, so it just comes naturally.
Yeah, that's why we are here.
You're the IGL, right? You call something?
Yeah, no, I think I end up being the IGL because of just my age.
自分のチームの選手もそうなんですけど、なんか若い選手が出てきたらちょっと焦りが最近出始めるんですけど、みんなはどう
？If they actually deserve the spot with the time they're putting in, with the effort they're putting in, with the skills they have, I do not mind actually. Like I would really love to have a scene that is much more competitive.
That is actually a reason like our coach choose ourselves. So you should like value yourself more and try to not be scared of getting replaced because you are here to guide them actually.
I mean, I've experienced it myself, and Flashback is pretty scary to me. He can win rounds just like that. And also Karen, he's definitely a shooter for sure.
I see like Hiroron. I don't know, he just like delete me a lot in the game. Like, I don't know, he looking somewhere and then I was like trying to shoot him. I missed my first bullet.
I think Jeremy played pretty well also for his new role as a main duelist. I think he has a great future also.
頭に出てきたのがフラッシュバックとジェレミーがやっぱり。
あとTS のインビーもあのロールであれだけインパクト出せるのはもう他にいないと思ってるので相当いい選手。
Maybe sometimes it's just about the confidence. It's either out of confidence or overconfidence.
I mean, I think it comes with experience, but also the effort you put into trying to understand the game. Some people just play it just to play it, like, just click heads. But if you don't understand the game, it will always be hard if you start losing your potential to frag.
More discipline, more hard work, and more time in the server. But I don't think myself will listen to that. I don't think so.
I would just tell myself that just trust in myself and just keep on doing what you're doing, basically.
尖り続けてそのまま頑張ってほしいですね。昔の自分に。
At least like I want to be remembered as like maybe doing good in the league itself. I hope I can meet you guys in stage 1 and finally win.
Would like to prove to a lot of people that the qualities I have as a player. I might not be like a heavy fragger, but I have an idea of how to play the game for sure.
I want people to remember me. Maybe just someone who brings the Filipino players in the big stages.
これ個人的な目標でもあるんですけど、自分もさっき言ったラスさんと一緒でシャイというか静かな方なんで、人間的にもリーダーシップのある人間になりたいなとは思ってて、それぐらいですかね。でもジェシー先輩ぐらいよりはプレイヤーとしてはいないとは思ってます。
いい感じのゼータのいい感じの選手みたいに覚えてくれたらいいし、もう弱かったらチームが弱かったらそのまま忘れてほしいですね。ちょっと長期的な目標みたいなのはあんまりないんですけど、短期的な目標として本当に次の大会でどれだけ頑張れるかっていうのをモチベーションを切らさないようにして頑張ってるかな。
It's really nice to know everyone, the OG of so
I think it's quite nice, like see some faces here. Maybe like we never talked before.
It's a good eye-opening to me for like perspective some of the players here have, which I could incorporate to myself.
みんな 年齢も上チームの中で上なところでなんか同じ悩みとかなんか若手に対しての接し方とかみんなのお話を聞けて
そうだな、単純に他チームのプレイヤーの人となりが知れてすごい楽しかったし、あんまり他の人と相談できたりその共有できたりする話でもなかったので、すごいためになったなと思ってます。
First of all, thank you so much for the people who keep supporting me. I know for sure that someday our time will come.
そうだな、うちの選手はこの調子で頑張ってたら強くなるので、モチベーション切らしたり垂れたりしないようにだけ気をつけてねってとこですかね。選手がそうですね、いけるとこまで頑張ります。
やれるとこだけやろうとは思ってるんで応援してくれたら嬉しいです。今日はありがとうございました。
Keep in mind that I'm always happy to see you guys improve. I will always be there to help you. Would like to thank you all the fans for supporting me. We will try our best we'll win something together. Don't worry guys.
I cannot say much because you guys are already doing good. Don't be so hard on yourself. For the fans, always thank you for supporting us. If Jesse Fash can do it until 33 years old, I'm gonna still be here. So don't worry guys.
I will try my best to, keep winning against these guys so they don't have any excuse to stop playing Valorant and retire.
True.
Governor, Ye, and Rossi.
Did you get it?
Yeah.
Imports.
I'm not an importer, I'm Korean.
You're not Korean, bro.
You
are American.
Nah,
You are American. You are American Korean.
they do care.
They don't. They
right.
really don't, bro. Look at all.
I
their
don't
faces.
care because I know I was
Look at their
I
faces. They're
guessed
tired
it.
of you. They're already tired of you.
I'm only one. I'm flashing ghost. One moment. Okay. I'm facing wide. Wait. Woo! Let's go, boys!
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
These guys are dog shit. Wait, I have ult. I go.
Spike down. C.
Yo, let's go.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
On my right once.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, can I go? Be good. We're gonna fight, guys.
faster.
Welcome back to the COEX Shinhan Card Artium. We are live in Seoul, South Korea. We kicked off week 2 with immense battles between the 3 Korean teams, T1, DRX, Gen G, and of course, Paper Rex. But today is the time for Southeast Asia to show us what they've got. Things are heating up for the Japan region too, DFM taking their first victory, and ZETA here to collect their second championship point. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja, and at the desk with me, we once again have Quack and Achilleos. How are you guys doing after those crazy games yesterday?
Doing fine,
Doing
it was
great?
Great matches, for the most part, especially the first series, seeing Gen G go up against Paper Rex. Might have gotten my prediction wrong, but can't be upset about it. Paper Rex looking absolutely incredible, finding some gaps in the armor there against Gen G, and then DRX rallying back in a way that typically only DRX can. It doesn't matter if they lose a map, they're typically able to just rally back, and they put that on display yesterday versus T1.
I'm just happy about my predictions. Feels weird because compared to last year, my predictions are actually going okay this time.
Yeah, actually, you're on a roll.
Well, you've got some veterancy behind you. You've been in Pacific your second season.
No longer biased.
Yeah, you can drop the biases that you might have had in the previous set. And also, Paper Rex has just become a team that's a little bit more reliable. So when you predict them, you're typically going to get good results. So there you go.
I'm saying they're just that good.
All right, we're looking at the Alpha and Omega group, and things haven't really changed here, have they, Quack?
Oh, no, not for now, especially at the end of yesterday, when we were recapping with Chrissy Costanza. Yeah, it just does look like Alpha Group still has, a lot of chickens in their farm, a lot of eggs being hatched. Not hatched, but, laid.
I'd be remiss to not point out that this is outdated. This is not the updated bracket. We do have the loss for Gen G yesterday. Paper Rex were able to scoop their second match victory, so hopefully production will get that one updated. But of course, the standings are out there. We were all watching, and if you weren't watching, what is wrong with you? What were you doing?
Honestly, what is wrong? I mean, welcome to today. I'm glad you're watching today. Achilleos will be welcoming here at Pacific. Let's behave. But it's true. It's not been updated. But with that said, the Omega group continues
they're
to
still
collect
struggling.
the points.
It's not been good. It's not been good at all. Gen G, the only team that's been able to get any match victories. They're looking for that second one to be like, okay, we're safe. Playoffs locked in, no problem. And they couldn't quite get it. But
for now.
Yes, exactly. For now. The rest of the teams, though, very much struggling. And depending on how things go, especially in this opening series here with Team Secret, who also have not been able to get that map win, or that match victory, I should say, things will continue to look rougher and rougher.
Akil's is right. There's actually the possibility that no one might make it out.
It's possible. And if you look at our top 5 raises, this is so different than last year. And I think it says a lot about how the performances have been going between the Alpha and Omega group. Jemkin leading at the #1 raise in terms of ACS at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, for a couple of them, it's obviously going to be some limited exposure. Haven't seen too many matches played for some of these guys, but Jemkin off to a roaring start. May especially, I think probably the most impressive one that we have had thus far. His individual performance was just so astounding, nearly dropping 30, in like a map loss. It was just, there's incredible performances from May in that series to be able to get the win. But Buzz continues to look excellent whenever he goes over to the Rays, compared to the Jet. And for Jeremy, while that win hasn't been there, his impact has been seen.
And Quack, we got to talk about Ye on Rays. What did you make of that?
I mean, it was pretty good. That was like one of his first few times on Rays. He got an ace off of utility along with the team. Exactly. But then apart from that, just, I do want to point out that this is all based off of ACS, right? So it's just kind of stats. I'm surprised that Jing is not up here.
Right?
So that's
Is
something
Jing
to think
washed?
about.
It's not Jing not top 5? What is going on?
Because of the teams that they play against and some of the matches. So, it's a little bit mixed here and there. But yes, nonetheless, those are our top ratings. I think May is definitely the one that we want to look at. But of course, Jemkin, working along RRQ, one of the teams playing later today. That's pretty fun. And it shows how strong some of these race players can be. Because despite the long matches that they play, even in spite of the teams that they play against, they're able to put up these big numbers.
It just feels like as time continues to go on more and more, we're just continuing to shift away from Jet. It feels like there's only a few maps now where Jet is very much like necessary. And it kind of just boils down to maybe Breeze at this point. You know, we raise on Icebox even, like that can come through.
Breeze,
so.
you might go with Yoru now.
Well, usually you're going to do that in conjunction with something for the double entry, sure, but I think that Raze on Breeze, it's like one of the few places where it's really difficult to try to find value, but who knows, maybe somebody will just continue to cook it up because Raze is finding impact. I mean, you just have so much more utility that deals damage, creates space for your squad. You've got that showstopper that, you know, it just buys you so much room. No one's necessarily running away from a Blade Storm, but when you hear the enemy team coming at you hear those blast packs going off and there's a showstopper behind it, you have to clear the way.
Yeah, I think the Raze and Gecko, this is the year for these two particular agents. We're seeing a lot of them. And this week's schedule, this is only day 2 of week 2 right now. So we have a lot of really exciting games coming up. Today we got, of course, Secret and ZETA, which we will break down later, including the Bleed and RRQ match. But on Monday, DFM is going to be facing off against Gen G, and this is very exciting. I mean, May's comment was the same approaching Gen G, which was winnable.
Yeah, I didn't see texture on that top 5 raised board.
Are we sure we updated that? I mean, he did have one of the most incredible aces yesterday.
That's true. It was a game-changing.
I think that head-to-head in and of itself is going to be the focus of that matchup coming into tomorrow. I mean, just May has been astounding already. Even in kickoff, he was looking incredible, and they still weren't able to find wins during that short little tournament. So him versus Texture, the team having really fantastic ideas on DFM and a really good anti-stratting. I'm really curious to see how that one's all going to shake out. And then Global versus Tau, I think another one we'll have to continue, see if there's going to be some continued growth coming in for both of those squads.
And Quack, for T1 and RRQ, now things are a little bit different for T1. They haven't been doing so hot the last couple of matches.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle. They haven't had a lot of time to really rest because both weeks they are playing 2 matches back to back. And if you think about how they performed against ZRX, yes, they came up with 1 map win, but there was a bit of struggle, especially once ZRX started to heat up.
I mean, it was basically every single map in that series starting 0-7, and like you said, they were able to rally back and get the win on the opener there of Breeze, but after that, there was just
very good chance for RRQ.
It felt like they gave everything to try to get that win, and a lot of it was off the back of Izu on that Yoru, who was having an immense amount of impact, and as soon as they shifted away, that impact was very much lost. I mean, performance on Split was incredibly rough.
Now, Team Secret, it has also been a little rough for them, too. We will be seeing them play today against ZETA, but Secret, how are you feeling about Secret, Quack?
I don't know. I mean, this is like one of those matches that their fates are intertwined. Team Secret keeps on playing with ZETA, and there's a bit of that grudge match because ZETA were that team to deny Team Secret entry from LCQ.
But we will be hearing from Team Secret themselves. Let's see how they're feeling today, and Jen's on standby with the team.
Hello. Now, NDG, I'm gonna talk to you for a sec. You guys need a win, and you need it today. So what do you think you need to do against ZETA?
I think we're just gonna be more passionate, and we're gonna do our best.
Okay. Well, good luck today. Thank you.
Now, both of these teams, ZETA and Team Secret, have their core roster is still there, but they've been struggling a little bit coming into this stage 1. What?
Yeah, I mean, the way that they've been playing so far, Team Secret against RRQ, it was pretty evenly matched last week, but then RRQ came up with the win at the end, forcing into overtime. They managed to win 2 rounds in a row. Secret just kind of struggled a little. You still have NDG, who did have a pretty nice ace performance, but across the board, the impact from some of these players, you don't really feel it.
The biggest thing that I'm concerned about for NDG is just having a hot start, because that's something that we haven't seen from him yet. Obviously, kickoff, first time on a stage, joining this squad, very storied organization across multiple esports. I can understand that there's going to be some nerves there. Coming into stage 1, we still have been seeing those nerves in that first map, and then he really starts ramping up. That's not something that you can really afford to have. So I want to see NDG come out, because as Quack just said, he has had incredible performances.
All right, well, we're going to hear from ZETA Division next.
Laza-san, hello. Now, yes or no? Today, Chamber, yes?
Maybe yes.
Okay, maybe yes. All right, thank you.
He didn't understand the assignment. She said yes or no, and he said maybe.
Yeah.
But he also said yes
He gave like
afterwards.
a 75% answer.
It's like that Aussie
I'll take
thing
it.
when they say yeah, nah.
Higher
It's
than
like, what's
50%.
that, yeah, nah. It's like you saying both. All right, well, ZETA Division, they played against Global Esports. They did win. Carlisle had mentioned that they made some mistakes, but they're gonna try to fix them coming into today's match, and they're looking okay. They're looking okay. I think they have a pretty solid start here in Pacific.
Some of those maps a little bit shaky. They did have to go into a third map against Global Esports, but 13-1 on Sunset. So it does show that ZETA Division has had a lot of prep. Carlisle is showing his influence. They have some interesting picks. Depp on the Phoenix last week was really exciting.
Oh, he was pounding.
I know, but then if you think about ZETA versus Secret, think about kickoffs. There was a 113 against Secret on Icebox, so I'm a little bit worried now.
Yeah, I think I'm really curious to see, and this lens or leans into, whether or not Laz is going to be chamber as well. What is the map set going to look like coming into today? Because things have been changing very rapidly with a lot of the map selects that we've been seeing. Teams have been surprising us with some picks. I mean, even just Paper X yesterday opting to go for Icebox as their own map pick was something that kind of surprised us. So I'm really curious to see if ZETA Division are going to continue to make evolution in that regard, or if they're widely going to try to stick to the same map pool and maybe keep some things hidden away for a little bit deeper into the tournament. But one of the things that I want to see is continued growth for Hiroron. I think overall, he has been absolutely magnificent, but where he's been lacking is when he shifts over to play that KO. That has not really been the most comfortable thing for him, and they are leaning on him for a lot of the maps they've played so far. So I'm going to have my eyes trained on the map pool to see whether or not that trends towards Hiroron still playing that KO, and then see if he's going to have some better performances today.
We will be interviewing Carlisle, the coach of ZETA Division later, so that will be great to hear from him on his thoughts on that. Also, his thoughts on this. Now, these two teams have faced off many, many times, and it's always this back and forth between them. But the last time they really faced off was during kickoff, during this brutal play-ins where we saw a 113 on Icebox, and it was a bit of an unexpected result considering they had just lost to Genji prior.
Yeah, this one, it was pretty brutal, but this was also Secret firing on all cylinders. ZETA having their struggles, coming into this one. I'm, again, curious to see what kind of adjustments there may be if that Icebox is coming through. We've seen a lot of teams kind of straying away from Icebox versus Secret, understanding that they are a strong team on that map. But when you also have Breeze in the mix, I think it does become a little bit of a puzzle for what you want a first round ban if you're ZETA Division.
And it's also been interesting. I mean, these guys also played off last year during LCQ. So there's just this constant battle between these two to qualify for champions.
This is basically, I think this might be one of the biggest repeat matchups, and then it's RRQ Gen G. I think that they've actually played against each other more times. So this is a bit of a rivalry, and I mean, especially given that, as Quack said, that denial of going to champions, ZETA being able to get that final slot through the LCQ, I think Team Secret, they're going to be pretty hungry for revenge.
A bit hungry, but then if you think about it, I do feel that it's slightly different, because the game that they had last year against this year, now we have Coach Carlisle for ZETA Division. Team Secret mainly, stays the same. You still have like Jesse Vash as the IGL. NDG is the only slight difference, right? So Coach Carlisle's influence is the thing that I want to focus on today. How's he going to go with the map picks? Is it still going to be Icebox left open? And what's the composition going to look like? Because if they actually change things up, and kind of like what Achilles was talking about, the rookies, you got Yuran, you got Hiroran, and they're able to improve, they're able to find their influence in the team, it's going to change up so much for ZETA Division that no matter what Team Secret tries, it might not be enough, because like we saw yesterday, just some slight wild cards thrown into the mix, and your opponents might not know how to adapt.
Now we're looking at Jeremy and Depp. This is a really great point that you've made, Quack, about Team Secret not having made too many changes, and this is the year of change. That said, we are looking at two players from last year's roster who Depp definitely continues to perform.
Oh, I mean, Depp is just a constant. He got the nickname, child of God for a reason, and it wasn't even in this game, but he's just been carrying it through. This guy's career is absolutely insane. Name an FPS that has basically been played in Japan, and the guy's played it at the highest level. an incredible player. I'm really curious to see how he's going to be coming into today, because if I was Depp, I'd be coming into this matchup a little bit pissed because his land kill record has been overtaken. Aspas has now crushed it, frankly.
It this morning?
Earlier
morning.
today, dropping an insane number on Lotus. So I think Depp, against Sen. I'm curious if Depp is going to be like, nah, I'm going to take that back. Because he got his. He set the previous one on Sova on Haven, and that was already so crazy. So with Depp leaning more into still playing widely duelists and whatnot, I think there's a chance that it might not be in Aspas' hands for too long.
Meanwhile, Jeremy, he's kind of, if Depp's a child of God, Jeremy's a child. I mean, he looks that way. He kind of plays that way sometimes. But when he finds that initiative, when he wants to go in and he's on that race, he's actually able to come up with some great big moments. He just needs to get zoned in. He needs to put himself in that mindset where he's angry and he wants to take those games. Otherwise, it's a little bit lackluster.
The biggest credit that I can give to Jeremy is what he was lacking last year, which was the opping, being able to use any kind of scoped weapon and finding value there. He was talking about, how he was very uncomfortable. That's where we saw Dubstep being subbed in to play Jet on maps like Ascent because Jeremy just didn't have that comfort. That has completely changed. So now he is a force to be reckoned with in that regard. I'd still give an edge to Depp in a 1v1, if it comes down to 2 ops on the field. But Jeremy has had that massive necessary improvement.
Yes.
In terms of map picks as well, do you think ZETA is going to continue letting Icebox through? We kind of talked about this briefly, and they've had a couple of weeks to fix whatever was wrong last time.
It's been a bit of time, but ultimately, if the repetition is there and you're not seeing the growth on stage, it may be time to just go ahead and win it. But let's get ready to go into this. We'll have to see.
I guess we have to see. But it does feel as though the map pool's just not that deep yet.
So this is one of the things that Carlisle has been working on. But Warbirds here along with Jesse Bash. I'm curious to see what they've got because they are going to be the first team. So the ban in their hands. And Biden makes sense. ZETA have looked good on it. Haven't dropped that one yet. And ZETA will ban Breeze. So Icebox is open secret. There's no way that they don't just pick this.
Yep, they're going to pick it. Which brings to mind, that 113 has Carlisle. There has been some improvements against Global Esports, but if you take a look at the past histories on Icebox, ZETA's lost 3 in a row. So I am a little bit concerned now, but the Lotus is fun. Can we see that last chamber again? Yes, please.
I mean, that's going to be the big question. Leaning into Lotus instead of Ascent, they did drop to Team Secret as well because that was a 0-2. But I think overall, for ZETA, you're not going to be too upset about this with Sunset being that final map. They look incredible on it. Granted, Secret plenty of time to really break down that tape and understand how they like to play with that Phoenix.
I do think it's interesting though that Secret has decided to ban Ascent rather than Sunset, whereas ZETA is great on Ascent. But I think Team Secret has historically shown that they could poke holes in that.
I mean, one thing that we have seen before about Team Secret, and we always say this about our predictions, whenever you expect them to win, that's when they don't really come up with the win. And when you expect them to you expect them to lose, that's when they actually come up with the win because they've had enough time to prepare and study all of these games. I wonder if that's what's going to be the case for today. But for now, Icebox, the question remains the same for ZETA.
I'm really curious what the ancient comp is going to be here for ZETA. They've tried a couple different iterations. I do really like the Gecko. It feels like it's very much taken over and become a predominant force on this map. But, my biggest concern again is going to be Hirodon if he's going to be playing that KO. How does he look? Is he going to be able to find that heavy impact? Because, we have seen KOs that can absolutely farm. You can absolutely carry players like Victor Stacks, etc. They come to mind where you can really see that tangible impact. It's not all just about the util being layered in. So I want to see a stronger performance from him. But again, for Team Secret, the biggest thing that I'm looking for is NDG coming out hot.
No, that's a very fair point, and I think this ties back to what Quack was saying earlier. NDG is actually the only major change we've really seen from Team Secret. They say, if it's not broke, you don't need to fix it if it's not broke. Thank you, Achilleos. But it's whatever it is, it gets them in. It gets them in pretty far, but it's not quite enough to push them over that finish line to bring them to champions or masters in this case for Shanghai. And hopefully they'll change it up. So we have to talk about our predictions, as we always do, and it's actually evenly split, not just here, but also on the Korean caster desk as well. But I see today all three of us have predicted for ZETA Division. Quack, explain yourself. Why ZETA?
I'm just going to say with the fact that if you individually stack up some of these players against the other, ZETA kind of clears. ZETA just wins outright. I mean, you've talked about Jeremy versus Depp. Depp is probably stronger. If I think about Laz versus, whoever else, like NDG, for example, it's Laz. So that's why I feel that ZETA probably has this one, but I am a little bit worried.
Yeah, I think that Secret, they definitely have an opportunity here. I don't think that this is a one-sided affair at all. I think that this time around, well, see how that icebox goes.
Yeah,
but I can see this one going to 3. Similar to what we had yesterday. I think that actually both series today very well could end up being 3 mappers. I think that a lot of these teams are going to be fairly evenly matched, but I do think that overall, I think you have a bit more experience and a bit more firepower across the board. I think that the rookies overall for ZETA Division have been looking quite strong and very comfortable on stage. And when you have Depp in the lobby, it just feels weird to bet against him, unless he's going up against a team that's PRX, Gen G, that kind of level. So I favor him. What can I say? But Warbirds can breathe a sigh of relief because I didn't predict for Team Secret. So
oh yeah,
they'll probably end up winning today.
That's right.
Jinxers.
You and your Jinx prediction with Secret in particular. But we'll see if that trend continues. Likewise with you guys, I think this really could go one way or the other, as it always has been. But as we were talking about, I am all for change, for evolution, like good change. If we want things to evolve, and ZETA has been showing that kind of progress here, and it showed in the results so far of this stage 1. But that said, we've only seen them play once, so this will be the second time. I believe we do have a Gentle Giant coach on standby. Shall we welcome the guy who loves Tactibear, ZETA Division's Coach Carlisle.
He didn't get Tactibear last time.
One day we'll let you take it back with you, but
I said he could fight for it, but then I looked up and I was like, I don't say this often, but I think you might actually win this fight. Welcome back, Carlisle. Okay, so after the last match that you guys played against Global, you had mentioned there were some mistakes made. How have you guys rectified that, obviously without revealing too much? Do you feel confident now moving into today's match?
Hello, hi everyone. Yeah, this week we focused too much on trying to fix those mistakes that we make against Global, so we can come here stronger than last week. That's kind of our mindset right now, that we can come week by week better and better, so we can be a really good team week by week. So our focus was to try to fix all those mistakes.
Now, Team Secret had a very convincing win on play-ins, on Icebox in particular, and they're definitely looking to finally secure their first win for stage 1. So I'm going to ask you, how's your Icebox?
That was one of the maps that we focused on trying to fix.
Great.
Yeah, because the funny part is, in practice, we are a really good team in Icebox, so it's a matter of time that we can show what we are doing in practice on the stage that we cannot perform yet. So in this week, we know we're going to play Icebox. We kind of already know how the draft is going to be. So we focus too much on trying to fix and come with a better Icebox today.
So does that mean that, did the draft go pretty much exactly how you thought it was going to go? Because for us, it was a little bit surprising to see that Sunset ended up being left open and that they had tried to target the Ascent ban. Because I think overall, I don't think it's unfair to say ZETA is a very strong Ascent team, but the wins have never really come that easily. So I would have thought that would have been, Sunset would have been the target ban. So did that surprise you at all?
Yeah, the Ascent part, I think word-wise, Ascent is the same composition for everybody. So
sure.
It's going to be a hard game no matter what team face against. But yeah, I think the draft today will be 2 options. Or we pick Sunset on the second map, or the Sunset will be the third map. So we have the choice to play the Lotus and let this Sunset to go to the third map. So we can play Lotus instead of Sunset this time against them.
If that's the case, then I'm a little bit curious. Why did you guys pick Lotus? What's the thought process behind that? Because Team Secret's Lotus is not something to scoff at either. So you guys worked on something for that, yeah?
Yeah, we worked on something.
He's smiling, okay.
He always has surprises for us.
Well,
Last chamber?
Maybe.
So on that note, back in the LCQ, obviously before your time with ZETA, one of the things that Jesse Vash said backstage in one of our documentary series that we had after they had lost was, no chamber, no win, but they had chamber. So that's why I'm like, are we gonna have that chamber? But yeah, just a little bit of maybe a soft confirmation. So I'm getting excited.
Yeah, maybe we can see some different things on Lotus today. Not too much difference, but little different things.
Do you feel any pressure going up against Team Secret? I know you weren't really around besides for kickoff since last year, all this back and forth. What are your thoughts actually? Is there any pressure to actually defeat them this time?
I don't feel any pressure. I think like our team don't feel any pressure towards it. I think like just we pushes ourselves too much to be a better team week by week. So in my expectation is just that we can be a better team from last week today. That's my pressure.
Did Depp happen to look at Reddit or whatever the Japanese equivalent would be earlier today? Because he lost an accolade earlier.
That's exactly
and I'm
what I wanted
curious
to
if
ask,
he's a little bit upset about that and wants his land kill record back.
I don't know if he's upset, right? But Aspas got that one, so I'm really happy for Aspas because Aspas is Brazilian.
Sure.
And he's a friend of mine, so. And I'm half Japanese right now and half Brazilian, so if Depp can get this score back, I'll be happy for him.
It's you.
But it's win-win for me. But I hope he come with like this blood on his eye, so he can have a great match, and we can win.
And the last question before I send you off, what team are you particularly looking forward to matching up against this stage one?
I think like JNG. I think I like to play like against good teams, and I really want to play against the best ones. And JNG was second on Master, so I really want to face them.
Nice. Man's not afraid of challenge, and he loves Tacti Bears. Thank you so much, Coach. All the best on your match today. I can't give you Tacti Bear. I know you're looking at him, and I can't. Projection, they're giving me the
I'll say goodbye to him.
The three of us will pitch in together, and we'll be able to get one.
Especially if Depp beats that record, that kill record today. I think
I'll buy the whole team of Tacti Bear.
I think we can talk about something. We can talk about something.
Oh, thank you. Like the Tactic Bear and the bundle also, please.
And the bundle.
Everyone get a ZETA bundle.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Coach. I'll take that back. You look like you're going to walk away with it.
See ya.
Bye. It's a good day to be a Brazilian Japanese coach.
What a chill dude.
Yeah. He likes teddy bears, but he also wants to
He's
face
getting
against the strongest teams in Pacific. It's great. We like that kind of energy.
It actually makes so much sense now that I think a lot of people were caught off guard when it was just like, he got signed as a coach for a Japanese team. That's so weird. The largest population of Japanese people outside of Japan is in Brazil. It's actually in Sao Paulo. I just forgot about that until this very moment. So he's probably so familiar with Japanese food and culture, actually.
Yeah.
But I'm just kind of like thinking about his reaction to the question about, Lotus and their Asian competition. He's like starting to smile a little bit, and he's excited. He's like, ooh.
You can see it. He has like the little
tricks up his sleeves.
Like giggle, the little Dr. Evil, like, ha ha ha,
What's
I got
it
an
gonna
evil
be?
plan. I am excited. He definitely did disappoint last time too when we asked him questions about what we should expect, and he told us we should be surprised. And it looks like they've been constantly cooking. This is the kind of evolution that we want to see from any team here in Pacific, and ZETA Division is full well on that.
No, for sure. I mean, just seeing Depp move over to something like the Phoenix, something that he had only played, I think, like 7 times prior to that game. It was something in that ballpark. It was very few. And just absolutely dominate on it. I mean, as far as what he's teasing us in this series, it might not even be Laz Chamber. It might be more stuff from Depp.
Maybe pull a Genji.
Depp's going to be playing some new stuff. I don't think Depp's going to play Omen. I don't think they're going to go that far down the rabbit hole. But Depp has. I mean, when he set his land kill record, he was playing Sova. So Depp has shown that he does have an incredible amount of flexibility and depth to his play. But it does feel wrong seeing him playing non-duelist, even if he does crush with pretty much whatever he does. So I'd be curious. I'm curious to see where the surprises are going to come from.
Well, we are going to go to the stage really soon, but is there any hope for Team Secret? I would like to think so. They've definitely done it before, and they just pulled it out when the energy is right. Yes.
Yes. And I won't elaborate.
And Quack,
I do
are you
think-
willing to elaborate?
Well, yeah, just a little bit. I think Coach Warbird's definitely, does a lot of prep for the team. So if they have the anti-strats, if they are able to adapt on the fly to some of the curveballs that ZETA throws at them, then yeah, it's probably possible.
And I do think Team Secret, given all their experience on the roster, they are one of these teams who are very adaptable, and they've shown it against other very fast-paced teams or very creative teams before, and have also overcome that. That said, we're going to go to the stage and welcome out the players.
Undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed.
ZETA Division.
I'm waking up another season. I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? Undefeated, locked and loaded. We about to blow. Caught him with that left, I leave him tapped out on the floor. Sounding itchy, sticky, swishy. Watch me bank a score. Up in the boat, I'm in the zone. Yeah, yeah.
Culture to fire the breath. King of the jungle and beat my chest. They say I'm posing a threat. Just like a pebble, I'm cutting the net.
Bring on my finger, but yes.
And it's the old rivalry between Team Secret and ZETA Division. Seeing our teams come out now, the Black and White Brothers.
Yeah, their colors are coordinated.
Let's hope the play is too.
That's a great point, Kilios. I certainly hope the play definitely is, because Icebox starting out on this one, if it isn't coordinated, Team Secret's probably going to have their way. Bear in mind, it was a 113 in kickoffs, and they didn't win yeah, they only won one round, right? It was in the first half. They struggled so much on that defense.
Yeah, I'm going to have my eyes trained on this one. I mean, ZETA Division, they were put in a pretty tough spot coming into this draft, just given that Secret have pretty proficient performances on both of their worst maps.
All right, well, we're going to see what the outcome is. We're going to go over to our casters who are going to bring us through the first map, Icebox, William, and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. We are getting ready for our first match. Of course, 2 best-of-3s lined up for us today again. But as we just saw on stage, it's going to be Team Secret versus ZETA Division. William here with Paper Thin, and we're really already getting into that zone where every team starts to desperately need a win to continue their hope to make the playoffs.
Yeah, especially on that alpha side of the bracket. Everybody other than Gen G looking to find their first win so far. It's pretty crazy to think that way, but I mean, definitely Team Secret can get it done here today. Yes, I picked ZETA, but man, I would not be shocked at all. These teams are generally pretty neck and neck with each other historically. Like Tedesco was talking about, there aren't huge roster changes on either side. Obviously ZETA's gone towards the younger end of things with their two new players, but I definitely think that Team Secret can bounce back here today. Maybe even up their overall series. Right now, ZETA's leading 3-2.
Yeah,
is today going to be the day?
Yeah, 3-2. I mean, like you said, that means this is the 6th time already, right, in the past 2 years. And now, if Team Secret's able to win it, the rivalry continue. But if ZETA Division wins now, I think they start to try to just inch ahead, right? Especially with the roster changes saying that we're working in a newer direction, a direction where we're trying to grow even further. And something that's interesting now coming into this Icebox, yes, it didn't look great for ZETA at kickoff, but both teams came in with new compositions coming into stage 1, right? They've kind of tweaked a little bit, trying to advance to what seems to become the new meta in this somewhat evolved Icebox, and I'm curious to see who's going to be a little more locked in their overall play.
Yeah, I mean, so far, when ZETA's innovated, they've generally looked pretty good, or at least, shaken things up versus what the normal meta is. They often have a fair amount of success. Thinking back to Lotus, last year, Dep on the Neon, potentially. We'll maybe see that again. Could be something to watch out for, but yeah, neither team changing up from what we saw before, but certainly ZETA's going to have a lot of new ideas coming through. I was a little I'll just be frank, unimpressed with some of the coordination with the initiators for Zeta Division.
Sure.
The last time they went against Team Secret on this map, it didn't feel like there was quite that cohesion you really needed to get over the line, especially against a really good Icebox team like Team Secret. This is one of their favorite maps. You know, obviously they were very sad to see it leave the map pool last year. Now that it's back, yeah, their success hasn't been the best, but they've had to go up against, you know, the likes of Gen G and others to try to get over the line on this map.
Yeah.
And it has, you know, it's had some ups and downs, but it's been really close usually against some of the best teams in our league.
I mean, even in their previous matchup last week, right, it was against RRQ, and quite frankly, if it wasn't for that ace by Jemkin in overtime, Secret may as well have pulled it across the finish line. Of course, very neck and neck. Both of those teams showing a little bit of improvement here on Icebox as well in a grueling best of 3. But I love that you called that out, because this competition for Zeta Division, we're seeing it pop up more and more. Obviously in Pacific, Gen G, one of the first teams to really popularize it, but then Sentinel's also using it throughout Masters of Madrid and back in Americas. And we've seen the coordination of the double flashes between the Gecko and KO. Not quite at that level for Zeta Division, but they're going to need it. They want to go up the likes against Team Secret, especially with Jesse Vash continuing on that Sova, trying to make sure that he's able to delay the enemy team with the lineups that he has, with the intel that they're able to gather.
And it's one of the things that makes Team Secret so difficult to go up against, especially on this map, is that Jesse has a phenomenal feel for the movements on this map. He does a great job bouncing off of the information from his Sentinel like NDG, as well as his own utility, to kind of keep his opponents in check, keep them under control, and maybe even stall or prevent some of those util combos from ever really bearing any fruit. So really curious how this one's going to all start out. Zeta on the attack side, Team Secret on the defender side, looking like it could be a relatively pacey A hit. We'll see, but Jesse's ready with a recon. See if he gets cleared. They're going to dodge the 0 points.
Oh, and I love the early 0 point coming out for Zeta Division as well. Covers Nest and Pipes. Now, Jeremy just trying to pretend that he's still over on Pipes, but he can't land the first shot, and he will go down to a calm and collected depth. And already, Team Secret trying to gain an advantage in the pistol. They purposely sent both of their intel util to buy extra time for Jeremy to get snug right in the nest, but that won't be happening, and now a 5v4 in favor of Zeta.
It's well read by Zeta here. Hiroron really on point already with some of his util usage. We'll see if that is going to continue. Team Secret, though, still holding this 2-2 split as Zeta keeping their sound cues quiet, so they're not revealing their presence just yet. But that 0 point is going to give the bank away, and now you've got the full-on force, the last 4 of Team Secret making their way through some rotations here, some long lurks from 3 of their players. It's going to be tough for Zeta if they don't account for this.
And this is up to Jesse Vash to try to draw as much time as possible. The turret will get taken out, but only one classic herd in the flank. So Zeta says it doesn't matter how many there are, we want to push through. And Laz is going to lend the numbers just a bit, continue that numbers advantage 4-3. But Hero on depth sitting at 40 HP right about. Hero 1 will get a kill to try to stabilize. Jesse Vash, NDG split apart. It really comes down to NDG currently on belt. Jesse's just trying to draw a little bit more aggro to his side. NDG finds a kill, but Depp will also trade on the other side of the site. And now NDG, the rookie, he's been a little quiet in the early games, both in kickoff and stage 1. But Team Secret needs him to come alive right off the bat, and the pistol already spotted, trying to isolate the 1v1, and a quick one off of the tap. Tries to get the second, but won't land the headshot as Sugar Zero crouches for it.
Yeah, this is good stuff already from Zeta. Already good util usage, counter util usage on the opening to make sure that they didn't get fooled by the positioning of Jeremy, and then the turret placement in the back. I mean, look, that's kind of a stock standard. If you know your team's going A on the pistol round, you set that turret in the back, and it gives you so much info. Laz with the Sheriff, yeah, maybe not as clean as you're used to seeing, but that's a tough angle to shoot from, and still finding some good damage. Depp picking up a couple kills as well, and that's pretty huge. But I just want to point out, Will, you and I were seeing this before.
Yes.
I kind of hope we get to see Depp with a classic in hand. That's all. I'm just going to hint at that.
Yeah, hopefully we catch it at least once during this map here, because Depp clearly very energized coming into this match. Just talked about it a little bit. He's got some extra motivation, but now Team Secret going to be a fast push out, and Envy's going to land the clean headshot right at the tip against Laz. That lets Zeta Division know they want to go for a fast hit onto B. They know the strong side is on A, but do they choose to continue to push? Yes, they want to make sure, is there an anchor by Snowman? It's not going to be there, but the spike's planted for main, and Hiroron will have to make the call as quickly. As soon as he gets a spot here, it's going to be the first swing. Ready for more. Pop flash out. It's going to be a deep one just to push Hiroron back. Team Secret They're approaching and they're not stopping. It's just a swarm of 5 members with their pistols. Huron takes a big hit, but Sugar Zero's there in long range with the crossfire. Huron spotted, but he's now just drawing aggro as more members coming in from Snowman. Sugar Zero still good for a third. Huron finally gets one, and Sugar Zero gets the 4th as Borkum tries to hold the defuse.
Yeah, it's pretty good stuff here from ZETA. You know, leaving that controller on the other side of the map, even though he dies, gets you plenty of info, gets you the safe plant. Good crossfire set up there. Hiroro not overstaying his welcome. There's something Team Secret was doing there a little bit that I thought was really kind of cute and maybe would go unnoticed. They had the Sheriff right in Envy's hands, and Jesse Vash was baiting that initial shot outside of green to set up for that Sheriff peek from Envy to see if they could get some value out of that Sheriff in that round. Didn't come to fruition, but little things like that can really kind of snowball around, kind of change the destiny for a team. It didn't pan out, but I like what I'm seeing for both teams so far.
And now Team Secret will just go for that fast war. We've been seeing that a lot, especially with the KO. You're able to kind of push them back with the early util. Of course, the Silva Recon also helping in that. They can really buy a lot of time here on A. And Team Secret with their first buy round, not all full armor, so they really want to make sure they can snowball forward from here on out. Not going to make any fast pushes, but ZETA, it's the bonus, just going to go for a set execute. We've got 2 Bulldogs, 2 Rifles, Phantom and Vandal on top of that, and a Stinger in the hands of Huron, who's already ticked down very low by the shock darts.
So much damage done to ZETA on the way in, though. They have a lot of weak players. Jeremy under a lot of pressure.
But the fragments are really starting to push them out, and Jeremy eventually is going to get routed out by Dep. Good for 2 already in the site. Spike planted by Wingman. And suddenly the retake's not looking so happy for Team Secret. You've still got 4 members you have to battle through before you're even concerned about any potential post plant. We can see on the mini-map, it's just the 1 nanoswarm. NDG being held at screens. Look at this, to swing back around by the double of ZETA. And then Huron there for the swing out as well for the trade. He can't quite get the shot onto Borkum. 2v2. ZETA Division, if they can go up on a 3-0 start, it would mean absolutely everything, but they can't quite line up the shot. He's crouched right under it. It's a tough one to hit with the toxic screen, and the defuse will eventually go to Team Secret.
Yeah, Laz, they're expecting the player to be diffusing from up inside the nest, but in fact, they were on the box underneath it, able to defuse from that lower angle, so didn't really get the shots that he wanted to connect. A great spray down there for Borkum, broke this round open for him, gets the 3rd as well. And that's going to allow Jeremy to hold that defuse. A decent idea in the post plant there for ZETA, but able to find just a small weakness is Team Secret. But that early setup, you know, yeah, they do some damage on the way in, but ZETA's able to once again just bully their way through. You can see the depth already kind of feeling it. 5 kills in here, has the Blade Storm popped into this round. Recon Dart is eventually going to be left unaccounted for. I think most of ZETA was able to sneak by all of this. Going to grab the orb, give a little bit of noise away. NDG and the others scooching over, just getting ready for some contact here.
Got a high-low Team Secret as well, so Dep, he's going to have his work cut out for him. Never mind. Borkum just going to make sure that he slows everything down before that. So Team Secret, they don't decide to greed it any further. Really utilizing the high-low and the Poison Cloud as well. And then we do have the Blade Storm getting eliminated by the Null Command. Envy, perfect timing on that. Wants to make sure that they can continue the round win streak here once they've already got a hold. So Laz, his lurk has to make some impact. But look at Team Secret's position on the map. I mean, they're prepared for anything and everything. They're prepared for a lurk in A. They're prepared for a deep lurk in mid as well. And ZETA, unless they get some contact kills, this map ain't opening up.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what we're seeing so far from Team Secret, is they're very content to mostly stay planted until they really have full confirmation. Vash there good with the Guardian to take down Laz through the window. Dep, Blade Storm ready again as the Null Command is wore off, but still looking for an opportunity to distract. Jeremy has the read on it anyway. Takes Sugar Zero down, and Dep, good for 1.
Yeah, Dep's on a separate mission right now. Just got to rack up some things on the scoreboard here for himself while he has the chance. And of course, no reason to stop yet. Couldn't quite get the refresh there as Envy. Another Guardian kill as well for Team Secret. So clean with these long-range shots from Secret. And as you mentioned, I mean, understanding the entire team, knowing that they're content to play backwards. So as long as they cover all the potential flanks, they should be safe holding 1 angle each.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a little bit ahead of schedule there for those 2 initiators. That's what I'm worried about with ZETA. Is the util doesn't really connect, and Borkum kind of has an easy double, and Dep, for whatever reason, didn't feel comfortable to go flying in there yet. Maybe was still worried about the Null Command getting popped while he was in the air or something, not exactly sure, but regardless, it's very well held by Team Secret, doing all the right things at the right time, using that ultimate to really make sure that Dep can't get any value out of that Blade Storm. Yeah, he still gets a couple kills in the late round when it kind of is over. And a little bit more pressure towards the belt area as you see ZETA's fanning out, trying to make a little bit more space here for depth.
It's a fast dash in, and while the flashes aren't quite there to cover yet, Jeremy still gets out alive. Not going to take the fight just yet. They don't want to get swarmed by the potential stingers, and Envy will get a long-range shot right across from screens. 2 members still on the site as well for Team Secret. Envy still holding on the screens with a triple kill as well. Laz, all of a sudden, the last one alive. And sure, he's picked up a rifle, but there's also the flank that he has to be worried about. He hears it. He catches Borkum a little late on the swing. Still 85 HP. 3 more members to battle through for Laz. He's got 50 seconds. Everything that he has to work for here. He's going to go for the long way around. Now, Team Secret, how good is your internal timer? Because Laz is even going to go further through Kitchen, trying to make sure that he catches all possible angles from an advantageous sight line.
Yeah, someone's going to have to piece this together from Team Secret pretty quickly.
They're waiting for screens, that's for sure. We see NDG peeking for it, but they're not quite ready for the entire wraparound. The real question is Laz, are you going to have time for this? Because you're going to have to go, if you go this far, if you want to commit, you got to go through heaven, and you're not going to have the time. 18 seconds on the clock. It's got to be the snappiest 3K we've seen. He spots 1, he spots 2, but he can't even finish the first kill. Unfortunate for Laz as Team Secret leads 3-2.
Yeah, had to go for the fast play. Even got the dink on NDG, but it was through the wall, so didn't get the kill. A decent attempt from Laz there, but again, Team Secret starting to get their feet planted, starting to understand the pace of the ZETA attack already. So you're going to need to see a little bit of change from these rookies. Yoran and Hiroron really going to have to kind of step it up. They've been walking in and kind of getting eliminated pretty quickly, so their utility isn't finding value yet. I wouldn't mind to see an early timeout from ZETA, because right now it doesn't still feel like they've got all of these pieces working together like we're used to seeing when people run the Gecko KO. See him clear the corner, but nobody, again, really pushing space except for obviously the pit on the other side of the map. But once again, Team Secret happy to play back. Player up on screens, player on site behind the box. But Jesse watching mid. All their bases covered. Let's see if ZETA can finally get through past the pistol and the eco.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to also perhaps be a little bit out of conditioning coming in from the pistol round, right? The early rounds, Team Secret does push out with the util, as we see a lot of teams do with double initiator. So now ZETA always waiting to clear for that. The real question is, do they wait for the refreshes? Now the pop flash, but he's not hit by a Jeremy. He's way on top of screens, and the flash goes a little bit too deep into the site, doesn't quite clear it. Now ZETA will still get the plant, but they're already down in numbers. And like you mentioned, Paper Thin, a crucial round here for ZETA to secure, so they'll even commit the lockdown. Comes in after the plant, so they're gonna buy maximum time possible. But you've got a Mosh and a Snakebite left for the post plant. So choosing to still fight close quarters on the site. They don't want to risk it to just 2 pieces of utility. The Thrash trying to buy time once again, just using to delay, trying to swing out off of a hero one. Thins the numbers out, but he gets traded by Jesse Bash as Team Secret starts to pile in. The high-low double swing is good on both sides of the site, mind you. And Euron just trying to spray down as he sees the second peak, but it's just too many members.
Yeah, it's really good discipline. Team Secret very happy now to play retake, to just sit back, let some of this util come at them, dodge it, find the picks where they can. If none of that happens, okay, fine, they get the plant. And then, you know, Jesse Bash gets a really interesting recon dart here to the left of the box, just where Depp got killed actually at land. Nobody from ZETA gets revealed, but you kind of get a ton of information that nobody's on the bottom floor. So Jesse, even though one of the players gets traded early by Hirodon up on top of the nest there, he's able to swing in right away, take that kill, and then they can start pushing a lot of space. So ZETA giving up a lot of ground, and Team Secret really taking advantage of it.
And now there's that timeout. Perhaps 1 or 2 rounds later than a lot of us might have hoped for, but still going to come out well enough for the ZETA division to have room to recover. 6 rounds left in the first half right now, and ZETA will continue the attack. And something, again, that they'll have to continue working on is, do they even have the read that Team Secret hasn't really been pushing out? Do they really use util to gain value? Because like you said, Peter, then sure, they're throwing the Dizzy out, right? They're clearing the close quarters, but they're not really working other parts of the map or anything else off of that. They're not getting a reaction out of Team Secret. There's just not really any net positive for ZETA division.
Yeah, I agree with you. I really think they need to just spread the map a little bit, see if they can bait out some of that early util. You know, it seems like, at the very least, Team Secret is happy to get any contact on A, and then Jesse Vash lets loose with some of those shock darts and stuff. So bait a little bit of that util out, you know, keep Laz on maybe the A side, have him try to work that. Not this round because it's an eco, but in the future, when they have rifles again, See if you can really spread the defenses of Team Secret, make them earn it. See if you can isolate some 1v1s, rely on that, young talent you've got. Depp and Laz, incredible players in their own right as well, of course. So see if you can find some opportunities to let your mechanics shine as well.
ZETA this time playing things a little slower, of course, on a bit of a mixed buy as well. Just the Guardian for your end, but everyone else has Sheriffs for the long-range fights on top of it. See how that comes into play for ZETA Division. Slow clears, drawing out util across the entire map. Secret, once again, content to just hold their default positions. They've not really filled any part of the sites, even on A, just barely holding onto pipes, ready for the exit by Jeremy. And now it's the Odin, ready for the spray down. Knows that they might just try to force for a plant here. Here's Wingman going across, and there's the ping. He actually gets Wingman, but he won't be able to get the kills as Dizzy comes flying through over the toxic screen. ZETA Division still trying to hold on to the site, but they don't have too much room to work with, as we do see Kitchen entirely filled up by Team Secret, and ZETA will have to slow things down.
Depp took advantage of that timing to sneak underneath the bridge. Team Secret might be somewhat aware somebody's in that vicinity. Some shots at Borkham, trying to keep them busy, trying to get the rest of the team over here as Team Secret
30 seconds
seeing
left.
if they can sneak around the back with Jeremy. Plant trying to come down here. Sugar Zero may finally get the opportunity, but Hirudon wiped out.
Yeah, the turret gets spotted as well. So ZETA, they were trying to kind of bait out some peaks to try to get early picks with the Sheriffs and the Guardian, but not going to happen for the time being. Adept still not spotted just yet, but he gets surrounded on the drop. He's too distracted by the members in Snowman, and now suddenly Team Secret is all over the site. Laz, the last one remaining with a Sheriff. He's good for one tap. Can he get two? Gets two. Two remaining. 1v2. Can't continue on to the third, and Team Secret will lead 5-2.
He can't give Laz those 1v1s like that, not with the Sheriff in his hand.
Yeah, that was getting a little, that was one of those moments when you're really calling the play and you start to feel like, oh, this might actually happen. Like, I didn't think it would. But Team Secret eventually gets a wraparound as well.
I'm right there with you. I really felt like for a moment there, I was like, oh boy, here we go. Depp revealed his presence there a little bit too early, I feel. Maybe could have held on some of those shots, but whatever. It was an eco round.
I mean,
it's not a big deal.
It's one of those things where also they spent so much time trying to bait out the early peaks. They don't get it, and eventually they lose control of yellow as well, which means they're not really able to peek in to Snowman, so it all falls apart. But like you said, it's an eco. They get the spike plant. They're at least trying to put some pressure across the map. We'll see if they're able to use that conditioning, because this time Secret putting some early pressure with that 0 point, gets to or plants Jeremy in that default pipe position.
This is something that certainly ZETA is going to have to try to address. Some of these high positions that Jeremy's been taking have caused them some difficulty, and then the follow-up with Envy off of that, they'll kind of bait and switch you very, very nicely, and that was something we saw even in their eco round where it didn't really matter because of the gun differential, but something that Team Secret is very, very strong at. The ping there, the Odin is so brutal. Laz, literally 1 HP.
From the Odin.
Oh my god.
I mean, that wall saves Laz life in this round, and I mean, what a setup with the drone through the window as well. A nice play there, ZETA. Double, triple peek here onto yellow. Borkham doesn't really have a good exit. He's going to need coverage here from Envy, but he is going to be stuck. He has to find his way out, and he's good for one as Envy goes in for the trade, but ZETA will trade back. Now 2-3, still in favor of Team Secret. Zundistry comes out, trying to just delay the plant that allows Team Secret to approach onto the site. NDG his job just to delay. He gets taken out by Huron as Depp now creeps up. Team Secret, spike planted. You see the flash drive coming in. There's the pop flash, and it's going to be Depp who finds both with a quick double, triple kill. And ZETA put back one on the board.
Well, there you go. When you kind of simplify things a little bit here for ZETA, they're able to really work off of each other very nicely. Great read by Hirudon that somebody could be coming through nest to fake the plant, then wait him out. That's so smart from a young player to have the patience to do that, and then setting up Depp with that flash drive. Very snappy stuff from Depp, who I'm super curious if we're going to see what classic he has in his hand, but
he's hiding it.
He's hiding it. But
until he breaks that record, he's hiding it.
Yeah, well, I also said that if Depp can put up at least 30 kills on one map, I'll buy the ZETA bundle today. So there you go. He's already well on his way. He's got 10 kills in 8 rounds.
He's trying his best.
He's doing. I mean, he tweeted about it. He noticed it.
Yeah, he definitely noticed it. I mean, you could tell it's something that he kind of kept in his back pocket as a pride point, right?
Yeah.
And
who wouldn't?
Aspas just comes swinging out.
I certainly would. I'd be very proud of that.
That was a crazy match for sure, where he set up that original record, but now thwarted by one of the best back in Americas. But for now, record be damned. Depp really wants ZETA Division to take the lead back, and they'll do their best, slowly creeping across mid. Jesse Vash is aware of it. He gets one. He's ready for the second peek as well. Gets a dink, yeah. But he will go down eventually. Jeremy also taking a big hit as well. So ZETA Division overall still in a pretty advantageous spot here in round 9.
Yeah, you do like a little bit of the change here for Team Secret. Trying to gamble a little bit that B might be where ZETA continues to put pressure since they had success there. Let Jesse sneak up. Jesse's still doing a fair amount of damage, so you're not super displeased with that at all by Team Secret. Up on top, pick goes down. Plant gonna try to be put in. All this util once again goes into the nether as Team Secret is just waiting for this retake.
Oh, Depp, he dashes out, but he still lands on top of the box here as well, so he's gonna be the first line of defense. So as you mentioned, a lot of the util already spent, but right now no way to break the lockdown because of it. And Depp, I don't know if he's gonna get out just in time. Not quite, it seems. Several members being detained, so ZETA, they've got to be able to fight up close. They just have to hide, and Urat needs to be able to cover. Laz gets the cover on that first one. Half already done on the defuse. Thrash jumping in to try to delay further. They know it's not stuck just yet, but Depp is going to get surprised by drop down by Jeremy. A 2v2 now in the enemy Team Secret. Continue to push through. They get the Viper down. It's down to 1v1. Pig goes down, but the snake bite still just remaining at the edge of that spike.
Woo! It's so close, even when ZETA's able to win these rounds. It comes down to the last player just barely able to get in there. I mean, I love the attempt here from Team Secret, coming at you from so many different angles. That lockdown, forcing Sugar Zero to have to gamble to stay in the pit to make sure it stays up while he's detained. And, you know, ZETA quick to have to respond. They even had the Thrash available to try to cover. Weren't able to find much value with it. Team Secret able to dodge some of that, but just barely. Sugar Zero got a snake bite off before he was dead. And Yuran, probably a little bit luckily, not having to be the one to clean up that final kill. Really scrappy round there. Jeremy just walking up with the Sheriff, steals Laz's gun. Thief in the night.
The dash is out as well, so now safe with that upgrade. So that's 3 rifles to work with for Team Secret. And now ZETA Division, they've been slowed down, and I mean, sure, you had some better coordination this time, right? The double flash is on to Green to try to put some pressure on it, but because of this early kill, they have to regroup. Wants to make sure that they're not giving any extra rifles over to Team Secret while their opponents are on this half buy. So now at the minute mark, they're still reworking across the entire map, retaking control of Green, now just holding on to the lobby of A as well. Team Secret happy to hold back.
Yeah, the real question for me is, Sugar Zero, can he find any value out of this lurk? If they can even get the plant down. I mean, right now, there's so much of Team Secret there, but now they're kind of second-guessing it. There's been no change in direction yet. Sugar Zero sneaking in.
Jeremy's position, though, it's kind of a hard one to read. He's being tucked right in until the opponents think it's entirely clear, and actually just the backup call as well, right? They got the 0 point onto the jet. They don't see any further information on B. You've still got the Nanoswarm and Alarm Bot. Team Secret has a read on this, given the time. 20 seconds left. Jeremy's still tucked in. He just has to buy time at this point. And ZETA, they have no idea that they are about to enter the jaws of their opponents. 10 seconds left on the clock. Yuran will get the clear, but Envy's there to delay. Wingman goes down. 7 seconds now. Time is ticking away. 6 seconds trying to hold on to the defuse. A clean kill from Envy. But still, ZETA, they will get the plant down. A couple members low. Envy down to 5 HP. Depp has to get the most out of these Blaze Storms. Going to tuck back out of the toxic screens. He doesn't get the shot as he lands. Envy is still rampaging through with a sliver of health, and he's trying to push through for yet another. Huron put onto the same aspect, and there's the snake bite. Team Secret takes back another round.
Yep, this is just, again, Team Secret playing back. Just comfortable to give up space, find this early pick, grab a gun, and back out. I mean, that's huge for them to get wins like that. Envy with some really crisp shots with that Guardian as well, helping things out. But you can see that just there's no preparedness after the plant goes down because ZETA has to spend so much of their utility to get onto the site that they're not really in a place to counter the utility, to slow down these retakes. They're trying to rely on skill alone, and sure, that can get you over the line sometimes, but against this Team Secret team, extremely difficult with how disciplined they're showing themselves today.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where maybe you change the timing on your util, but even then, perhaps just already knowing the positions you want to hold, right? The angles you want to hold, and again, the value on the lurk. We haven't really seen that as we see Jeremy being pushed away with the operator in hand. They haven't quite checked the weapon, but they do know that someone was posted up on yellow, now catching sight on that jump peak. There's a 0 point. Jeremy Going to dash out, but he's going to still hold the angle. Wants them to greet for a peek here as he slowly inches back towards his teammates. He's got a long way to go if he goes through here, so he's going to have to regroup towards Snowman. So you see NV just providing a little bit of assistance with that 0 point. Pit up on the A side, so Team Secret, no reason for any overreaction just yet.
Good job here so far by ZETA, avoiding any damage from this operator of Jeremy. Some damage traded across the sides there, trying to delay the plant, but it is going to get down.
Yeah,
and now look at them, they're just hiding. They're like, nope, we know it's out there.
Yeah,
we don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, this time though, do they have any backup plan if they get shoved even further into green? It looks like Sugar Zero going to be the insurance as he starts his flank all the round through mid. We'll see if Team Secret has a timing on it. Jesse Vash is ready for it as Thrash comes out. Team Secret knows they have to wait it out. Quite a few members, it seems, getting hit. At least one for sure. Huron will answer. Make sure to capitalize on that. ZETA knows time is on their side. Sugar Zero still holding. They know they haven't even done half yet. The tap begins, and Sugar Zero now starting to flank back in, but it's still being held all the way up to the half. Envy eventually goes down. Sugar Zero not even needing to show himself, as ZETA trying to make this into a 6-6 half.
Now, this is a lot better from ZETA, not doing a util dump this time, just kind of taking their time, baiting out some shots. That 0 point gets a ton of value, forcing the player out, able to use that lockdown to buy some extra space. Really, really clean stuff overall. And then everybody deep post plants this time with a little bit of backup, a little bit of crossfire to cover things. The fragment held to the late position as well. So yes, a round of applause from the fans in Tokyo. Well deserved, as ZETA could potentially tie this half up.
I mean, if they do, it'd be great recovery, considering how it all started. Only able to pick up that pistol and the anti-eco. Now Jeremy being posted up close, but this time under pipes. A bit of a trickier position, but of course, high risk, high reward as he's exposed by multiple angles. And ZETA slow creeping up one piece at a time with the Dizzy.
Yeah, now the buys were a little weak here for Team Secret, but Envy with a rifle in hand, quick to scoot over off that contact with that no command as well. Try to shut this down. There you go. It is going to come through in response to that 0 point to see if they can slow this up at all, or ZETA.
Oh, ZETA, they're pushing through, but the Stinger is good in close quarters. NDG is holding on right under the site for the time being, so while the spike goes down, it's a 5v4 advantage for Team Secret. They still have their own null command as well, so this can be used for the retake. Smart of NDG to try to clear the close corners. They never quite got control of that just yet. Sugar Zero holding at a long-range angle, and that's the swing around close range by NDG. Envy eventually goes down. No time for the res. Jeremy's waiting for the lurk. They might not have seen it before, but they know about it now, and NDG gets to spray down run and gun with the Stinger. Team Secret will not let go of the lead as they finish the half 7-5.
Goodness gracious, that Stinger insane there for NDG. Absolutely just fearless with it. Some great util there, getting the read on the positioning of the player underneath the rope position, and they just dump a bunch at him, make him super uncomfortable where he doesn't know where to look, and that starts breaking things open, and they just force their way through. It's a pretty good half for ZETA in a way, because it's, you know, they took more rounds than one. So yeah, there's improvement.
The bar is pretty low, yes.
Yeah, but it still feels like Team Secret mostly had a really good read on them. Now, changing sides of the map, you know, is ZETA going to be able to flip the script onto Secret? But certainly Secret very keen to work this map. Jesse Vash sending all kinds of utility all over the place to keep his opponents guessing. It's a great job of tracking the movements as well, and that's something certainly ZETA's going to have to find a way to contest with, because so far this year hasn't gone great on this map.
We see Carlisle really sifting through all the notes that they have prepared here, trying to figure out what can they switch up on this half. Going over to that defending side. Now, when they were playing against Global Esports, this was another case where, yeah, they knew kind of the first steps on how to use this composition. They started to get pushed and pulled around the map, and also GE did a great job of avoiding depth a lot of those times, you know, making that operator obsolete for a lot of the rounds that it was bought. So
yeah,
we'll see if Team Secret has the same game sense here going into the attacking half.
Yeah, I mean, the good news here for ZETA is Dep is having a pretty good half, 12 and 10, so he's definitely feeling it. Felt like maybe pressing a little bit at times, but that's okay. Overall, you know, you need him fired up and in the game, most likely if you're going to get over the line. I'd like to see a little bit more from Huron on that Gecko in terms of utility usage as well. Only one assist in the book. So, again, some of these initiator plays just not bearing fruit for ZETA Division this time around. You know, but the 0 point to check pipes is going to confirm Huron's position. So he is going to have to back off. Hirodon here, but it's a 2-1-2 split with Laz covering mid. There is potentially some contact with Borkum, but Borkum using that poison cloud to scooch on back. And for now, Team Secret continuing to really take their time, maybe just going to be waiting potentially for this recon dart to come back up for Jesse before they make their move.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a safe play, right? See if they push out. If not, you know you should have the numbers advantage, especially on the pistol here. Against a team like Zeta Division, they're going to hold on to their default. They don't want to overreact just yet. So we see the drone scouting early for any long-range peeks, trying to clear the close quarters of pipes. He'll be able to catch a bare glimpse of it, but the counter is 0 point once again. So now Team Secret still at the 45-second mark. They start to push into green over by the B side, trying to put some pressure on, trying to weaken most of the map. The 0 point on A to keep those members tied up as they've already approached all the way up to the entrance of B. Do they know about Sugar Zero holding this angle? Surely they check it, but there's a slight gap in the toxic screen. He finds one. He'll get a tag, but it's just a classic. Not going to get the instant kill as Sugar Zero backs off, and now backup will be arriving. Turret set up in kitchen against the lurk. Zeta Division, they want to put their full focus on the retake against the site.
The real question is, have they kind of accounted for Irvi? It looks like Laz is going to be aware.
Yeah, he's watching that mid position. Meanwhile, Snowman slowly getting taken over. 2 members on yellow. They just want to hold on. The Cloudburst will buy time. The 0 point tags only a couple members. The double flashes come in. It's quite clean as Laz gets one. Depp a second as well. And now Zeta start to swarm through, but they will get blasted out and slowed down. Envy at long range can't land the shot. And now a 3v1. Borkum doing everything he can. But with 37 HP, Huron will be able to help Wingman finish that defuse.
This is pretty interesting from Zeta because there's that kind of idea that you see from Team Secret all the time where there's utility thrown one way and they're actually going the other. It's not actually Jesse's utility, it's Envy's with the 0 point while they're going over towards B to get the plant down. That angle to find that little extra damage through that toxic screen. Definitely a nice pickup for Sugar Zero there.
Sure.
Helped soften up the forces of Team Secret. And also Laz, head on a swivel the whole time. I was watching his icon on the minimap, and constantly his triangle was spinning back and forth between the 2 position, back towards the site, doing a great job making sure that Envy's lurk was accounted for. So that shows me great awareness, great preparation so far for Zeta.
And now, over on that eco, Team Secret just going to creep up in a little death ball over by A. They should be spotted by the 0 point. That's the signal for them. All 5 members tagged up. Now Zeta, they kind of have to make a decision. Do we stay and fight this or not? It's a bit of a greedy position, but Huron will swing out. There's Sugar Zero as well. A slight mismatch initially on whether they wanted to stay and fight, but eventually they'll clean it up. Only 1 person dropping in that round.
Yeah, it felt like there was just that moment where Laz might have felt like he could send his players to the other side. You know what I mean? He's like, okay, I'm good here. I'll hold it by myself. Oh crap! Wait, get over here. They're all here.
Yeah.
Because he's like, oh, I just got to stand and fight it. Now they do come and trade very nicely. Just maybe a step later than you would have liked, but I think that's totally fine. You only lose 1 player. You're very happy to do that. Depp has the Outlaw. I don't think its presence was ever revealed. Mostly full armors, though, in anticipation of it. Certainly we've seen it from a lot of the players in Pacific and across the world. So now the full armor kind of has to be the go-to if you can afford it coming into your bonus, or anti-bonus, I guess.
Yeah, Team Secret. See if it pays off dividends. It's going to be the first shot from Deb. It lands clean on Jeremy, down to 54 HP. Deb not taking a hit at all. So now, Team Secret wary of this, and Jeremy in danger on the entry of getting picked off by that long-range weapon. Zeta off of that contact, though. Still 3 members holding strong onto A. Now wary with that poison cloud going up and down over in mid. Laz, he's keeping his eye on a potential lurk.
Yeah, so much pressure on Depp up front with this Outlaw. He's going to have to be so darn quick. Then you got the other 2 players, Hirodon and Yuan, trying to back him up with some of their utility potentially. Want to give a shout out to Yuan, a great Dizzy there that got a couple assists in the pistol round as well. It's kind of pointed out that he was having a little trouble finding some value. Well, he quickly made up for that. 0 point comes in. Here we go.
All right, he's going to go right behind the dash. Wants to find the second member. Not going to land the kill. Red, not the shot either. Jeremy peeking through the toxic screen. That puts him so low. Huron just has to get a scratch to pick up that kill. And now with only 25 seconds, Envy's still able to clear the corner with the fragment. It's so much util being dumped by Team Secret onto the site. 3 members left alive, but Borkum down to 10 HP. NDG will make things a little bit more stable for the round. And Laz just trying to get 1 more kill. Will not find it as Secret takes back the lead.
Yeah, nice recovery here. Secret takes a ton of damage, but Yuran, again, getting another player with this great combo of mollies from Team Secret, stuck in a bad position where he's just nowhere to left to go but to try to stand in some mollies and hope he can survive a little bit longer, maybe get a pick with that snake bite fragment combo. Makes quick work of him. And there's good teamwork to flood onto the site. Patience paying off. Depp trying to, again, get a little aggressive with that Outlaw. Doesn't really find too much value. And now ZETA with their full rifle buy. So Bulldog has to be forced out for Team Secret. They're getting aggressive.
Yeah, they're pushing up real far out, right below pipes as well. The high-low setup, Uran's got his back. ZETA trying to throw a curveball here and an early drone. They realize that this is the timing for it. Checking close with the 0 point. It gets taken out, and now Team Secret very, very well aware. That allows their other members on the side of B to start to regain some space. Whether they rotate or not, Team Secret wanting to make sure they take advantage of this timing where they're able to expand their influence across the entire map of Icebox. Getting close, right up next to a one-way.
This is so scary because this is actually all a setup, a bait for the other side of the map, and this is what Secret loves to do. But it's not going to be that initiator utility, so let's see if ZETA can kind of get the read out.
Yeah, it's a quick setup, but Laz gets taken out. Sugar Zero doesn't even find a target just yet. He knows they have to escape, but he's not going to find the target at all at the end of the day. And with the toxic screen coming up, Team Secret gets out scot-free. They know the A side has to be weak. It's going to be a creep in, just waiting for a potential anchor. Uran not able to land the shot either, and Deb, he's distracted on the screen side. It's a quick swing around from all the way deep in the site by Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like ZETA couldn't get a read onto this at all. They had a bit of info, but they weren't able to piece the puzzles together, come up with a full picture. Instead, it was just kind of a partial image, and Depp just had no idea. I mean, he got completely blindsided there.
Yeah, I mean, I think he expected them to try to clear the site all the way through screens, as we see Jeremy eventually getting cleared, but the spike still ticking down. You've still got a potential lurk coming in from Jesse Vash, who's got the Hunter's Fury from long range. NDG is going to clear it. Now, do they know the half is done? We'll have to wait and see if it even gets to that as Uran eventually falls. It's just Uran left. He clears, and there's the wingman, and that should be enough with the Hunter's Fury, just eliminating Little Bro. Uran not able to return to the spike for the second half.
Well, maybe gonna keep the gun.
Oh, just
my
okay.
God.
All right.
Well, okay, you get the 4K. That I guess that's the consolation prize there for ZETA. But really good stuff on the post plant from Team Secret. Layers with the mollies, layers with the Hunter's Fury. It gets them the win, but the economy now shaky for Team Secret. You can see they're struggling to figure out how to do the math to get this buy to go, and maybe there's a timeout.
Yeah,
potentially lurking.
Have to
Please
imagine.
just be a regular one. Okay.
Listen. We've escaped our own nightmares for the time being.
So far.
Yeah. T1's not playing today.
Yeah,
exactly. All the stars have aligned for a smooth start here on day 2 of week 2.
Achilleos isn't casting.
That's true. You know, everything has worked out. What a great day of VCT Pacific, you know?
I agree with you, William. This is a good day.
It's been a good day for most of us. ZETA Division, you know, obviously the score line not that far off, but you can tell on the players' faces as well that it just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel good. Sure, they scrape by some heroics here and there, a couple good reads, but overall, I mean, we've been calling it on the play. Secret seems to be one step ahead.
Yep.
And it's just the fragging power of ZETA that's allowing them to continue. See if this timeout corrects that course. Last time in the first half, they call the timeout, and while they don't win immediately afterwards, they're able to get 3 of the remaining rounds. See if they can pick that right back up on round 17.
I love just the way that Team Secret works this map. I mean, so confident to, you know, show a little bit of info, show a little bit of pressure, back off, and then you don't really move, but you leave it so in the minds of your opponent that they have no idea where you actually went. Now, there's a big amount of util here, expecting some more pressure towards that orb this time. In fact, does not come through. We've already seen it previously from ZETA. ZETA as well. The guns are going to be a little bit weak, so both teams having to scrape together what they can from these buys. A lot of sheriffs, and look, if we know anything, now with the sheriffs coming back into the meta, teams are certainly capable of doing tremendous damage.
Oh, absolutely.
On these econs, man.
I mean, a big source of all these thrift dudes we've been seeing across the world, quite frankly, as Team Secret also just cutting noise. They're afraid of any sort of trap setup here right around the close corners. Now, Thrash at the ready for Uran. Curious to see if he uses it right away, as ZETA looks like it's just a flood retake that they're prepared for. They already have Sugar Zero clearing out all the way up to Garage, so they know it still has to be a hit at some point. And now Team Secret, are they aware of it? The 0 point goes deep. It has a lot of members. They should be aware that a flood is about to fill this site. So Snakebite early onto Heaven while they go for the plant, preventing that early push. The Thrash comes in, the spike does finish, and Jeremy will go high, trying to cover for his teammates. He finds the first target, that's one down. Dep now spotted on Heaven as well. Jesse Vash getting the double right around the corner, and the entire team of ZETA Division falls as Sugar Zero, all lonely outside of the site, gets spotted by NDG. And Borkum, okay, not going to swing out and get the kill. Will fall for one, but Sugar Zero just going for the pre-fires. It's too many members.
And one big difference you're seeing between these two compositions is the Gecko versus the Sova, and the way that Jesse uses this drone. So one of the things that ZETA can't do as cleanly is clear the back of the site with their utility and have it available to them in a way that is useful. So you have to expend those dizzies and those flash drives to clear the back of the site, where Jesse can just use a drone, find that safety, and still has a ton of util in the back pocket. He only has to expend a little bit to get the information, and of course the recon drone comes up on a cooldown. So he has the ability to kind of keep that information game in his mind, and Jeremy with a great opener on a depth.
They're ready for it, man. They see the util flying in. They know that there was an attempt earlier to try to take an aggressive position by ZETA Division, while this time it's the pop flash all the way from sight from here on. It doesn't quite land in time, and ZETA Division will lose their star duelist when they desperately need another round win. Uran just gets the dink through the floor there, not able to clean up the kill. Jeremy sitting at 10 HP, but Sugar Zero not able to make the escape either. Sure, he'll get the finish with the Snakebite, but Team Secret now knows that they can just barrel through. Huron all alone, not able to land a single shot, as Envy will just jiggle for the kill.
I mean, they've been noticing that right around that corner from where Jesse's planning is where a lot of players from ZETA have been trying to hide themselves. So they're pre-firing that angle every time, and they rightly should. They've gotten plenty of kills for it, and there's been little ZETA can do about this preparation. They haven't been able to find any comfort. They've tried flood retaking. They've tried getting aggressive at the beginning of the round. Once the rifles come into hand, there has been very little success for ZETA. Most of their damage for their rounds have been the pistols and the ecos.
Yeah, and we haven't, that means that ZETA not able to even pick up an operator a single time. And now the mission is for Laz, can you keep one rifle in your hands for the next round? Try to have some form of force to prevent that point happening for Team Secret. Envy's creeping up. But meanwhile, we've got someone from behind. Okay, the alarm bot triggers. They know he's behind yellow, and NDG's actually just going to get the kill. Doesn't quite mind if he drops his own, as he does have 3,600 credits in the bank.
Yep. All the economic damage you can do to ZETA, the better. And they're going to be able to get a few things rolling here. A few ultimates in the bag as well, but starting to feel do or die for ZETA in this next round. They're going to go for do, see if they can get it done. A nice job there by Laz, but yeah, I mean, what do you want? I mean, everything you're trying here as ZETA has been thwarted every step of the way. A Guardian, otherwise Phantoms and Vandals. Yeah, you've got the Viper's Pit. Yeah, you've got the Null Command. Yeah, you've got the Lockdown. It's just, are you going to be able to get to use them?
Yeah.
Because they're playing way back now other than on the B side, expecting some kind of hitter. They're going to have to go for this Lockdown retake. Let's see what Team Secret has to say in response.
Yeah, surely they read, okay, the site's been emptied up. You've got all these ultimates. It should be a set retake. Team Secret, do you choose to push out, or are you content to counter with your own lockdown? Is that going to be enough? Of course, the null command as well, if you pop that first. Laz doesn't want to miss a beat, so he will activate his own right there and the null command. ZETA Division not giving Secret a chance, but can they capitalize on this timing? We do have to make sure for ZETA Division that they are able to push into the site and start to clear out some members. And right now, the lockdown ends. They get the site, but they haven't eliminated anyone from the side of Team Secret. Secret just holding far back for these post plants. And there's a lockdown. If you don't stick to that defuse right now, you've got the wingman going for it. Of course, Snakebite not quite able to eliminate Little Bro just yet. And yet again, it's going to be wingman bringing home another round victory. We see this so often on Icebox.
I mean, I think Team Secret thought they still, even with the lockdown null command combo that prevents Jesse Vash from using the Hunter's Fury to shut down the lockdown, that maybe they can just save it for the wingman, but it never gets really attempted to be used because ZETA's flooding at them, and Jesse has to switch over to a gun just to protect himself. So good recognition here by ZETA, a good change-up, good utilization of their ultimates. Now you've still got a Viper's Pit to toy around with, so does Borkum. Hunter's Fury, though, still available for Jesse. he might be setting up for some kind of early pick here with the drone potentially. He loves to do that. He loves to grab some information, throw Hunter's Fury at you, but maybe just once again, going to be saving it for that post plant like we saw early to make sure that little bro can't do his job.
But look at this. Yeah, Borkum, he reads that it's been fast pushes for Zeta Division. He gets one. He's ready for a second, but is he ready for a third? Not quite. So a good read from Secret, understanding that Zeta's been tightening the map on the other side, allowing them to set up for these retakes, but they can't quite get the kill yet. Not quite sure. I mean, that's some crazy pinballing there on the snakebite. Unintentionally shrugging it off, so to speak, on the side of Jesse Vash.
The best body block of his life.
I mean, holy. Allows him to get out scot-free from that side. He's still got Hunter's Fury in his hands, but now with the damage done on the other side, he can't quite go over to the lurk in mid. He'll just have to use it from outside of A site. Meanwhile, the Nano Swarms this time getting rid of Little Bro. Not the same mistakes from Team Secret. Zeta do start to push out, though. They know that there's so much to work with, and Jesse Vash will land one onto Laz. He gets some extra damage down, but the pit's still protecting it, but they're too low. Envy able to get the kills.
Good stuff here from Team Secret. Working their way onto the site, and even with that Viper's Pit expended, even losing Borkum early, having their own Viper's Pit to that lurk, that push out through B. Jesse in a great spot once again to get some serious value out of his utility. NDG holding the line as best he can, but really everybody on Zeta was already so beat up. One more shot from any gun was going to clean them up. And it was easy for Envy as these post-plant setups that TS likes to do, relatively successful. And Zeta's trying to push them. Zeta is trying to do some of the right things. It's just getting shut down. Team Secret having absolutely none of it. You can see how well prepared they are for this map. And even with Zeta knowing it was coming through, even though Carlisle talked about before this map that this was something they were expecting, that they had a great read, they still haven't been able to dial up an answer to Team Secret's Icebox.
Yeah, still 4 more rounds to go if they even want to take it over to overtime. Meanwhile, Team Secret wanting to avoid the same fate that they faced against RRQ, barely losing grip of that map, and eventually the best of 3 as well against one of their opponents in Week 1. Now, Secret will hold the Thrash in the hands of Uran, available for Zeta Division. Secret, I feel like they've been pretty content in the fact that they've eventually always been able to break through a site, so they'll see for the early rations. This time, though, a very different setup. You've got a couple of those deep Nano Swarms as well. Laz standing on top of the screens, going for that early pickoff. The first Nano Swarm trying to push them back. That allows Huron to peek right into the site, and now with 30 seconds left, Team Secret, they've already taken over green. They want to make the call. They realize this early Nano Swarm, something's not right about it. Jeremy's here just to sell the fake. The Jet trying to go for the dash as well, and Zeta has bitten onto the bait. They chop right through it, and Team Secret get a free B-site. Viper's Pit goes up, Spike will be planted, and Zeta Division will have to battle through the toxins to try to recover this map.
Good news is you do have the answer. One of the answers with that Thrash. And Deb's so good.
There it is, but Borkum still with the cover. Deb will be able to eliminate one from afar. He has to find the and he's not able to land the shots onto Borkum. He's on for the ace, but Jesse Vash will clean up from long range, and Team Secret will get the 13-8 victory in map 1 of their choice.
That's exactly what you expect out of Team Secret. Great preparedness for this map. Plenty of curveballs thrown their way. Their defender side looking clean, looking completely in control, completely understanding how Zeta wants to try to utilize this Gecko KO comp. Shuts it down once again, and better than last time, you can say that for Zeta, but still not nearly enough. It did not really ever feel like they were threatening Team Secret.
Well, we'll see if they can pull it back together in map 2, but for now, we send it back to the analyst desk to break down the actions from Icebox.
Team Secret proves why they are dominant on Icebox once again, winning their first map pick of their choice between the 3 with Zeta Division. Zeta Division, though, was doing a lot better this time around, but look, Secret, Icebox is theirs.
It's not 13-1.
Yeah, they talked about it on the cast. The bar was pretty low to be able to do better than what we had seen previously. And there was improvement. There was some better ideas, but for the most part, I mean, the thing that I was asking to see from Team Secret was NDG being there off the rip. He absolutely was. Some great moments from him on the Killjoy, but Borkum as well. Playing that Viper, looking very clean, especially at the end. I mean, nearly pulling off an ace to close out the map.
Actually, sometimes it's both of them, too. I mean, they had a lot of utility combos, and I think that's one of the things that kind of threw off ZETA Division a little bit. So many times we saw ZETA Division try to attack the A site, or even towards B. So you want to go in a little bit more cleanly, but Team Secret makes sure that it's always labored. You have these slight high lows and also like the way that they play off of timing. Whenever ZETA tries to go in for the plants, Team Secret, sometimes you'll have NDG swinging against Sugar Zero's toxic screen, and it just catches him off guard, and ZETA Division aren't quite able to find successful post-plant scenarios.
Yeah, we had a couple moments. I mean, it felt like it was starting off decently well for them when they got into post plants, not really just util dumping. Paper Thin was talking about it, that one of those B-side executes that they had, everybody just sitting back because they knew that Jeremy had that operator, they didn't want to give sightlines over. They also just didn't throw everything directly at the spike and then have nothing else to defend it with. There were moments like that, but still 50% on your post plants, not ideal. So still a lot to be workshopped here for ZETA Division on this map.
Another thing was also, I think, like around round 7 onwards or something, there was a second timeout from Coach Carlisle, and it was clear that they wanted a game plan to push, the main squad from ZETA Division towards the B site, leave Laz on lurks. However, throughout the whole map, Laz's lurks haven't really quite been effective because of Jesse Vash, because of Envy. You have a lot of these recon gaining abilities, like the Owl Drone from Jesse Vash, and they are always able to suss out ZETA Division's game plan. They're around with the Odin, the way they killed him. Envy landed some really nasty shots from A rafters as well. ZETA Division struggled a lot.
Yes, they did. The first half, especially the second half, they were trying to fight for all of those rounds. And this is the Team Secret that we want to see. We want to see Jesse getting all that info, like you were saying, Quack, reading them really well along the way. And Team Secret overall just looked really coordinated.
Yeah, it was a lot more coordination. A couple of oopsie moments there.
Yeah.
Envy stepping back into the snake bite when he had an opportunity to be able to clutch that round, but in the end, it didn't matter too much. He still put up a hell of a performance, and that was also something that was lacking a little bit more in the more recent Team Secret games, was Envy on the KO as well, kind of similar to Hirodon, looking a bit disjointed, looking very much not comfortable, because normally he has been the guy that is just punching through their opponents. And those last couple of matches, we weren't seeing that much presence from him. This was a very considered effort from everybody on Team Secret. Huge performances from Borkum, Envy, and NDG at the very beginning. And I mean, for the most part, Jeremy and Vash didn't have to do that much. They didn't have to have that really big, giga impact from the Jet, because everybody else was doing the jobs and winning out their duels so much. I mean, they pick up 13 rounds. They had 14 first kills. So for the most part, Team Secret was very regularly getting themselves early advantages and not letting those 5v4s get away from them. They were taking advantage of those early kills.
Very big team effort. It's like an orchestra, and Jesse Vash is the conductor. Everyone just plays their part. Even if it's not like some big solo performance, the whole team, everyone just chimes in along with the melody.
Now, Lotus is the next map. We were a little curious about this. We even discussed it with Carlisle. How are you guys feeling about going to Lotus, given what we've just seen on Icebox?
Last chamber, please.
I mean, for the most part, ZETA, I think, have looked good on this map. The main thing that I'm curious about, I'm curious about both. I want to know what are the secrets, what are the things they have hidden up their sleeves on the side of ZETA. But the bigger question, I think, is Team Secret going to keep running this comp? Because this guy has not been finding value. It has not looked comfortable at all for their team. And I think that, if they want to, Jesse has played Fade. He knows how to play Fade. I'd love to see him shift over to that, or just play the Sova here again. We're one of the few teams, even Calm wasn't necessarily running Sova on Lotus. He was still doing it, and they were finding a ton of value in the past when they were playing this map, because no one was really used to playing against the Sova on Lotus. His recon dart timings were catching people off guard. He knew crazy shock dart lineups like he always does. I would love to see Secret, if they want to try to close this in 2-0, pivot to either playing the Fade or playing that Sova.
I completely agree with you. And no, I don't think anyone should be playing Sova on Lotus necessarily, but if there's one guy who can, it's 100% Jesse Vash. He just plays Sova like no one else does, especially here in Pacific. We do have a game.
Oh God.
Oh yeah.
Back to that.
Yep, we have a game, guys, and it's about depth. It's about depth. And
we have whiteboards this time?
Yeah, it's whiteboards, so it's a little bit different. You get to write things. No
Okay.
inappropriate
Thank
drawings, please. I know you're prone to doing that. Quack, especially Quack.
What? Why me? What did I do?
All right.
That should be directed towards me, to be honest.
I know. The question is, will the total kill count for depth on map 2 be odd or even? Now, if you are deeply analytical, you should know the answer to this question. It's, on trend about 76.3 times a percent that depth gets an odd number of kills. Okay, so the viewers have chosen odd.
I don't have good handwriting for whiteboards.
I love that's your main concern.
I just... Yeah, I'm going to stop myself, because otherwise I'm going to end up writing something that I shouldn't write. Okay, I guess I'm good.
It's such a 50-50 thing.
Yeah, this is just...
There's no way to predict exactly.
You guys ready?
Yeah, let's just go for it.
Go for it.
Can you even see? Yeah.
I said even for that, too! The land kill record would be an even number. Well, I mean, he could also break it and
At
not by
50?
one.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
He could go to 49, he could go to 51.
I'm going to go for 58.
But I'm
Although
just
it
going to
could be
say
50.
even because there is no logic that can reasonably be applied to this question. I should have flipped a coin.
Yeah.
It's just map 2. I just coin flipped.
So explain yourself, Quack.
I just wanted to,
Be
write
different.
something weird. Yeah.
Well, most of the viewers agree with you. My answer is even. I hope I get bonus points for 48. I think we'll all be really happy here in Pacific.
He wasn't really hot on Icebox. Depth, he, tried to go in play star moments a little bit, but it wasn't quite there. Maybe Lotus will be different, but even if he does get a lot of kills, or not a lot of kills, how are you going to figure out if it's
I mean, the
gonna be
question
odd or
is, first of all, we had this
Exactly.
happen yesterday with Texture suddenly going on the Omen. As long as Depp stays on a duelist, I think...
Imagine if
kill
Depp
count.
played Sova on Lotus.
Do I have a coin
Hey,
right now?
42. His 42 kills was a Sova. You
Land
said.
kill record,
Yep.
here we come.
Yeah. Carlisle looks super excited for Lotus, and he looked the same way for Sunset last time we interviewed him, and then they pulled out the Chamber of Phoenix. So hopefully it's something a little bit similar now. But I agree with you, Achilles, too, that Sky is just not Jesse Bash's star agent, and yeah, maybe they could mix it up a little bit.
How I feel about this game.
You will also
You
have.
can't
How
even.
I can't even.
I can't even.
He just wrote.
I think we just missed it on
can't
camera, but
even. Yeah, we just missed it. Damn it! You should post that up.
my timing is so.
Tumblr.
Why is Chamber?
my God.
Jeff is playing Neon. Nothing matters. Screw the game. Doesn't
This is so
matter.
important.
Depp on Neon.
Also, Jesse's
Reds
playing
on
Fade.
Shiva.
He's doing it. Thank you.
Oh,
Okay.
this game is gonna be so good. This is great. This is everything that we've always wanted and more, boys.
How about the Neon?
Oh. All
Neon
right.
against the
And
Rays?
there's a Gecko with Hiroran also. So
Okay.
you can imagine how this is coming together in your heads.
This is
really
okay.
amazing, but I am a little bit worried because if you don't have the Rays, how are you going to control a Rubble for Zeta Division?
You shoot them in the head with a headhunter.
Yeah. It's
Then you TP away.
to quote an unwise man, it's an FPS game. You get shot, you die.
That's what it is.
And that could very well be the game plan.
Yeah. Or Depp just slides in there and
And the other thing is, how are you going to get a Rebel control when Laz's chamber is on the other side of it,
Headhunter.
regardless of attack or defense?
Zeta does start on defense, which will be interesting too with that Neon play. All right, we are ready to go into Lotus, our map 2 between these two teams. Let's go over to our casters. Are you excited for this matchup? William and Paper Thin.
Absolutely. As the desk said, I think everyone on both sides of these teams, they were waiting for this moment, right? Zeta bringing back some fan favorites, some classic trademark picks. Neon, a lot of people forget about Dep's Neon, but it's definitely one of his best agents. And then on the other side, the first time Jesse Vash and Team Secret will finally accept that Fade is a Tier 1 agent on Lotus.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to see changes from both teams. I'm really curious about this Gecko in particular. The rest of it I kind of have a good read on, but I mean, they were talking about A Rubble control, and certainly Laz can do that on his own. Yeah, no doubt about it. But what I'm expecting to see is some Dizzy relay bolt combos.
Sure.
Things like that could potentially also come into play to try to counter some of that fade raise utility that is often used to control that space. You could throw in some snake bites in there as well as a follow-up molly, but Laz with the headhunter, Sugar Zero with the paranoia.
Yeah, this is a trap set up through and through. He doesn't quite get spotted either. He's going to back out of it, but little do they know, there is step 2 and maybe even 3 to this to relay bolt. And of course, we're going to send the paranoia on as well, but NDG will get 2 from long range. Sugar Zero gets caught in the corner with the paint shells. Snakebite delays themselves as they're trying to just clear the close corners, but still it's just too many numbers. And Achilles mentioned it, NDG firing off right from the get-go. It is huge for Secret as he once again stands with a triple kill so far in the pistol. Hero run, just gonna tuck right behind the pillar, trying to isolate these 1v1s. They're not quite aware of his position, but Jesse Vash had an inkling. Now it's going to be the swarm in from above. It's the double. Jeremy quick with that one. Secret will be picking up the pistol for the first time this match.
Yeah, this is great stuff here from Secret, anticipating the position of Laz. Even though the Prowler doesn't connect, it's the lack of information that Team Secret is really good at using to their advantage. You saw it with the Haunt at the end of that round as well, where Jesse, still aware of the fact that the Haunt landing on the pillar, there could be a player underneath there, has to play a little bit cagey, not give over that kill to Hirodon at the end. And that is so nicely done. I'm also a little bit curious about when that paranoia was supposed to come out. Do you know what I mean? Didn't it feel like that paranoia was a little late?
Something about it. It just felt a little out of sync for sure, but it is going to be double outlaw. I think that's the real exciting part here for Secret. So even if they drop one, they'll have another one for the next. Now,
please show depth.
Now ZETA, they do
show the gun in his hand.
Yeah, that's right. We have all classics. You're right. Does he still have it in his hand?
There.
We're not going to keep our eye on there. The observers know that that's actually not the most interesting part about this round.
I disagree.
So we'll keep our eyes on to Team Secret. Now, while we have a bit of a lull here and we wait for the observers to please show depth, we will be seeing. Oh, we can kind of catch it.
You can see it. Look at the color of that. Yeah, that's that classic.
That's not a ZETA Division classic. A little bit of shout out to the new land map kill record holder on Aspas on Leviathan. Depp really making it aware that he knows what's going on. Around the other side, NDG, he gets one. We'll go for the reload after peeking out for a second. And now ZETA just putting pressure in through the revolving door. But overall, I mean, look at the positions. The spike is planted. Oh, a nice quick one for NDG on the retreat as well. Seems he's well adjusted to the stage now.
Yeah, you don't mind trying to go for a little bit of damage with that headhunter. You'd prefer maybe not to lose depth. I think you'd preferably like to die to the spike, but frankly, it looks like ZETA Division's going to go for it. NDG finding tremendous value watching the flanks for Team Secret. And Sugar Zero, he's good for one, not going to be good for another. And that is going to be the follow-up for Team Secret. Great choice here with those Outlaws. Really gave a ton of value. The way that they were able to find those angles, utilize that range off of the C site, really nice.
Yeah, curious to see how much that value snowballs forward though, right? Considering it was all classics on the side of ZETA Division, you've still got things like the Neon as well. Now, of course, you know, we were wondering how is ZETA Division going to combat Team Secret here as NDG looks comfy. Team Heretics, of course, one of the trademark Neon compositions in the recent days over here on Lotus. Also used the Gecko, but the big difference there is they don't use the Chamber. They still use the Killjoy for classic control of sites. So we'll see how much ZETA Division relies on Chamber as we see him holding C-side alone. This time it's going to the fast lane to divvy up Rubble, and then just early control of that corner. That's going to be the default take here on Rubble for ZETA Division with the Neon. Then they plant the Omen.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was kind of expecting to see. Dizzy into the snake bite, into the fast lane to take control of Rubble, to set up Sugar Zero on top, see if he can find any value, but gonna have to be backing off with this Prowler there. Isn't gonna connect onto him, might be able to catch some Team Secret members off guard.
Yeah, it's going to be the Paranoia that comes out, though. Mosh trying to hold them behind the toxic screen. Not sure if they quite heard Borkum. Shrouded stepping over onto Rubble. But ZETA, they won't take the risks. They have the buys right now. They've mostly got full armor. They want to make sure that they aren't giving too much of an economic advantage as we see Team Secret now holding patiently. They have the flank watched by the Killjoy util. They'll carefully clear one corner at a time.
And that smoke should give it away that this is a wrap towards Baby Door. And it needs to be Hirodon on a swivel. He's got to be alert for this.
Yeah, he thinks it might be a pinch, but there's just too many coming in through Baby Door. He's going for the spray, gets two. Back up there through the smoke. Uran will just hold the trigger as he gets one more. Only 2 members left alive for Team Secret. 25 seconds. Envy wants to try to play for the win. Wants to thin the numbers down. He'll find one right around the smoke dissipating. Depp trades back. just an outlaw in the hands of NDG. He will get picked off by Laz as they stabilize with their first round.
Yeah, this is just enough of a reaction there from Hirodon in time. And when that smoke is placed ahead of the mid door, like, you're kind of wondering, well, what the heck's going on? Like, why would they, if they're going to push A, usually you're going to smoke the back angle, not the front part of it. So, you know, ZETA there just barely recognized in time that it was going to be a pivot towards B from that position, and we're able to get a couple kills, and Team Secret just saying, well, this plant's going to be pretty dicey, so we might as well just see if we can find a few more picks, do a little more economic damage before we get down. But it's going to be full rifles. Already, though, a lockdown for NDG with that hot start that he's had. Hirodon able to get his ult as well, so it could be a little counterplay between those two. And Team Secret now going to slow up the pace, just really try to do what they do so well, and that's identify positions, identify weaknesses, see if they can get through the ZETA defenses. But ZETA, really tough to crack, especially with the Laz Chamber.
Yeah.
He has caused so many teams grief with that agent.
Yeah, and I mean, he's just content holding long range. We can see that right now. Just early check with Dizzy on Rubble, but they've saved most of their util here for the C side. And Team Secret, they're trying to figure out, you didn't util dump onto Rubble, what's the setup on the other side? They know that generally C-Site should be weaker without the Killjoy, as long as you're not getting picked off long range by that chamber. One spotted, but a jumping relay bolt, and that's the stun onto Jesse Vash. Two members double peeking out fast lane to cover their retreat, and ZETA will hold on to the site. 40 seconds left on the clock. The only answer really left open for Team Secret looks to be this B site, as Sugar Zero takes a couple hits through the box.
You got the trademark there to give you the info when they do play towards B, if they decide to go that way. Lockdown going to be used to ensure that they can get through, so not much ambiguity here. A smoke to try to delay this plan as much as possible. I like this so far from ZETA. They're buying a little bit of extra time to really wear down this lockdown.
And the Thrash used to clear the flank on Rubble first, but right now my eyes are on Borkum on the minimap over by C. Can he get a kill? As we see the rotates coming in from ZETA Division, Borkum's going to get the kill onto Uram, but Sugar Zero, they are quick for the rotate. Now Team Secret, do they choose to push out? B site never feels that safe. They'll keep Sugar Zero at bay. Now the remaining members, Wingman spots one, NDG here in Baby Door, Dep's quick on the follow-up. It's a 2-1 pinch over in from Heaven with Laz as well. The Thrash will be eliminated through the snake bite. Envy good for one. He actually gets the second, and Laz not able to swing back around. It's a 1v1, and Jeremy will clutch it up for Team Secret.
Yeah, this is a lot of good things for both teams, and that's why it comes down to a 1v1. I think ZETA handling this the best they can. A good early setup to make sure that they get that pick, but then the lurk from Borkum causes a bunch of chaos and confusion, and Sugar Zero took a ton of damage along the way. He'd actually gotten spammed through the wall a little bit even beforehand. Yeah, he's able to get the kill. Jeremy's going to have his showstopper as well, as you can see there on his screen, but that 1v1, usually Laz, very dependable in those situations, but this go around just couldn't quite steady the aim in a situation where he's usually so good, especially on, you know, his comfort pick of chamber. But so far, it has felt a little off for Laz. He looks a little bit kind of off kilter today. His shots hasn't been as crisp as kind of used to seeing.
Yeah, this is a tough part when you're so well known for an Asian and the way you play it, right? I mean, the standards are set so high because it's a prime win condition. But now Team Secret identifying, especially on an eco, if the chamber's not there, the site should be weak. It's an easy free entry onto C side. A little too many members for Jeremy. And Depp, he wants to help recover this rifle. He wants to make sure that they don't allow the plant to come through. Uran will be able to pick it up. He goes for two against a weak Envy. And that is the wraparound from Laz, a quick, thrifty ZETA Division.
Well, there you go. A great reaction from ZETA on this round. You know, Team Secret feeling like they can maybe just bully a site through with their better weaponry, and certainly they can get there, get the plant down, but it's a great timing on this retake. Some 6 shots, that opener from Depp, and then an immediate relay bolt, gain some space for his team. And then everybody doing their job. That rifle from Uran, worth its weight in gold for sure to get that double kill. And that could be one of those momentum shifters. They've got the fast lane, or excuse me, the overdrive for Depp. Showstopper's still available though for Jeremy as they go on to an eco. Let's see if they're going to try to invest it. Nope, Laz with an op.
Yeah, trying to peek out off of that Prowler, even suspecting that it's going to be the second member of the chamber potentially by that box. But it is that operator, and that's what Laz needed. A little bit of that confidence regained for the captain of ZETA Division. As he finds one kill, didn't quite connect the second one just yet against this eco buy from Team Secret. Only one stinger in the hands of NDG.
See if It is going to be the overdrive popped here by Depp. A lot of smokes coming in. Depp's going to scooch on close.
Creeps in against that smoke. Make sure they can't kind of caterpillar their way in even through the poison cloud. And now the snake bite to counteract that timing. And then, of course, the extra smoke over on the other side from Sugar Zero. So a good hold from ZETA Division so far. It's still 3 members. Uran's just going to hold that angle as his teammates help clear the haunt. Sure, the snake bites will do a little bit of damage against Laz, but not too much. And Depp just gets a bit of an inkling right around that corner. Will fire off. Jesse Mash, the only one remaining. Sheriff in hand, and that is a great dizzy from across the wall by Waterfall.
I've seen some really good combo plays with Hirodon and Depp between that Gecko and the Neon. He's doing a really good job setting up Depp there, or Depp even setting up for him sometimes with a quick jump out and a switch. But the dizzy allows Depp to get that little bit of extra comfort. Laz with an operator, certainly nothing you want to face as an opponent. He is generally pretty clean with it. Has a tour de force in the back pocket as well if things go south for them at any point. But there's that flawless win for ZETA. Now a bunch of ults available for both sides. Showstopper, Viper's Pit for the side of Team Secret. Everything but the Thrash for ZETA.
Oh, the
there it
overdrive
is.
popped. Yeah, they just want to go for the fast flank. They realize it's going to be a full A hit. They've got other ults for the retake as well, but a crucial win condition to hold on to the back of sight from Laz. He gets eliminated. Team Secret now have an opening to try to push through. ZETA pressed a bit more for time than they originally calculated. Now all 4 members coming in from the attacking side. NDG will be the first obstacle. Depp clears him from right around the corner. It's going to be a quick wraparound trying to clear this pit. It blocks off Tree entirely, and Depp is just going to be the aggro. He jumps all the way in and opens up so much space for the team, but the Viper still alive. They haven't quite cleared it. Showstopper online for Jeremy. He sends it. He'll find one. Envy eventually goes down. Jeremy down to another 1v1, and it's a triple kill for the duelist of Team Secret as they lead 4-3.
Whoa, I mean, it's a good idea from Secret to just try to flood that Viper's Pit, but that Showstopper gets a ton of value there, able to clear a player, actually gets tagged up by that op shot. You can see him at 15 health when Depp sprayed him down through the corner, but I mean, it's, you know, even though Laz gets the hit, it's a little bit delayed from him, still doesn't look fully comfortable yet, and Team Secret, because of that, able to get through onto the site, get their plant down, and get the win. I mean, Jeremy showing some heroics back on this raise, so comfortable on this agent. You can see why. Another fast push, but it's shut down by NDG.
Yeah, NDG has been on fire for Team Secret. So sturdy, so reliable for the Filipino squad. As he will get traded eventually in B main, but gains a lot of information, buys a lot of time. That's the Nightfall invested on to open up the site. But ZETA, they've refilled it. It's a flood right back in. 3 members on the site, creating a crossfire right around that smoke. And Hirodon finds one. Can he find the second on top of the box? No, Borkum. Good for the spray through the smoke. Now, all members of Team Secret, they've made their way into the site. Meanwhile, it's just a long-range hold by Laz. Tour de force online. Sugar Zero needs that kill. He gets one. Laz somehow gets it right through the wall. And from the shadows used, the reset in this 1v2 for Borkum, the clutch master for Team Secret.
Spike planted.
Follow up by Sugar Zero on the other side.
Oh,
Borkum,
so smart.
Yeah, he has so many angles to check now. The door opened already to draw aggro. This allows Laz to set up. It's just bait to draw him right on to the stairs, but he's being tucked right in around the corner. Senses that it could be this extra level play, and Borkum reads it. He finds one. He knows the other was by the switch, and now the smoke to cut off Sugar Zero. Sugar Zero's been red. He's been spotted, but he makes his way through. Both not at full health. The wraparound from Borkum. Sugar Zero's trying to hold the half, and it's Borkum time once again here at VCT Pacific.
A lot of individual outplays for Team Secret coming up huge. Kind of came down to timing, but Borkum so aware, so smart, the veteran player. That veteran presence coming through for Team Secret towards the end of this round. Really understanding that situation. There's that Dizzy Neon combo trying to be set up, but NDG playing a nice anti-flash position, able to at least get the first. And then Sugar Zero thinking that maybe...
Decided to just say it now. Remind everyone. It's been a while since we've heard it.
I like it. Yeah, no, I mean, hey, let them know, man. Let them know.
Yeah, the clock was broken for a little while, but it's back. And right on time for Secret, leading towards an ever-important win. Already down 0-2 on the scoreboard. I mean, suffering from that Alpha Group curse where no one but Gen G was able to take home a match victory just yet. And of course, the ruling seats, you need minimum 2 wins
to even contend for a playoff spot regardless of the standings in your own group.
Yeah, and that's why the desk was talking about it earlier today, that today is a must-win. You know, Quack was on point, man. This feels like so much pressure on Team Secret, but this is when they tend to really level up their gameplay, when things are kind of on the line. You know, certainly there is that revenge factor where they want to come back and get the win over ZETA, who is the team that knocked them out of going to Champions last year. No doubt about it, that's in your mind. And as ZETA, you know, trying to build some momentum, trying to get these rookies more and more experience, trying to see if you can get them to go over to an international event with you and really learn from some of the best in the world. Already satchel down for Jeremy, taking easy Rubble control.
Yeah, and a good recognition that this fight over from ZETA, it's not lethal against Rubble, right? It's just about taking over that space with the Neon, so you're kind of safe to dive all the way in deep into the corner. No fear of the paint shows. It's a fast hit onto Tree as well. ZETA, the backup is here, but the Prowlers have spotted them. It's going to be the Paranoid to hold them at bay. The fast lane just about stops the push. Now 3 members on site, on top of Heaven as well. Team Secret, they've got a lot of angles to clear. They spot Sugar Zero up top, and Sugar Zero going to go for the double. Straight right back, but Urat not able to quite land a kill onto the second one. He will get eliminated. Now down to a 2v2 after a quick skirmish, but a deep push in from Jeremy with only 39 HP. He's going for the flank all the way around. Last gets one. Are they wary of this? It seems they are just busy trying to clear. They're going to have to clear Tree. They're going to have to clear Drop as well, as the spike is planted so deep. They're so afraid of it. They have no idea about this wraparound. Jeremy, oh, right on the timing. They check Drop and say he's not there. An instant double swing back.
That's unbelievable awareness there from ZETA. Just fantastic game sense being shown by both teams. You know, we saw it from Borkum in the previous round. Now we're seeing it from ZETA as well. An interesting fight there that Team Secret wins with their heavy numbers advantage, but the fact that ZETA is able to evenly trade there, set it into a 2v2, really benefits them. Good hold there from Hirodon on that angle to set up Laz for the op shot as well, but really that one just comes down to positioning and gunplay, and it is this time going to be ZETA that's able to find the win and put the economy of Team Secret onto the back foot. They are now on Stingers, Sheriffs, and a shorty as well for Jesse Vash. So the B hit going to be the desired option. Just Udon right now trying to buy a little bit of time.
Oh, okay, got spotted, but Paint Shells was out, and Uran's going to get an easy double spray right as the toxic screens come right back up. Masking his escape, backup has arrived as well. And you mentioned it, I mean, with the short-range weapons, B-site was your best bet, but now you have so much space to re-clear. Secret surely just hoping to cut noise, try to get some contact close by. Maybe pick up a weapon upgrade.
And it feels so good when it's just one player that could shut down a push like that. If you're ZETA, like, definitely building a little bit of confidence for them coming into this. Hirodon not going to be seeing this as the door will, of course, reveal the presence of Team Secret, making their presence known towards the A site. Just going to see them pass through and see if they can get a plant down successfully. Looks like ZETA is going to allow that to come through. Not really keen to try to go for the retake, try to prevent this.
No, there is that lockdown as well, right?
That's
so
true.
Does it come online is a big question. Thrash already used to try to clear out Rubble from long range, so now a good recognition that it should be mostly all in the site. But you've got Drop and you've got Heaven Control. It's going to be the lockdown on a timer. ZETA, they have to start pushing for this. A Paranoia Master approach, but the alarm bot will spot it. It's going to be a quick spray from Depp, but a nice trade from Envy up top. They just have to stay alive for this lockdown to go through. NDG, he needs to protect it with his life. And while 3 members will be detained, ZETA Division will clear the site.
Yeah, Laz swoops in. Everybody else did all the dirty work, and Laz comes in and gets all credit. No, I'm just kidding. Just send it over to Sugar Zero there, as Laz has an operator and some extra cash in hand.
I mean, he was sprinting for it, that's for sure, man. He was like, oh, we got 2 more rounds.
Good job, guys.
Yeah.
That was all according to my plan. Like, yeah, thanks.
Yeah, it was pretty funny to watch getting that half done, though, and just a snap decision, right? Quite frankly, sure, you could sometimes wait for that. You still have the numbers advantage, you have the weapons advantage, but not wanting to risk it to the last wire, they just decide to push in and pressure the weak weaponry of Team Secret. Now tied 5-5 as we see another rifle buy come back for Team Secret.
And I don't mind the gamble with the lockdown at all from Team Secret due to the fact that there's only a couple rounds left in this half. You're extremely unlikely to get that lockdown online again anyway. Might as well go for it. Just see if you can really sneak a debilitating around away, but again, NDG getting the better of Laz.
Yeah, this time just swinging out from the side that Laz was not quite expecting. Sure, you saw the flick over. He's always ready for it. But a bit of a misread on the positioning from Team Secret. And now the default of Team Secret able to reset. Pit already committed to hold on to the backside of CS. He saw a lot of Yuto coming their way. But with this reset, you already took out the operator. You heard the Pit over. Potentially by that C side.
A's
Team
free.
Secret.
Well, you thought A was free.
Yeah.
Now you're
yeah.
starting to get the shift over from ZETA, but you can see that Team Secret not getting any contact. They're going to try to sell a bit of a B fake
yeah,
potentially.
I like that.
Yeah, so this is the same smoke they used when they cut through to the baby door towards the B site earlier in this half. So it's all going to be on to Depp. He is going to have to go absolutely huge here if ZETA is going to have a really favorable retake, at least an even retake.
Yeah, he has to take him down. I mean, maybe 2 members at least for the trade.
30 seconds.
He's ready for 1, but it's the showstopper. He gets it. Then there's the Poison Cloud. There's the Relay Bolt. The Shrouded Step comes in, but he's good for 2 at the minimum. That's what we talked about. He evens it back down to a 3v3. Only 15 seconds. 1 member has to stick the plant. Snake Bites coming through. It's not really ticking down on anybody just yet. They planted further out. Paranoia to create some space. Duran now onto the site. They're all coming in from defender spawn, trying to get the spray through the wall. He doesn't get the kill just yet. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but NDG good for a 3rd kill in the round. Sugar Zero all alone. He's good for 3. Gets the double, and ZETA will finally take the lead away.
Oh, this map is delivering. We've got Borkum time. We've got Sugar Hero. Everything going the fans' way on this one. A very close. So far, Lotus 6-5 now in favor of ZETA. I mean, very few players in the world can do what he does in these situations. I mean, getting that showstopper just out of the hand, able to flick over off of that blast pack. Insane stuff from Depp. Oh, Jesus, that's so nice. That just feels good when you land those. But 3 in a row for ZETA. Can they make it 4 to close out the half? They do have the overdrive, not the most impactful ult, but sometimes if players get a really good feel for it.
Oh, it's a push out again. Secret, I don't know if this is intentional, if they've read this or not. It happened last time, but now they're trapped across. There is going to be the Paranoia. It hits onto everyone from ZETA Division. They have to back out. The Relay Bolt will cover their reset. Still a rifle in the hands of Depp as well, so he's happy to continue fighting until the fuel runs out for that overdrive. That energy now ticking down all the way from 10. But it slows down Secret's approach. Now Secret, happy to have just not lost any members on that push. They were waiting for a pinch from B as well, so preparedness on the side of TS.
Yeah, and all of Jesse Vash's armor gone. That's the slight win that ZETA is going to find out of that. Not the most, again, sometimes not the most impactful ult in the world. Some players very, very good with it. Like you said, Heretics, you know, they can do some serious damage with that. Sugar Zero, speaking of serious damage, just took a whole bunch. Gonna have to back way off once again. Depp trying to slide over to help.
Yeah, and he's here past the smoke, ready for another sliver of an angle, and he's good for yet another double kill. Resets onto Borkum's head. Now the site given over to Team Secret, but it's a 4v3 for ZETA Division. Laz, of course, with an operator, but still has a headhunter. They're going to push out with the Nightfall. They get the tag only onto 1, but there's 3 members. It's a swing out from Huron. He gets 1. The setup is there. The double swing back out. Sugar Zero will pick that one up. And now Jesse Vash, the IGL, all alone against 4 members of ZETA Division. He cannot land the first kill, and ZETA will lead at the half 7-5.
I mean, I don't mind what Team Secret wants to do here. It's just ZETA so quick to react now. They're finally, it feels like getting their feet underneath them, getting the speed of the game underneath them, getting their shots to connect a little bit more consistently. I mean, it helps when Depp is putting up crazy good double kills to slow down these executes of Team Secret, to even up or give ZETA the advantage in the numbers in those situations. Certainly a big part of it, but really a lot of those moments came down to just who was in the right position at the right time, who could outthink who in some of those crucial 1v2s, 1v1 situations like that. And both of these teams full of veteran, smart players, tremendous players who have had experience at the international levels as well, were able to kind of duel each other so well. And that was a treat, that first half.
I mean, it was just great to see both teams rejuvenate, kind of answering back and forth, right? And that's all you ever really want from a good match of Valorant. Of course, for the fans out there, you might be cheering for one side or the other, but you want to see teams challenging each other. And curious to see if Team Secret will be able to answer back, as, I mean, the pickups of Neon for Depp and Chamber for Laz, that alone seems to give them so much more
relaxation, the leisure on the side of ZETA Division, right? Where you have the Neon for the fast rotates, you've got the Chamber to anchor down for a bit longer, you have trust in him even though the numbers aren't looking so great. And so they've been comfortable trying to get the read ahead of Team Secret, but now they have to take the initiative. And there's going to be a little more pressure on Laz to open up space on the other side of the map when his team is working one of the sites.
And generally what Laz has been really, really good at is being able to be left alone. Now, you see this a lot, and people might kind of meme on it on Icebox, that it's like, oh, it's a 1-4 split, it's always Laz by himself. But it actually works on Lotus. Like having Laz on his own, because he's traditionally so impactful with this Chamber, with his Headhunter, able to lock down some space. You know, the desk was just talking about this, who's going to take Rebel control. We're on this attacker side. You know, you're just going to leave that up to Laz. You know, get the shot, TP out. If he doesn't find it, that's fine. He's at least bought some attention, bought some time. Depp, like you mentioned, so comfortable on this Neon. He's so quick to react off of contact with his own shots, with his own relay bolts, things like that. Is what makes him such a fearsome foe when he busts out this rare agent that, other than Miniboo, not many other people play in the world.
Yeah, it's been fairly quiet. We've seen some attempts, and I feel like we'll see another resurgence, of course, with a couple of these teams picking up after Miniboo on Team Heretics. But for now, Depp back in another comfort role. And the trademark having to be placed in A lobby on the A side, so ZETA Division wanting to put a little bit of extra pressure on C, see if they get a reaction. Laz not able to land the shot again. And ZETA Division, now they've been kind of red, so they're going to double back, and they're going to hedge their bets on the fact that Team Secret's actually going to react on this, right? The rendezvous out, thinking that ZETA will have to go for a fast hit onto C. You see the pings from Team Secret onto the C side, but ZETA, they read right through this. They say, you think you've pushed us all the way to the other side, we will double back with 30 seconds left.
This is phenomenal awareness here from the side of ZETA. Felt the trap onto C. You know, there was going to be the ping off of the turret into the snake bite, and it never came through because Depp, tremendous vision to kind of sniff that out and then back right off. Here comes the fragment, excuse me, the paint shells in from Jeremy. Jesse pushing in.
Spike has been planted though. And now with that smoke, Jesse Vash's position not looking so great. It has to be a quick flood in from heaven. Meanwhile, you do have Borkum ready by Baby Door to start to pressure in, to try to pinch in. The Haunt gets eliminated instantly. It's peaks from all around, and Depp swings right under heaven. You hear about the pinch coming in, over from Baby Door, and ZETA is ready for it. 4 members left alive, and a pistol goes back to ZETA Division.
Yeah, so 3 out of 4 of the pistols actually going ZETA's way so far here today, even though couldn't really find much extra on the back of it onto Icebox. Here, once again, reading the map really well. This all just came down to that mid-round call from Laz to say, okay, I lost this battle, but they're pulling away. Let's shift over to A. It's probably going to be relatively open, and it was completely open. Able to get that plant down, set up those great crossfires. Not much util left on that retake for the side of Team Secret. The Haunt not really finding much value, so trying to find that wallbang angle. Usually this is an Odin, but you know what? The Guardian's got high pen. Why not go for it?
Heck yeah. I mean, you make do with what you got. And it is a heavy investment, speaking of the Guardian, on the side of ZETA Division. Double Bulldogs, but a Phantom and a Guardian to boot. So really looking to make this round in their favor. Now Laz, no other weapons, just a Ghost upgrade in his hand, kept over. So he will be the one holding the flank. Even if he drops a weapon, it's not the end of the world. Gets one shot through the wall. But Laz, we haven't seen the crispness, you know, the quick 2 taps for the double kills, things like that. But again, it's the same read. They push out, that means they have to be ready just for contact play. If we can push through and fight, we win. This is the side that's going to be weaker. The other side might be ready for a trap as ZETA reclaims instant control of Rubble.
Yeah, this is really smart stuff from ZETA. And again, even though Laz hasn't been crisp just yet, he's still able to make some good IGL calls. Try to send this wingman through. Depp on in. Plant, is it going to come down? Yep, it's going to be allowed.
Yeah, it's going to be a double stack here, though. Jeremy trying to push out for the rifle upgrade, but he gets picked off instantly. Laz not allowing for that to fall into the hands of his enemy. Sight given over to Team Secret, but they do have the angle here in the post plant. Borkum's going to start to defuse a little bit off angle. They're not quite aware of this, that he's behind that wall. They have to be able to spam through it. They have no idea. They finally get him as they go for the approach. That was a close call for ZETA.
I thought he had it. I thought he had it.
Absolutely. I was getting scared.
I know, dude. I didn't see much space left at the end of that bar. I would love to see like a replay, just like showing us how much was actually left on there when they got the kill. It was not much, but just barely they're able to get their heads on. There we go. There's a good head under shot. That's what we need to see. Maybe now that'll get Laz fired up, getting the triple. Couple picked up with that Bulldog as well, but too close for comfort, if I'm being honest. That's a round that almost did not go ZETA's way, but making good reads, you can say that about this so far. Can use a toxic screen for a fast V hit, and bypassing all of this Killjoy utility is death.
Oh my, he goes deep in, and he finds Jesse Bash right as the Prowler's coming out, blasts through both the pet and the owner. Team Secret now down a member. Toxic screen on the right side as well. This makes this B post plan hold a little bit easier as Sugar Zero holds right below the steps, and that will continue on for a triple kill. ZETA Division turning up the pace once again. This is the revitalization a lot of fans looked forward to from week 1, and we're seeing it here on map 2 today.
And all this came down to, in a way, was a couple smokes. It came down to the toxic screen in the fast lane to completely fool the Killjoy utility. The turret never pops, so the Nano Swarm at the front of B never gets popped either. That allows Depp to go through completely undetected. Jesse Bash was throwing a Prowler by the time that Depp is right in his face, just breaking things open.
Gotta go fast.
Yeah.
Gotta fill up that evidence. Jesse Bash, he's gonna rethink that position. Jeremy trying to make his escape. Will finally break through that door. It's another fast hit onto Rubble. This time, I mean, look at this pace change as well. ZETA oftentimes giving that Rubble control over and just Laz holding it. This time it's a fast hit. And with these 4-round beginnings, Team Secret will have a lot to consider in the coming rounds. It's going to be a hit onto Borkup, but they are aware that there might be backup. So there's the Paranoia. It's a quick clear of the site by Sugar Zero. Laz holding close. Jeremy actually finds him with the classic. Depp is still by Rubble, trying to make sure that there isn't a weapon upgrade, but Jeremy gets another with a classic. That is 2 rifles going over to Team Secret, now in a 4v3. This is very doable, even though Sugar Zero gets the trade. The rifles are still coming in from A main. All the way up by stairs, it's a triple stack, trying to use the toxic screen, Uran. Just pinching right against where that Nano Swarm was thrown. Sugar Zero holds the crossfire, it's a good double swing. Just Guardian in the hand there, but it's still 2 members. Huron waiting and drop, and Jeremy might have a sniff of this as he realizes there's no peek out from Huron, and he tries to get the spray, but he thinks it might be Tree. He's going for it. He doesn't have time for the tap. He has to stick it at this point. No time. Sure, he gets the read, but that is going to be the round going over to ZETA Division.
The only thing that concerns me, well, there were a couple things that concerned me in that round for ZETA, if I'm being brutally honest.
You mean losing to a classic 2 times in a row?
Yeah, that's not the best. I mean, look, credit where credit's due. Jeremy's having a great map despite the scoreboard.
Yes.
Jeremy has been playing as best as he possibly can. Just finding great timings and great positioning around this toxic screen to pick up these 2 kills. I don't like that swing up from Huron. There's no reason to, when you've got that player at drop as well, to not just wait that out for someone to come around that corner and try to either double swing them. If they come from the other side and they get you, so be it. You've got that player held at drop to get the pick. I understand with the timing that it kind of didn't matter at that point. You might as well go for it, go for the push out. But still, you know, you probably could have gotten through that a little bit cleaner there as ZETA, but now you do have to dig into a timeout here for Team Secret because this has been a very ZETA-centric half. As they are,
absolutely.
Yeah, racking up tons of rounds here as they are starting to steamroll through this map. And as good as Icebox was for the side of Team Secret, it has been all ZETA, it feels like, ever since the attacker's side began.
Yeah, and of course, this is going to be, if we count the first half, 8 rounds in a row. Team Secret, we'll see what they have prepared. You know, thinking back to the map draft, I was thinking the Lotus pick over the Sunset seemed like a smart choice from ZETA, considering we all know, the whole world knows, how prep-heavy Team Secret can be. So bringing out a map you haven't shown yet here in Stage 1, the Sunset, it was only once, but you showed the new comp. You don't want to risk that in map 2, potentially getting closed out early. You want to make sure that you bring it back here and then face off fair and square in map 3. And ZETA's poised for it, only 1 point away from map point, leading all the way to the decider of Sunset.
But this is, again, when ZETA is at their best, when they're cooking, when they're coming up with some unique comps. I mean, yes, of course, there are teams that run the same comp, but it isn't very common, and they kind of pioneered a lot of this early. A lot of damage being taken on the way through.
Oh, slide out off of the Paranoia. It doesn't matter if he has been debuffed. He will go for the kill, draw that crosshair. A nice trade from Sugar Zero, shutting down Envy before he hits up too much. And now it's a 3v3. Jeremy had that operator. He's prepared for it. He reads from the shadows, and that actually gets taken out a little bit too early. ZETA Division not buying the time they would have wanted off of that deep lurk from the Omen. So Laz, he's got to have to hold the long angles. Now he's been pushed off of that box. There's the showstopper. It spots them both, but neither of them die. Goes right above their head, all the way through the wall, and Laz is ready for the trade with a shorty. Uran covers his back. It's still a 2v1. And Borkum, there just might not be enough time. He's going to try to swarm the spike. He puts the smoke up, but is he aware of the wraparound Uran? He actually falls off of it and backs away, giving him space to work with. An incredible clutch from Borkum, but perhaps the ZETA division getting a little pressed from the timer.
I'm speechless. That round I felt like was going to go both teams' ways multiple different times. I mean, because it's just this great start from Envy to put a ton of pressure in. This TP doesn't work, and I'm like, all right, favorite Team Secret, but then they get 2 miraculous kills. You know, what a read there with the positioning of the rendezvous for Laz, kind of catching Team Secret in a spot that confused them initially, and then the backup from Uran, and I'm like, okay, they've got this. And then they fumble that ending. Borkum again coming up big, but in my mind, that's frankly ZETA kind of messing up, not really understanding the positioning of where he could be, and Jeremy just hits him through the smoke.
The tracers a little too bright there for ZETA division, as Uran will get taken out. That's the toxic screen eliminated, and any of that default pressure that you can put on to rotate around the map is gone. So ZETA, now they feel like they have to push in. Depp is good for the slide, but they've already lost the Omen as well. No smokes left on the side of ZETA. It's all up to Depp to try to open up the site. Going to be a close range. Pain Shell's trying to buy that time, and Depp knows exactly the timer on that operator. Got to prepare the next shot. It's a triple kill for the Neon. Now he's taking space over by stairs as well. Tree and stairs covered by ZETA division. The retake's going to be a tough one. As Envy quietly creeping in. Depp, does he have a timer on this? He does. Perfect as well as he hears the toxic screen coming back up. And it's going to be Laz to finish off the round. Map point secured for ZETA division.
Okay, I mean, ZETA is, you know, Depp pretty good at the game. That's what I gotta say about that round.
That was all Depp for sure.
That was all Depp. This is all Depp all the time. I mean, that initial kill he gets is beautiful, and then as soon as he heard that operator shot, he's like, yep, I'm gonna push this corner. I know how that gun works. I use it all the time.
Hey, nice.
What are you gonna do against that? I mean, he's just so fast, so furious, so accurate with a Vandal.
Yes.
With that's another thing
with
about
a Vandal
this.
on the Neon.
Yes. Most people are gonna be like, I'm gonna use the Phantom. A little bit more stabilization while you're sliding. Depp's just so good he can use the Vandal. An attempted C-Snake combo there, and it is just gonna give some extra space here for TS, and they're not backing off of this. They do have the trademark in the back, but they still might catch players, but the presence revealed.
Yeah, now ZETA, they're gonna choose just go into the site. They feel that they can trust the Odin to hold this flank. Chamber coming back out as well. The Nightfall will push them away from Baby Door, so Uran gonna be caught there in the corner, but Laz and Depp get a kill each, and now Uran, he's just happy to hold that spray, trying to keep them at bay. They just cannot pinpoint this Odin. It's creating so much space and chaos, and that will be a flawless for ZETA division as they bring home map 2, 13-6, taking us to a decider on Sunset.
Okay, both teams getting their map picks. Now we really get to see how much preparation Team Secret's been able to do. We saw the Sunset obliterate GE, and there's a lot to talk about with that map coming up, and you have to be starting to feel like momentum, map pick, starting to lean ZETA's way.
Yeah, I mean, Coach Carlo talked about how he expected this draft to go, so surely they were ready to bring the Sunset back out. But Team Secret, not one to scoff at when prep is there. So now tied at 1-1. Let's hear the opinions on the analyst desk from the second map.
Oh, you want our opinions? Oh, we got opinions, as we always do at the analyst desk, but ZETA division takes Lotus in a spicy, crazy banger of a game here. But from the Neon to the Chamber to Jesse Bash on the Faye.
We'll see it in a second.
Yeah, we'll wait until we get the stat card up.
It definitely worked on the attacker side, especially you can see all their plans coming into fruition on that second half.
Yeah, I mean, it was, again, a little bit of a slow start for ZETA. It looked like that was going to get away from them, maybe have like a 6-6 half, maybe even be 5-7, but we're able to rally back and get the advantage in the end of it all, and then that attacking side. I mean, Secret, I think that they probably scrimmed against Neons on attack in the past, but they were not ready for some of the pacing that ZETA were throwing at them. That one round, I mean, just Depp sprinting all the way through B, getting himself up top, around towards the vendor spawn, and just catching Jesse util in hand. Time and time again, he was not ready with his util. He was not ready for this aggression that was going to be coming through. It was astounding at times there from ZETA, and those attacking rounds were just so clean. I mean, a couple wonky ones, nearly letting the fuse get through a couple rounds ago, but they managed to get it in the end, and I mean, 13-6, this was a dominant showing in the end.
It inspires a bit of confidence, I will say that. I mean, at the start, ZETA was still quite shaky. Laz was... Same wasn't quite as fresh or as crisp like Howard Castros, but it felt kind of stale or like mealy, like one of those like apples that aren't so nice. But yeah, I mean, as it came through, you know, ZETA started to recover. However, I will say this for Team Secret: I am deeply sorry, Jeremy. You're not just a child. He was able to clutch up some pretty big rounds, got a lot of multi-kills in the first half. But then as you go over in the second half, that's when Depp really shines.
Yeah, I mean, 342 on the ACS, it was magical to see him on the Neon. We haven't seen him playing in a little bit. And now with Sunset on the horizon, we might just get to see him play Phoenix as well. So an incredible performance from there. But, you know, I got to say, I didn't realize, Secret, you know, there were some criticisms about only making one roster move in the offseason. I didn't realize that they had Jemkin 2.0 on this squad.
Yeah.
0 and 17 from Jesse Vash. I wanted to see him play the Fade. I have nothing nice to say. This was a 24 ACS performance, caught regularly with util in hand. I wanted to see him go over to this because it's a lot more standard now on Lotus, but clearly the practice just is not there.
I do wonder, because of how unexpected ZETA was playing here in a tempo that they normally don't play in, with a comp they normally don't play on, and Depp doing things like this, it's possible that Jesse Vash was just so busy trying to, you know, pick this apart, make those calls, and, you know, instead of you know,
you can't exactly, you know, throw out your haunts and seizes and prowlers when you have a really fast player running right underneath your nose, and it's just really tough to work against that. There were even rounds on the first half where ZETA tries to push out on the defensive side, especially around C. You know, they kind of just forego A rubble control that way, and it sometimes works out great for Team Secret, but more often than not, he's just not quite able to get the information, not quite able to work the game plan that he wants. So it was a little bit tough for Team Secret in this one.
Yeah, it definitely was, and that's why Carlisle just looks so happy. And it's like, it's such a tell at this point that he has got something up his sleeve, and he usually proves to be completely correct when he's really excited here with us in Tactic Bear. Depp on Neon, you mentioned Achilles. He's played the Neon before, but honestly, the way he plays, and given his history and background of all the different titles that he's played, Neon just seems like a natural fit. I would love to see him like head in head with Mini Boo actually one of these days. And how many kills did Depp get is the question, because we had that guess and game.
One too many.
One too many. Yep. So it was 23 kills. 23 kills. It was not 48 kills, as we were hoping.
Oh
49.
no, I lost the coin flip.
I know. You did. You're terrible.
The audience got it right,
I'm
too.
terrible, too. I should know, actually.
The audience is moving to Ascendant. Oh, God.
The audience?
It's our audience.
The Timmies.
And
the little Timmies are doing so well.
Oh.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, what are the rest of us doing?
If the audience gets to Radiant before us,
that would be awesome.
you guys are cooler than us. I'm going to give you guys that. You are all, so you definitely are better than us.
We will bow down.
Back down to silver, Achilles.
No,
like,
you know, it's fine.
It's fine.
Completely fine.
Rank doesn't matter.
Do we get? What's
I
the
mean,
next
it is just literally a coin flip, so I can't really be frustrated or expect to win it when it's something like that.
It's not skill-based.
Yeah.
It's not tactical.
It is what it is. But
yeah, it is. You should own it. You should be like, it totally is. What rank are you now? Flat. Okay. But it's okay. It is. Look, one thing we all knew was that as long as he stayed on a duelist, he'd probably get a whole bunch of kills. So he did. Now we're looking at Jeremy. You know, Jeremy wasn't too bad either. Honestly, at many points, Jeremy was the one who was just making sure that they carried forth through the round, or maybe saving that gun, or helping, you know, take away from ZETA's economy in some rounds.
Yeah, precisely. There were these rounds, especially in the first half, when he's able to kind of hold the game post-plant. he got a lot of multi-kills, and it just shows that he's not really cracking under pressure. There were rounds where even if Depp is trying to run against him, even if there's a lot of utility being thrown, he knows how to work his position and just kind of swings around the left and the right side very stably, and you know, opponents aren't quite able to get that wide swing against him. So great job by Jeremy. He was able to recover. Now the question is, can this performance keep up? Because Sunset is going to be a tough map. ZETA, they had a 13-1 against Global Esports last week. But then again,
it's a very different team.
Yeah, very different team.
I mean, here's what I'll say for Secret. I don't think that this is necessarily over. I don't think that, you know, the performances on Lotus is enough to crush them. Because if nothing else, while Jesse Vashi had an abysmal performance on that fade, this guy is a veteran. He has played multiple esports at the highest level. So if anybody is going to be able to mentally recover from a brutal loss like that, it should be him on that squad. So he needs to be the guiding light and the one that's getting the rest of the team rallied around him and refocus in as they get ready to go into Sunset. They've been able to look at how ZETA like to play that map. They probably had a sneaking suspicion that it was going to be left open, depending on how the map draft shook out with them being Team A or Team B. So they should have been prepared to play this one. So how does the study and the practice get put into play? That's what I want to see.
Yeah, 100%. We were curious about this map coming through, that they banned Ascent instead of Sunset. They surely have a reason for it, Quack.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have studied last week's games, and that's what I'm curious about. Is it going to be a slightly different composition? We've never seen much from Team Secret on this map, only like in kickoffs once, just one time. So is it still going to be that kind of fade player? Is it going to be Gecko? And of course, you're going to expect great things from Envy, and of course, Jeremy back on the race still. But is that going to be enough to deal with ZETA Division and their really, like interesting composition? You got that Phoenix, and it's doing really great stuff, especially with the curveball timings at times. Opponents aren't really able to react as Depp flashes.
Well, we are going to find out right now exactly what these two teams are going to play, and I do hope to see ZETA Division continue with the Laz on the chamber. That's always proved to be a success for them. But how is Team Secret going to counter ZETA Division's very strong Sunset?
I don't think they need to do, overly much, and I think that kind of sticking with what they have shown in the past is widely going to be a good decision. I mean, we've seen that there has been an immense amount of value for Sova players on this map. You can really come up the works, really slow things down, especially on that defender side. Stop those advances from coming through and get good info with that Sova. So I think that this is going to be maximum comfort for Jesse, but you also have tools like that Breach to just further help you hear that run it back coming through the Phoenix, send out that fault line, send out that aftershock, cut off one of those alleyway access points so that he can't just go, rushing into a site and picking people apart. So I think that there's good tools here for the side of Team Secret. They're going to be starting on the attack, mind you, but I think there are good tools for Team Secret when they do go over to the defender side to really slow things down here and try and deny, as many advantages from ZETA Division as humanly possible.
It's exactly that same composition. So like what Achilles is saying, it all comes down to that game plan, and we've seen great things from them before. They will be able to control A lot, especially with that Rolling Thunder from Envy, a lot of initiating capabilities.
Well, if we like to see Laz on the chamber, we're always happy to see Jesse Vash back on the Sova. We're going to go to the third and final map of this series between Team Secret and ZETA Division. Let's go over to our casters.
Sunset it is, map 3 between ZETA Division and Team Secret. Team Secret definitely a bit more desperate for a match win to try to put themselves on the board in Alpha Group. And ZETA Division bringing out this fun and unique composition that they cooked up here while Masters Madrid was going on. Phoenix for Depp, Chamber back for the Laz. Now, last time they played this against Global Esports, there wasn't the Breach, there wasn't the Cypher on the other side. So we'll see how they deal with that here against Team Secret.
Yeah, and so what Team Secret's going to have to be aware of is that there were a lot of trap plays set up around the Phoenix, around the curveball, and even using Hirado and Sova utility to actually back it up, set it up in some cases as well. They're really good at playing off a contact off of this. One thing that I did notice going back into the VODs was that mid-control is often left completely open because of the nature of this composition, and I love that Secret's already trying to take advantage of it.
Yeah, they're trying to pile through a market, rather, and they will try to get in, but they get stopped instantly as Depp provides backup from afar. Year-end refills that area. Jesse Vash will try to clear out the site, but it's just one too many members. Now he's getting pinched from both sides, and ZETA Division, they don't lose a single beat as they take the pistol round.
But I like the idea from Team Secret in terms of watching the video, watching the prep, seeing what space is given up by ZETA, and it's really hard to contest the front of A main, the front of B main with this composition that ZETA has on their defender side because of these combos they can set up with the Phoenix, because of those curveballs and the angles you can take. But it's great protocols, great reaction here from ZETA, expecting potentially a market push, and they just collapse on it and shut it right down. So both teams doing a great job understanding each other, but it's ZETA with the better reaction, and now they're able to go into yet another pistol round win. That's 4 out of 5 for ZETA on their pistols. Laz with the Outlaw going to be holding this down.
Good. It's a wide swing, but he catches both.
Down B.
He's recovered it. He's back in absolute prime form. Gets the double. I mean, a valiant attempt from Team Secret. What else are you going to do when you know that there's the potential for the Outlaw? You know that there's going to be that long range. You go for the wide swing. You try to get the trade. But it's Laz that you're up against.
Yeah, and then you're going to go to the other side of the map and you're going to run into this curveball paranoia combo from Sugar Zero and Dep.
Yeah.
I mean, it's out of the frying pan into the fire for sure. It's just so tricky to deal with. I mean, the breach could be potentially, as this rolls along, a really good utility combo to kind of upset these angles that Dep loves to hold, especially right around this corner. But still, with this one way, going to be very tricky.
Him. Yeah, catches the feet. There's going to be the paranoia. It's on a timer. The curveball's ready as well. And look at this. It's just perfect pitch from Sugar Zero and Dep. I love that he waits for the curveball to get prepped as well. Obviously, you have to have that little snap, and then it's just perfect timing. You won't be dodging either of those.
It's something that ZETA does so well with this combo, or with this agent combination even. It's not just the Omen as well. They were doing it with Fyodor on the Sova, using the Recon Dart to break some angles right as the curveball's coming out. Like the timings and the way that it lands is so well rehearsed for ZETA on this map. Now they're going to go for a 4-stack onto A. Going to leave Jordan on his own, setting up that toxic screen to cut off mid. So again, ZETA changing things up a little bit here to address some of the weaknesses that even they might have noticed in their tape, that mid was kind of an area that was left relatively unexplored by GE during this previous affair on this map, the first time that we saw this comp. And now, you know, there's a little bit of flirting with it from Team Secret, but they're not feeling comfortable just yet. They want to wait this out. They want to try to bait out some utility. That's something that Team Secret could do here. Use this breach util to break open some of these sites to get the members of ZETA uncomfortable and get them backing off from some of these choke points.
And here it comes. It's going to be the fault line from across. Laz trying to hold on. He knows his trademark can buy him a little bit more time, so he's waiting for it. The rendezvous is still there. He's still holding an angle. Secret, they're not quite aware of it, but they realize not enough of a reaction just yet. Just putting some pressure that they're going to A. But ZETA Division, they still have that sight line. Secret has no idea that Laz has cleared A main. He still holds entire vision of it. I mean, this smoke is doing nothing for Team Secret on the side of A, as they think that they will have forced a little bit of pressure, but it's going to be 2 people already on the site, one in this form of Dep by Boba, ready to provide backup. See what the site execute looks like. It's going to be a double blast back in. They have no idea. Huron gets pinged a little bit late. He will get pushed out by the aftershock, but there's the spam on the smoke to hold them at bay. Only 15 seconds left. It has to all come down to NDG, who makes his way through market. He hears the footsteps. Sugar Zero not quite sure on that timing, but Dep is there to try to hold the trade. Now 6 seconds left. Plant goes down. Huron, does he wait for his teammate? He wants to get another kill. He finds one right below him. He eventually goes down. Just the Outlaw, but all members about to get taken out with a single shot. No one at full armor and full health.
Read so well by Secret. Getting here, but Laz is still darn good.
These are all one-shot kills here. Maybe just barely not for Envy, but Laz is creeping in. In fact, it should be good for everyone. There's a rendezvous as well. He's clearing corner by corner. He's not quite. Oh no! My gosh, the scoping against Jesse Mash. But at the end of the day, Envy, perfect timing on that swing.
Goodness gracious. It's only a matter of time before Laz gets comfortable with the snipers and he starts doing stuff like that.
Holy.
That sets the round off kilter. Love the positioning here from the side of ZETA. Like you were mentioning, Will, they read the map insanely well because of Laz's just single hold over on the other side of the map, but just barely able to break this open. Our Team Secret. And still, though, it doesn't feel fully comfortable yet. Still interesting that we're seeing a lot of depth in mid. He's usually up towards A main, up towards B main. With that recon dart there, a little bit of space gain. Immediately, the shift over from depth towards A to see if they can stymie this attack.
He's got run it back as well. It's going to be used right away. They don't want them to enter into the site at all. Paranoia to hold them back after the run it back gets destroyed, but NDG's already made it through. Huron will trade back. Site still trying to be held, but ZETA, they're fighting these 1v1 situations. Not going to be great as Huron drops as he finds more than one member. Can't battle through that. And Team Secret this time a relatively easy push through. And what you mentioned, I mean, Depp perhaps being a little wary of the potential breach. Util wants to counteract it with a curveball when it's near the site. But this time, the timing not read correctly by ZETA.
Yeah, it's just a little bit kind of anticipating more of this mid pressure, trying to be a little bit more prepared for it, our ZETA. But this time around, Team Secret just says, we're going to challenge you off the rip. We're going to go for the fast blast pack in case there is that stack of initiator, or not initiator utility in the case of Depp, but those flashes and those kind of things that are often going to be accompanying these choke points on the map. But so far, not going to work out. As with an operator, no credits to back it up. So looking for the pick and the exit with the rendezvous.
Oh, Jeremy's going to start to clear this, though. There's one, and oh my goodness, the timing there. He has to start to run away from this rendezvous. Team Secret won't greed for it either. A couple of their members a little low on cred, so they're happy to just find out about the operator. They'll let it be in the hands of Laz for now.
Yeah, and the extra economic damage there for Laz, very important, as Team Secret was also on just broke credits behind this buy. And a really nice take there, really good read from Team Secret. And now you're seeing this combo of the Sova, the Phoenix, the Omen, and Laz over on this A side to try to contest this pressure. Going back to what we saw a couple rounds ago, almost worked for them in their bonus.
Yeah, but there's that early blast back again, and sure, there's a trade from Laz, but Depp goes down for it. Huron creeps in, but he gets tagged right inside the cyber cage. Barely makes it out with his life. Now down to 7 HP. There's a Rolling Thunder. They're trying to just jump all in. Huron's good for the stabilization on one kill. There's the backup from Huron. It's not good. It's going to be a quick swarm from Team Secret as they lead 3-2.
Yeah, they've got a good read on how to deal with some of this util. Able to get that spot early onto Depp and make his life uncomfortable. Yes, Laz is there for the trade, but it's not very fast. You can see they're going to try to bully this angle. Just try to see if they can get past it with Jeremy's blast packs. So far, it's been working pretty darn well. And pretty Jesse calling for the fist bump.
I love Jesse calling for the fist bump, man. It's just so quiet. He's like, all right, fist bump. All right, there's another one.
It's okay, yeah. Well, now you can get the tour de force. You have a Hunter's Fury and a Neural Theft for Team Secret. And now you're getting that choke point congestion, but it's Team Secret on the other side of the map, in fact. Going to be able to get the orb over to Depp, get those run it back, cycling as quickly as possible. Laz going to be the one watching mid with that chamber. That smoke goes towards mid. Not going to catch anybody. Jesse gets the pick.
There it is. Yeah, and he pings two. Actually gets another one for his troubles. Barely escapes it on the side of Huron, but still damage done. Sight opened up here for Team Secret. They're going to be able to get their pick of plant, and it should be the default one. They'll have a great post-plant situation already holding on to B main. There's a Molly. The Paranoia keeps it timed up for now, so it's a quick flood in from ZETA Division, but Depp goes down instantly, and that just breaks apart the entire fight as Team Secret will just pounce on him. ZETA thought that it would be the site cleared out. They would have the long-range fights on the exit against Team Secret, but they held their ground.
Yeah, it seems like right now Team Secret is guessing really nicely on where the defenses won't be. And that helps that you get that pick. That is absolutely nuts. And then it lines up to find another. So Jesse on that Sova, right back into his comfort. Yeah, Lotus was a map to forget for sure for Jesse, but he is a veteran. He's been there, done that. He's had plenty of ups and downs throughout his career. Does not phase him in the slightest. And certainly a necessary timeout for ZETA to see if they can figure out a way to stymie these death ball pushes that have been working a treat for Team Secret.
See what the discussion is here, as they've already made some adjustments, right? Trying the chamber and mid as well in that previous round, trying to hold on to A main control. And you mentioned it. I mean, that's something that this composition was very good at. A lot of compositions, they rely on the retakes for A. It's always left empty, just the one way for a little bit of time and a little bit of clearance if it's not a rush. But this version here with the Phoenix, oftentimes they'll take over A main control. But what after that? Can you hold on to the other side? Can you hold on to the breach barreling through? Their choice on this map of Sunset. ZETA Division coming out of the timeout. We'll see what the differences are. Of course, a weaker buy in this round.
Yeah, gonna have to scrape together. Yeah, Laz able to afford the Vandal since he had the tour de force in the previous round.
Yeah, the pings coming out from Team Secret, right? Whenever there's a timeout, you got to watch out for that potential tiles push.
Right.
Over on Sunset, of course, not going to be there, especially without the raise. It's not as easy to figure out.
Did see a little bit of that, a little bit of combo between Sugar Zero and Depp trying to push in towards mid tiles. So you do have to be aware of it, and they very much are. And it's going to be, once again, left on to Laz on this A site to hold it down, but everybody's still waiting for this hit. I mean, you can see.
if ZETA had gone there, it was disaster waiting for him,
Yeah.
right? The paranoia, the fault line, all of it ready to counter it out. And now they'll try to re-clear. They did hear the Ultorb tap earlier, but Laz didn't actually secure it. And Team Secret will catch sight of that. This spy cam up on the Parasol will be able to check out all of mid as well. Laz gets pushed back. Now Secret, when they did this in the pistol round, they just assumed that backup would have arrived, that the other side would be weak. But this time, they've already kept all their forces on the A side. No pushes out from B main. They will just continue to go through, fight against the retake. Drone to clear the site. Is there a timing from Sugar Zero to peek around A short? Doesn't look like it for the time being. Site given up for Team Secret. Spike should be able to get planted safely.
Yeah, gonna be a tricky retake with some weaker weapons in the mix for ZETA, but already doing some tremendous
so
damage.
many pings, but all right behind the walls as well. The Paranoia already sent by Sugar Zero, and now the showstopper. It keeps ZETA Division at bay. Doesn't find a kill, but it's bought a lot of time, and the post plant is perfect now from Team Secret. There's Huntress Fury. NDG answers right before it lands, but Team Secret, they're still staying ahead in numbers. Huron will equalize with a double kill off of that ultimate. Oh, a bit of body block on that double swing allows Envy to eliminate both members of ZETA Division, and now all down to Sugar Hero, who gets fault line on the entry into the site. And Team Secret will get yet another round, 5 in a row.
It's starting to get concerning. It just does not look comfortable at all for ZETA. Every decision they're making on where to overstack seems to be the wrong one, because Team Secret is doing their diligence with their utility, with their patience to make sure that there's not any traps set. That's what was really killing GE on this map, was they were running into these traps, trying to brute force their way through it. Team Secret not falling for any of the shenanigans so far. And once again, you're kind of splitting into that 2-1-2 early for ZETA. The operator over onto B to watch it. Very different looks. And ZETA having to dig a little bit deeper, trying some different defaults to see if they can get some early success against these push-outs. But again, Team Secret just happy to try to just deathball with their util to break these angles open.
And they just have the read, right? They know the tendencies of ZETA right now to try to overcompensate for that previous round. This time a little bit heavier presence on A on the default. Now, ZETA Division has reset into a position where they're able to provide fast backup on either side of the map. But we'll see, is it going to be fast enough? The drone taken out, he does have to rendezvous as the swing comes in. There's a paint shells as well. He doesn't have an exit away from this. He'll just barely stay alive in the corner, but there's the chase through from Jeremy. Good coverage from Depp. There's the quick backup we talked about. Curveball at the ready for yet another push. And they're going to hold the line. Both curveballs used. During all of this, Borkum trying to open up mid, allow his teammates to try to rotate across, but there's going to be 2 members watching for this lurk, and Team Secret will reset. They're going to pretend that they've rotated over to A. There's a pressure from NDG, and draws out the peak from Depp. And what a bait and switch for Team Secret. Now they have the numbers advantage going on to the B site. Everyone tagged by the neural theft. Sugar Zero, he has to shroud step out, but it's just not far enough. He's actually able to turn back around. There's the cover from Laz, answering right back on the bait and switch the double. And now Envy thins the numbers down. It's a 2v2 on the retake for ZETA Division, up in the hand of Laz.
This is so challenging now for them. Just having that one rifle. Let's see. Laz is going to be able to swap over. Nope, he's going to make a go for it. Jesse holding the angle.
Clearing angles 1 by 1. It's going to be a double push all the way around. Do they find Envy right below? They do, but Jesse Vash gets the first kill, trying to redeem himself from map 2, and he will get the clutch for his teammates here on round 8.
I mean, Jesse, so comfortable on the Sova, so good with it, so good at getting information. Even when things start to slip sideways, he's immediately there with some of his utility to get the spots. This is a great trap they set up, sensing kind of the overcommit towards the rotate from ZETA. and just a little bit too keen. Try to push that angle. Are the two players try to go through mid, and it's completely shut down. Is NDG right to be fired up? They are rocking and rolling, and ZETA is left scratching their heads. Economy in the gutter once again.
I mean, this composition, it looked so dominant against Global Esports last week. Sure, there was a bit of a surprise factor, I'm certain, but everyone firing on all cylinders. ZETA Division looked locked in, but today, perhaps the pressure getting to them a little bit. But of course, as you've mentioned, Team Secret understanding the tendencies of ZETA Division, how they want to work this comp, and the weaknesses of it as well, that ZETA Division will have to account for. Now another no audio, just creep up for contact play. I mean, Secret knows, as long as we don't let them know we're coming, the traps cannot be sprung. They will slowly clear out. Elbow here on the A site.
And they've always got the breach ready with a stun in case there is a trap there, which makes it a lot more difficult for Depp to do what he's got to do with his utility. So Poison Cloud is going to come up for Euron. Going to use this to try to sneak in the corner. I have a hard time imagining that's going to fool Team Secret too much if he sticks there.
Holding a bit of an off angle though, right? That's his best bet, and he will get one, but they're going to try to chase through. The snake bite, now there's the aftershock. He can't get away from it in time. Oh, he does, but there's a crossfire and the spray through the smoke, and now everyone swarming onto the site. It's just Sheriffs in the hands of ZETA Division. Yes, you can be good for one kill, but there's still quite a few more members that you'll have to battle through. Site given over, spike planted.
Spike planted.
And another tremendously difficult retake. Yes, you've got the Headhunter. Yes, you've got a Sheriff. You got all the Phoenix utility as well to work with, but what can you dial up? The 2-star players for ZETA. Nope.
Oh, that's a quick peek out from Jesse, and some good movement to dodge that, and a bait and switch on the reload. Borkum covering for his fellow vet as Team Secret leads 7-2 here in round 9.
It's scary. You got a Rolling Thunder as well to boot. There is that Viper's Pit. Potentially consider using that to kind of bully your way through it if you're going to put it at the front of one of the mains or something like that. And you're on not much you can do, but the continuous cycle of buys into ecos for the side of ZETA has just really, really hurt them. Yes, you're able to get the operator back into Laz's hands now. Is this going to be the round where they stabilize? Is this going to be the round where they turn it on its head? Bit of a pacey hit towards B main. Yuron trying to buy a little bit of time there, but space taken, utility to clear all these angles.
Yeah, and that might allow Team Secret to save this Rolling Thunder for the post plant as well. This is going to be a near impossible round here for ZETA. They even draw out the utility. Now Depp will pounce on that opportunity. Site reopened, but Jeremy in market. He's created a bit of a chasm. He'll get traded out by Hero Run, but look at this. Borkum already all the way digging into a site. Rolling Thunder still in line for Envy. See if he gets spotted here in mid, though. He's creeping forward. He knows that there might be a rotate, but they're also aware they haven't spotted the chamber just yet. And Laz turning away on a timing here. That's going to allow Team Secret to slowly creep in. He has no idea that Borkum could be this deep. And Borkum, he may just get the absolute jackpot, not just the chamber, but perhaps everyone has a chamber. He gets spotted on the shoulder, and that is going to be the anchor down. Envy now creeping up in safety after noting that the operator has been eliminated. Rolling Thunder still online for the post plant. They can hold far and out in elbow. ZETA, they know they may not have enough time. They have to start pushing through the fault line to keep them at bay. Borkum waiting for the push. No rush on the side of Team Secret. Rolling Thunder on a timer as well, right as the tap comes in. Uren gets spotted, and there's the crossfire as they know that everyone is stunned up inside the site. Another great round from Team Secret.
It's just, again, great reads from Team Secret. Don't overcommit to anything. Wait for the contact from Depp, and then they switch sides of the map, and Laz is just left on an island, and no idea that Borkum has gotten past all the defenses there. Just not really aware. Haven't had enough experience with players kind of being able to slip the nets of their initial contact plays and stuff like that, and they just haven't felt comfortable to go for them. I haven't seen any of those setups that we saw against GE, where you've got Hirodon and Depp sitting at the front of a main, trying to just buy some time, get some kills, get some good trades. None of that has been able to be even attempted by ZETA. They just don't look comfortable. They don't look like they've really figured out how to handle the way that Team Secret is approaching the beginning of the rounds and the mid parts of the rounds as well.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be something along the lines of you're normally expecting the breach comp to take the initiative, right? Use the util first to clear out one part of the map, and then you can try to answer back, and then the attackers will have to wait on that cooldown. But Team Secret just says, nah, we'll wait, because worst case, we're on the attacking side. We can group up and deathball it when the timer starts to run down to the 30-second mark. Throwing ZETA Division for a loop for sure.
And it's
ZETA.
The diligence with the utility from Jesse, and Borkum picks off Sugar Zero through mid. Depp's there to try to trade.
Oh, he finds one. They don't know that he's on the flank. He's looking, he wants to, can't quite connect onto the second, and that activates the pit. ZETA Division with a bit of a broken buy here, only 2 rifles in hand. This may be one of the best shots they have, but Depp just cannot find the escape, trying to go the long way out. Laz hiding away from the ping. That gives him one more opportunity, but how in the world NDG just swims through the pit to find the shark within it, and now it's just Huron all alone with a rifle. He gets stunned, he gets blinded, and then he gets pounced upon by Borkum. Laz, Vandal in hand, 1v3, crossfire set up by Borkum as the first obstacle. It's going to be a clean one, 4K for Borkum, 9-2 lead for Team Secret.
It's just brilliance from Team Secret. They clearly had enough time to prep this map. They clearly felt comfortable leaving this open. Yeah, some people might question the Ascent ban. Doesn't matter. I mean, they're just, every move that ZETA wants to make is just thwarted every single time, and it just doesn't feel like ZETA has an understanding of the map themselves. It doesn't feel like they have an understanding of the space that's being left open by their positionings. And once again, it's just that same old default from them, not changing up a single thing in terms of their early round positions, and it hasn't worked yet, so maybe now you're going to wait a little bit and then send Depp in towards A main. Huron going to let loose with the drone to try to set him up, but it's actually just been abandoned already. Team Secret throwing yet another change. They're going to try to maybe overstack mid, able to dodge the Owl drone by himself as Laz.
Borkum's ready for it as well. Doesn't quite land the shot though. Wanted to creep a little bit deeper into that corner. So ZETA finally some early advantages, right? Clearing out A main, holding that a bit closer now by Sugar Zero. They're able to clear out tiles to allow the rest of the teammates to slowly take turns, rotating over to B. Showstopper online, it gets activated. There's Huntress Fury to help clear out the site as well. Jeremy, he has been slowed down, so he can't quite get all the way in, but eventually he'll send it all the way deep into Boba, just keeping them at bay. It's a quick swing out from Mark and a spray down through the Cyber Cage. That's going to be the double kill on the side of ZETA Division. Now a 5v2 all the way down to just Jeremy. This one surely looks tough for the duelist. It's going to be a triple kill for Huron.
Well, finally, ZETA is able to react a little bit better to this early round sort of lack of presence that Team Secret's been showing, where they shift Depp over quickly, able to catch Borkum trying to go for that lurk, but then they're very quick to understand that a lot of Team Secret, what they've been doing is finding where Depp is and then going the other way. And then, like, this time Depp is like, oh, I'm going right back over to the other side. Now, it wasn't super impactful in terms of the other players doing their job on the other side of the map, but they finally got a read on it, but it might have been too little too late.
We'll see. 9-3. Lots of fans still in the crowd to cheer on. Two teams playing away from home turf here on VCT Pacific, having to play in Seoul, South Korea, trying to gather more local fans as well as global fans here on this stage. ZETA Division, of course, made a big wave, but that's starting to run out on a timer. They're looking to rejuvenate themselves, try to refresh that reputation. Well, your friend dragged you here to see ZETA. At least you're getting to see Last Chamber, right? So
True.
There is that. It's a good day.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got to see some exciting stuff on Lotus, that's for sure. We haven't seen their attacker side, really, for the side of ZETA, because they blew GE out of the water on their defender side. So we don't know exactly too much, other than one pistol round and a follow-up of what this is going to look like. But that doesn't really give you much information at all on how this attacker side could develop, if it develops. I mean, who knows? Team Secret might just shut them out of this with the way they're playing.
Yeah, they could answer back the same way. Try to remind ZETA of how powerful they can be. Sure, it was ZETA that eliminated Team Secret from the LCQ Grand Finals, taking their spot at Champions 2023. But Team Secret, they're looking to get that point right now in this match above them, try to set themselves up for success in 2024. ZETA Division starting off the pistol round. early B pressure, playing for the anti-flash as well. They won't see anything, so it's a free orb taken. Not too much loss on the A main side, just the one way. ZETA happy to wait.
Cute recon dart there from Hiroron to clear the back of that that box that's on B main. Make sure, because a lot of teams like to sneak a player back there, especially with a breach in the mix. He has a great angle for a fault line down those stairs. So smart stuff from ZETA to at least clear that, setting up for what's looking like B hit as market door has been crushed.
Yeah, it's a fast one with the paranoia as well. Depp just trying to keep someone at bay over by Boba. He's going to have to heal up. Now they are stuck here with the recon. Everyone gets pinged. They know the paranoia coming in from mid as well, but Depp answers back with the first shot. It's going to have to slow Team Secret down. Not quite confident on the pinch just yet. Borkum will get one. Both teams stabilizing, but Depp, he's going on the flank. He wants to create a bit of a fracture here against Team Secret as Team Secret continue to take out his teammates. This flank may have taken just too long as the spike is now stranded in mid.
30 seconds left.
2 remaining members of ZETA Division stuck in the site of B. Spike located, smoked out away from market, only 20 seconds. Huron has to swing out on a timer, but Depp once again, is it gonna be too far for him to lurk around? His footsteps being heard, and it's a quick swing out, a clean pistol for Team Secret.
Well, now you gotta seriously consider some kind of force buy potentially as ZETA. See if they're gonna go for it, if they're just gonna keep the bank and save it up for a later day. Looks like that is gonna be the answer, but yeah, the mid pressure here, so well timed by Secret. Even though the control of market is somewhat gained by ZETA, it never felt comfortable. It never felt like they were safe. So they pressed a little bit, try to change angles. Once again, Secret has the read. Now Jeremy with the outlaw, 4 Spectres behind it, just a Sheriff for Hiroron. And then Classics of course you have the Headhunter as well for Laz, but there's that one of those fault line angles, difficult to deal with. And it is just gonna be a rotate away from that early utility. Presence shown through mid, but Jesse with a deep drone gonna get all the info.
Yeah, that is a high flying drone. Gets a lot of information now because the tripwire was broken here as Depp was trying to actually catch a shot on Jesse Vash. That does mean that Jesse wants to stick around. He doesn't want to let go of this area, and if he dies here, that's the Spectre dropped. It's a curveball, barely right around the box. Good repositioning by the IGL.
Yeah, he's so smart. Not willing to give up any extra guns if possible. So ZETA trying to figure out what they can do.
He's been heard.
Ooh, Laz.
Can't repeat that against the likes of Laz. I like the idea from Envy. Thought he had a timing after hearing that first step. But the important part is weapon not recovered by ZETA Division. So Team Secret, they still have the firepower. Now the cam to watch for elbow. NDG, he's got all the sides covered. Lots of damage on the both sides of Laz and Borkum. NDG knows the pinch is now coming through. Tripwire on the other side by the boxes, but he's been pinged out. Cybercase to try to stay alive. Now the pinch is coming through. There's the curveball, and Depp and Uram barely avoiding those as Borkum gets ticked down just a bit further. Depp down to 8 HP, 12 for Laz, but he just needs one shot with the Headhunter, and it's down to Jeremy once more, this time with a singular outlaw. Spike planted. Site absolutely filled up by members of ZETA Division.
And he just does not have much to do.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
gotta save this one.
Yeah, it's just too hard. I mean, good luck getting through this. And ZETA with finally getting that chamber to come online, to get some of those Headhunters to connect, really helping open things up. A good paranoia flash combo there to keep NDG uncomfortable on the site, to keep him flashed up. So he never had really much hope there against the combined forces of Depp and Yuran. That's what you're looking for with this combo. Staggering these flashes, staggering this utility to try to lock your opponents down and lock them out. And a Thrifty may have just kept ZETA alive in this match.
The absolute most crucial timing for it as well, right? Break down the economy just a bit as it was 4 Spectres on top of the Outlaw purchased by Team Secret. It's before you get to match point, so ZETA, second lease on this match, trying to go for an extra match victory, trying to get another championship point, as they have always been, the shining representative for Japanese Valorant. But DFM is hot on their heels this season, so they can't sit on their laurels any longer.
Love to see it, that's for sure. Big push out through a main by Team Secret. There's a trademark there. Give them a little bit of awareness if the aggression continues for Team Secret, but looks to be a hold with the Outlaw, just trying to utilize this one way. See if they can find anybody overstepping, but Zeta wise to it and just looking for that aggression. A lot like we saw with Team Secret early on in some of their rounds. Happy to hold this, happy to see if there's a tiles crunch or something like that.
Ooh, the re-clear, and he gets spotted. It's a quick double shot out from Jeremy, even through the wall. Will pick up the kill. And, I mean, Team Secret, this is something that Zeta possibly picked up as well. Team Secret sometimes pushing out a little too far, and A-Main, they wait for it, and Secret says, not this time. We're holding that angle with the Outlaw. NDG tucked right around the corner with his classic. He should get spotted right at the end. Last quick with the swivel. Draws some attention, but seeing as it's just a chamber, no overreaction from Secret. But look at the timer, 40 seconds. Zeta's got more than enough time to rotate back. You see the pings from Team Secret. They sense that this could be happening, but they don't really have an option. Jesse Vash just has to go for a bit of a Hail Mary, trying to check if he can get a cheeky kill. Smoke about to dissipate. He's hiding away. There's the curveball. That's a hard one to ante, and Depp will break open the site for Zeta.
It's such a difficult spot to be in. That's why the curveball is so good on this map. But Envy with a Sheriff actually connects onto Laz. Takes quite a bit of damage himself, but holding on for dear life for Team Secret.
Yeah, those Spectres that Zeta picked up, not as great at long range. But try to hold a little bit closer. You see Sugar Zero holding very close right outside of the entrance. Huron's going to get one at long range towards main. And Sugar Zero will get taken down by the Outlaw. It's a 2v2. Envy gets another kill with the Sheriff. Both members so low, but Depp also not at full health. Now a Spectre picked up 16 HP. Depp will shut him down. And that's 5 rounds on the board for Zeta.
Team Secret not making it easy. Envy looking really good with that Outlaw. And catching Zeta, just getting a little bit kind of over-aggressive on the timing. And like you said, Will, I think you hit the nail on the head that Zeta expects them to have backed off at that point if they haven't showed any aggression within the first minute of the round or so. Instead, it gets them a pick. Good job by Zeta, though, working the map there a little bit. That curveball, some of those really difficult 90-degree corners that you have to get around on this map. So good for that. That's absolutely what you want to be using them for. So credit where credit's due. You can get some serious value out of that. Laz with an op just is like, nope, I did not have that angle.
Wow, yeah, definitely not prepared. Knowing his limits on that one would have been an inhuman flick to be able to scope in on time. So it gives up a little bit of A-Main control, but Zeta, curious to see if there's a push back out. They hear the door being closed, so that's the timing for them to reclaim some control over mid. At least maybe break that door, create a bit of a distraction, pull away some of that weight from Team Secret, from the entrance of the site all the way back towards mid.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do, but Team Secret really just holding pat, not moving a muscle, setting up for kind of a util crunch. You got the Paranoia, you got the Breach util here towards A. Drone to clear a little bit of space, trying to hide from it and successfully do Team Secret. See if Zeta can read it.
Curveball over to elbow, but is there a pinch from Jeremy? He's going to swing out on a timing. He gets the kill onto the spike, and he snaps onto 2. Paranoia dodged as well. Jeremy still alive, eventually goes down. And now Envy on the side all alone. Run it back, trying to clear it. Depp, he would like nothing more than to get this kill. He wants to open the site up for his teammates, and he does it. It's quick backup, though. This fight has lasted too long, and Team Secret, they're ready to fill it back up. Jesse Vash, the Shrouded Step is red. He's now filled up behind the generator. 2v2. Blaze wall put up to try to get an entry onto the site, but it's just a sliver of an angle, and Secret will continue to lead 11-5.
Just a moment of hesitation allowed Jesse to sneak into that smoke and catch Sugar Zero completely off guard. Thought he could TP behind the generator safely on site. Could not. And that's the op forked over as well to Jeremy, who's been really sharp so far, and it's just a wait there. Those curveballs, just expecting Depp to try to use that pressure that he gets with those angles. Depp feels like he knows that he can chase that player down around those corners with those curveballs. It basically has him dead to rights, but Jeremy knows that as well and steps out with a perfect timing to get 2 big kills. Paranoia even dodged, ended up not mattering, but Zeta just looks off balance. They just don't look like they have that level of coordination. It just looks like every time they kind of get a slight advantage, Team Secret gets a great read, and Jesse makes some good calls, both individually and in the macro sense, to shut things down. So it's going to be tough now. You're going to have to dig deep as Zeta if you're going to bring this one back. 2 rounds away from taking this match, our Team Secret.
See if this timeout works its magic. So far, they haven't really been able to find much success off of the timeouts for Zeta. Not able to recover too much in terms of round score lines. Let's see if this time as it might be the last chance that they have. Both of their timeouts now used up. They won't get more unless they take it all the way to overtime. Showstopper online for Jeremy. Op in his hands as well. Not a full buy for Zeta.
Well, see if Zeta can work some more of their magic, some of these weaker buys. Laz, of course, one away from that tour de force. See some expectation from the side of Team Secret. Laz just trying to work underneath that classic fire. It's a full-on push in towards mid. This information from Jesse is so huge.
Now mid taken over by Zeta, but Jeremy's there with the op for the crossfire as well. And as you mentioned, this has been read by Team Secret. Look at the lines they're holding, just holding on to market. Otherwise, it's all back towards spawn and mid. Not allowing for any of these weapons to be given over, any of those easy kills being given over either. Now, Jesse holding close with the judge.
That's tough for Laz. Let's see if he can get a good angle or a good read on it, but you don't expect this judge here.
Oh, this is tough. It's a judge, and it's a one-shot kill. Yeah, we've seen the judge have a couple whiffs this week, but not today, as we see a quick peek out. Double burst by the Bulldog. Borkum hides himself right behind the enemy's Poison Cloud, but he's already been decayed, so he goes down to a headshot as well from Uran. 2v4, but Showstopper online as well. And Team Secret, if they win this round, it is going to be match point next for them. See if they just swarm him. They don't even need to use the Showstopper. Uran, he needs to get the absolute transfer of his life, and it will not happen. One round away from Team Secret finally bringing home a match win, trying to get another match win for Group Alpha here in VCT Pacific.
It's just brutal. As long as Jesse has information, Team Secret just can't do anything wrong. He's so good today on Icebox and on Sunset, and he just reads Laz like a book and just puts him out, and now you're on an even worse buy. As Zeta, you do have the tour de force, sure, but you have a Guardian and a Sheriff outside of that, and all the tools in the world for Team Secret other than the Rolling Thunder. That's the only ult not available for them, and this is certainly going to leave Zeta scratching their heads about what they could have done different. Team Secret looked to be finally getting themselves on the board in a much-needed win.
Yeah, we talked about how much it's going to matter. You got to get minimum 2 wins, and then, of course, you still want to be top 3 in your own group. And with the format here in Stage 1, where you're all just playing the same opponents on the other side, you got to get those points early, because otherwise you may just get shut out towards the later parts of the week. A rejuvenated Zeta trying to stop that from happening, but Team Secret currently 1 round away, holding the line. Filled up on B site, A pretty much emptied up, just scouting for info from Elbow. And there's the fault line. Pushes Zeta back even further at the 50-second mark. Yeah, they have control of mid, but not all the way through to really create a push and pull. He's just scouting to see if there's a push out from Tiles.
This is so tricky now for Zeta. I mean, the good news is they've guessed correctly. Just Borkum all on his own right now over on the A side. This has to be fast. They have to be decisive if they're going to get this round.
The Hunter's Fury being used early. I thought it might just be a retake, but they know that they don't have time. Now down to 25 seconds off of this. We'll see if maybe even the Showstopper comes out in time. Borkum shuts him down with a double kill. Tooks behind the generator. Jesse Bash is now here. Not able to get a kill yet. Zeta some heroics, but the Showstopper, it is just to buy time. He has to peek out. He gets 1 kill right under him. Spike gets planted as the trade comes through. A 2v2. Zeta fighting for their life as last this might be it. The moment the Zeta fans have been waiting for. A heroic tour de force. Triple kill to keep them alive.
Just barely. Just barely. I mean, if it isn't for those Laz heroics, frankly, Team Secret does so many good things in this round. The Hunter's Fury to confirm the presence, to set up Borkum for the double. The flash there to keep him off balance, but it just caught Laz in the back. That is snappy from Laz. But it might be too little too late. It's going to take 6 rounds in a row just to force an overtime.
Yeah, and how many more of those can you have? I mean, even in the maps that Zeta has won in the past, yeah, there's a lot of those rounds, but you gotta get them early to buy yourself some time. This time it's a fast Tiles push from Team Secret. They've already cleared it out. Now, little do they know, Uran's still on the alert. The trademark watching their back. But the Blaze doing a lot of damage on its own against Jesse Vash. Judge found. And ZETA will finally slow things down. Trademark activated here by Jeremy.
Oh my.
Trying to watch if there's a lurk. The pain shows to keep them at bay. Now, Uran and Jeremy both not quite aware. Uran surely knows about Jeremy's position, but Jeremy,
just W King here. He's just going for it. He's like, I saw Borkum do this earlier. I think I can do it too.
Well, the difference is Jesse Vash is ready for
I
it.
know.
Jeremy surely must have seen or heard
Heard him.
something. Oh, never mind, but the util's out in hand for Jesse Vash. Even on the Sova, the timing plays him to the stay. Jeremy peeks out at the Spectre only. That range not doing them any good. Step down very low. But now the site held by Uran. A short's a dangerous factor, so they'll have to go through all the way on elbow. Uran gonna fill the site first, clears it out for Dep. They're trying to get in. Dep gets the kill with the Stinger at low HP, a close range curveball, and it's 7 on the board. ZETA trying to push towards overtime.
I mean, it'd be one of the crazier comebacks that you've ever seen. It felt like Team Secret had this. There might even be a timeout at some point here from Warbirds. If this goes any more sideways. Again, tricky position from the side of Team Secret, trying to hide themselves in spots. Just the weaponry not really there to convert. And frankly, good reads. Again, I think Jeremy puts himself in a perfect spot. And yeah, absolutely. I think this is a good time to dial up something a little bit special here. See if you could just knock this one out from ZETA. Look, you had to feel comfortable about Sunset. Honestly, I could have seen ZETA picking Sunset coming into this series. It was on my mind for sure that it would likely be left open as both teams had permaban coming through to this match. So far, though, I mean, you gotta love the way that Warbirds and company have got themselves ready for this, and ZETA just really doesn't feel comfortable ever. It feels like every time they've got an idea, they feel like they've got a good read. It's just countered perfectly by Team Secret. And again, it all comes down to Jesse Vash and that utility. He has tremendous awareness of the map, and he knows right when to throw those drones out. He knows right when you're going to be, pressuring him. You saw it in that previous round with the Judge. Even though he doesn't connect with any of it, he still read that play pretty darn well.
Sure, yeah, the positioning there ahead of the pack of ZETA Division. Now off the timeout, ZETA trying to up the pace once again. They're all stacked on the A side. Trademark held close, so this looks to be a rush, but it's going to be a fault line, maybe even the Rolling Thunder to follow up if the fight continues, as that ultimate is online. Fault line to push out. Rendezvous, only the chamber show. ZETA throwing a bit of a fake out here with the presence.
They're trying to bait, trying to see if they can get him over-committing to try to chase Laz down, but it's going to be a press.
And he's already past that alley. They're all stuck in there. The paranoia comes out. Now it's going to be the run it back. And the Rolling Thunder use as well. ZETA fairly well aware of this. They've drawn out the Rolling Thunder and 2 crucial pieces of utility. Team Secret, though, reset, not gaining that much more space. Only the one-way refresh on A main.
You're happy to trade a run it back for a Rolling Thunder any day of the week there as ZETA. So great utilization of their ultimates to bait out some of the utility of their opponents. Now going to go on a bit of an explore through mid is Dep over to B main, as Hirodon has a lot of pressure on him as the Sova to keep control of that space. But are they going to be expecting some of those trap wires? Look at that one on the far left-hand side of the site. That is a tricky one. Noticing that a lot of those players like to try to take those angles potentially for ZETA.
Exactly. The From the Shadows is going to spot Uran. He's going to clear it out late. And ZETA thinks that that's enough. I mean, they think that it's going to be a shift over from Team Secret. They want to find this opportunity while the From the Shadows is going on. But Jeremy already gets one kill. The fault line's going to keep one place locked up. Sugar Zero there for the trade. But now they're all gummed up on a short. Eventually will arrive on the site, but elbow not cleared. It's up to Uran. There's still a high-low, and he cannot find the first shot. 2 people left, Dep and Sugar Zero, 2 of the vets of the core of ZETA Division to try to continue this best of 3. Paint Shells pushes him out. There's the recon, all the utility to funnel them in. So much damage being done through the smoke. Team Secret there just slowly choking it onto the site, and eventually they will clear it. Secret brings home a desperate another match win for Group Alpha, as they will get one on the board.
And getting their revenge for their loss in LCQ last year. Able to do something many teams could not. Pacific last year, take a map off of ZETA when Laz is on Chamber. And from a 13-1 to now a loss for ZETA. A lot to be considered for sure, but this is just a beautiful read And you see it there from Jesse in that last round, even that recon dart when it's cleared. He knows exactly where it got cleared from. He's spamming depth angle, and then they just say, oh, he's stuck there. He can't do anything about us. We eliminate Sugar Zero. We take this round. Just beautiful, beautiful stuff on Sunset from Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, despite having used some crucial skills as well, right? Like the Rolling Thunder, still no panic from Team Secret. So you give them a week. That's all they need to prep against some of the crazier things we've seen in VCT Pacific. They might not look the strongest when they come out swinging out the door, but they will continue to grow as they pick up their first match win and, of course, their first championship point towards Champion Seoul 2024 here at the VCT.
Yeah, so much going well for Team Secret there.
Well, what a great look from both teams. Let's send it over to the analyst desk to review what happened here on Sunset.
Well, it looks like Team Secret has been activated in another victory against ZETA Division, and their first victory coming into this stage 1, earning another championship point for their Alpha Group.
Alpha Group can breathe a sigh of relief collectively a little bit. They were able to finally get another match victory. Had to fight for it. A decent little run back there from ZETA at the end to make us believe a little bit more. But overall, Secret doing exactly what I said they needed to do after that Lotus, having the reset, being able to bounce back. It was a devastating loss for them. They come in here, completely focus up, ignoring what had just transpired. They focus on the task at hand. Clearly studying a lot of the defensive setups to the side of ZETA. They only showed 2 rounds of attack when they beat Global Esports. It was so one-sided for them. They had all the right ideas about how to break through.
And that was one hell of a reset. I mean, watch some of these rounds. Not only did we have kind of a lopsided half, you know, let's just call it what it is. It really was like 9-3. ZETA lost 9 rounds in a row, only managed to come back at the end of the first half. That was just 1 round. Throughout the whole time, you had amazing post plans, amazing takes from Team Secret because they had their own little secret plan after having studied ZETA Division's game plan. Jesse Vash completely redeemed himself, by the way. I mean, maybe not a lot of amazing kills, but the way that he played the Sova, very different from, you know, Yuran or Hiroran. There are so many moments where he's able to toss the recon bolt behind smokes, and because of that, players like Envy are able to get so many good kills. They're always foiling ZETA Division's retakes and holding from like multiple post-plant positions. ZETA just had such a tough time in that first half.
No, they did, and one of the things that we talked about was, you know, essentially when we did swap sides, granted that is where a little bit more of the run back did happen, but being able to really slow up those approaches, we saw that just right there near the end of the map, that final Rolling Thunder coming through. We started to see really good like pace dictation here from the side of Team Secret, but also ZETA kind of slinking back into their former play style of just really running the clock down and then not having enough time to actually get a clean execute off. It's something that's going to have to be corrected, but Team Secret, I mean, they continue to show for the most part that they can put up really good game strategies and they can come in well prepared when they have time to really dissect how a team plays.
Yeah, and they're finally the first team to show that the chamber on Laz is penetrable. He's been taken down there. He's been taken down, and yes, Secret we were wondering about this. Why they banned Ascent? Why did they let Sunset through? And this is exactly why. They clearly, like you guys said, had prepped for this map. And ZETA Division, it's almost like they started to doubt themselves, and like you said, they started running down the clock, only planting like when there are 15 seconds left on the clock. This was the ZETA Division that didn't succeed last year. Yeah. It was only when they started changing that tempo that they found a lot of success. So I'm sure they got in their own heads there, but you know, congratulations to Secret. Again, they've been activated, and we see this all the time from Secret. Like, what does it take to activate Team Secret? And probably took a game like that for Jesse Bash to be like, look, guys, we gotta win this one.
Yeah, I mean, and sometimes that first hurdle, that first match victory is the thing that just really just opens things up for the rest of the team for the rest of the stage. So who knows? I mean, Secret from here, maybe they do get back into an incredible form, the likes of which we saw from them at the end of last year. We'll have to just wait and see in some of their future series, but this is definitely a sigh of relief for the fans out there because you didn't have that much to go off of. They weren't able to pick up any wins, but now it finally has occurred. And against a ZETA that has been looking better and better. So I think for the most part, this is going to be a very solid victory, and hopefully the trajectory just keeps going up.
Certainly. They just need a little bit of time, just study a bit of their opponent's maps, and then they have their own game plan to come back in. We definitely see some of these plays as they go through, especially in their first half, because the entire team knows where to hold on the map. You have NDG, for example, lurking sometimes throughout mid, and he's able to catch ZETA as they try to rotate. My favorite thing that Team Secret did so far in this map, though, is Envy, because the way that he's holding, the way that he makes use of his utility, especially with the way that they defend on A site, anytime that in the second half ZETA tries to push through, Envy has the fault line. He always slows them down. He's able to, stun them up and then have his teammates peek out of elbow to collect on those kills. That's the way Team Secret operates, and it's always great stuff.
That's a great point. Envy and Jeremy together on the first half as well, finding a way how to stop Laz from getting those picks on the chamber.
Yeah, it was well done. And I mean, Borkum, he comes in here, he tops the lobby as far as ACS is concerned. And I got to say, like, a overall very consistent performance from him. Had some really good first kill, first death performances. I think overall goes positive on the day. I think on Icebox, he was like 4 or 5-0 while playing the Viper. So it was really clean stuff from Borkum this whole series throughout. And, NDG, some of the players that have had some inconsistencies from them so far this year, and to see both of them overall playing incredibly stable today, that's actually a weak word for it. That's underselling it. They played incredibly well today, especially NDG, who has had those soft starts in the series. He was fired up on Icebox, but Borkum the whole way throughout was just a constant force to be reckoned with. It's great to see for him.
They're starting to show themselves. I mean, it's a lot more stable, and that's what you want to see from Team Secret for sure. I think it also just comes back to the whole team. Jeremy, they're starting to gel together. They're starting to play a lot more confidently. He's not hesitating himself that much anymore, and he's able to dive in, or at least follow through with whatever game plan that they've had. And then that all comes down to the information that they gather, the shot calling from Jesse Vash as well. But ultimately, yeah, it still is pretty much like consistently the Envy show.
Yes, so here's a little closer look at Envy and what he's contributed in today's series. He was very impactful. I think a lot of us had selected him as our MVP, for all his utility usage.
Yeah, and I think rightfully so. The stats there, I mean, yeah, whatever, headshot percentage, yada, yada, yada. That doesn't matter too much, especially on game 2, where they were kind of getting bullied quite a bit, but started things off very nicely with that KO. It's good to see him, very stable on that pick, put up incredible damage per round for a KO as well, but is just regularly involved in these kills. I would be curious to see what his kill participation percentage is, because it just seems like he is always getting that util in the right spot, as you're mentioning with the fault lines coming through, but also just those flash points, just getting those flashes out, staving things off. It was that rolling thunder, the reapproach starts coming through from ZETA Division onto that B site or that A site, and then he just sends out a flash and it just catches everybody. And it's just, okay, there's 5 more seconds bought off the clock here to really just continue to whittle away at ZETA's time bank. So overall, fantastic performance for Envy today.
There are whole rounds where Envy just tosses out one flashpoint. The whole ZETA Division team just turns away because they're like, there's going to be a trap here and we don't want to walk into it. And that happens because of that utility usage. Envy is able to do that so many times, so many great timings with it as well. I mean, it takes great awareness to read and sense when your opponents are about to hit the site. And Envy is one of those players who knows how.
And good thing too, so Team Secret is finally the second team to get the Alpha Group A championship point. Finally, let's go down to the stage to interview Envy.
Thank you guys. Now I'm standing here with Envy from Team Secret. Massive congrats, Envy, for that W on the board. Now, first things first, what were you guys able to address or fix coming into week 2?
We managed to fix our small individual mistakes, like just miscommunication and the fundamentals like trading, spacing, and all that with 1 week of practice. So I'm really happy that we improved as a team.
Yeah, I think we all saw that improvement coming into today's matchup. Now, I just want to quickly ask you on Lotus, though. ZETA Division pulled out an unorthodox comp with the Neon and the Chamber, and it felt like it could be a counter to one of the staple comps on Lotus that a lot of people run. So what were the talks right after the agent select? How did you guys try to navigate through, against their comp?
We just thought of ourselves that we just like think of ourselves. We don't overthink what they're gonna do, and we just like do what we do in practice. So yeah.
Was it confusing to go up against that comp with the neon and everything, with the speed and tempo they were bringing?
Yeah, I think it's really hard to predict what they're gonna do because usually in scrims no one really runs that type of comp, so it's hard to have a counter for that.
All right, but you guys managed to close it out 2-1. But one more thing on Lotus though, Jesse Vash on the Fade instead of the Sky. How long have you guys been working this out, and how much practice did you actually have with this comp?
We managed to practice the Fade comp with only 1 week. It's not big of a change, but we managed to implement it really fast.
Yeah. Was it just easy or kind of difficult?
I think it was easy to put in Fade in our comp because it's just one agent and it basically does the same thing.
All right. Now, next up, Paper Rex is seeking their revenge from Week 2 Pacific last year. What's your mindset going up against Paper Rex next week?
For Paper X, we're just, I think, just going into the games as confident as them and just don't be afraid because, Paper X, top team, but yeah. Just don't be afraid and just be confident.
All right, thank you, Envy, so much for the interview. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Next week as well. Now, that was Envy with the post-match interview. Now, we are going to head off to a short break, but don't go anywhere because we have Bleed taking on RRQ.
Patient because these guys just play contact. So
okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Right, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立ち日グループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific here at the COEX Shinhan Card RTM in Gangnam, Seoul, South Korea. Team Secret took the second championship point for Group Alpha, but would Bleed Esports do the same?
Hello, Zest. Now, from your last match, we saw that the potential is there. So what's important would be team synergy today. So do you feel like you guys were able to find enough synergy amongst each other to make sure that you get the win today?
We are not perfect yet, but I think we will be more best. I will show you in today's match.
Okay, you guys are stronger, better, and you will show us in today's match. So thank you, Zest.
Well, that was Zest formerly from DRX, and we first saw him on this roster just last week for the very first time, including Retla from Singapore.
Yeah, they just showed their debut performance. However, if you take a look at the results, the performances were kind of middling. They didn't have anything too outstanding, although they had a pretty darn good Lotus map against Talon, along with Ye getting an ace, Scary topping the scoreboard. Apart from that, Bleed seemed to struggle a little bit. You know, onto the next few maps, they just couldn't really bring out any wins across the board.
Yeah, rough. A lot of new stuff, though, for Bleed that was put on debut. Yay, first time Ray. Zest as well, first time Gecko was something that DRX still has not implemented with or without him on the lineup. We got to see him coming out without, but it seemed like there was just some comfort issues, but with some more time, maybe we'll see that as well as that improved synergy that they were talking about during the interview.
And on the flip side, we've got RRQ, who found success last week. Let's have a chat with them and see how they're feeling this time around.
Well, hello and hello, Flip. Now, you guys have a great opportunity to get the momentum started. So what's your mindset heading into this Bleed series? And also, anything you would like to say to them?
I don't want to say anything, just good luck to them. We try to get our second win, and then I think you're gonna be down to 0-2.
Okay. 0-2. W for RQ.
Yeah.
2 wins in a row.
2 wins in a row.
Okay. All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, spin me back. Spin me back.
Jen, that's not a touch screen, but that would be a cool way to play Valorant.
I've done that before with a laptop. Not with Valorant, but I had a touchscreen laptop in college, and I used to play Sniper in TF2, and I just tapped my screen and headshot people.
And that was his short debut into pro gaming. Well, Flips, that was really nice of him. He's like, good luck, but it's going to be a 2-0. RRQ is definitely feeling really good. Ewok was with us at the desk last week, and he was very humble, but they end up finally winning after, 265 days? I mean, granted, they were facing up against the best form of Gen G, Paper X. They were just so unlucky all the way. But yeah, they're doing a lot better now, feeling better, feeling more confident.
They got to play a non-Gen G opponent, so that was good.
For now. This is a team that's like constantly improving. You know, maybe they don't always eke out those wins, but after a little while, they finally managed to win, okay, after 265 days. And it almost feels like maybe that secret ingredient was missing, and it's just Jemkin and along with Australia.
Yeah, one of the, I think, more puzzling things for RRQ in their last series, despite getting the win, was just some of the role swaps that we saw coming through. X-Pharaoh being moved over to play the Sentinel role. It was definitely a little bit weird. Elmimore as well coming out.
Flips
playing,
on the Yoru.
Yeah, there was some, well, the Yoru from Flips looked pretty damn good. So I think RRQ retooling some stuff, you know, during the downtime while Masters Madrid was happening, and I think that that's good. I wasn't fully convinced by it, but it was good enough to be able to get a win, and I think with more iterations, if they're going to stick with the players on those roles, then it should just get stronger and stronger. So I'm excited to see how improved it looks today.
Now, RRQ, as you said, hasn't really gotten to play many other teams besides Gen G and Paper X, and then last week it was Team Secret, who just won in earlier's match today. And this is the first time these two guys will be facing off. And Bleed, I hope they are not trying to hit RRQ's record of days to win here.
Certainly not.
But yeah, here they are from last week, and here's some of their performance. Bleed, as you mentioned, Quack, you know, they looked pretty solid on Lotus, but that was the only map they really took home that week.
Yeah, the thing about Bleed is not only do they have, you know, a couple of new players coming into the roster, maybe that takes a bit of time to integrate, you also have Scary as the new IGL. He's no longer going to be a crazy guy, and I guess, although he was really good with the calling on Lotus, and he's able to read out some of his opponent's movements, as you move on into the next few maps, things just seem to crumble and fall apart. The decision making, they play it really safe. Scary's often the last guy left alive, and although he has been the clutch master before, so far in Pacific, so far in Stage 1, he hasn't really shown us that just yet.
Now we're looking at Ye and Jemkin. Ye we saw on the Rays, not for the very first time, but definitely the first time in a significant way. And Jemkin, our #1 Rays player in terms of ACS, was absolutely killing it last week.
Yeah, I mean, Jemkin, he's had some soft starts in some of the matches, and I think Lotus widely just wasn't looking great or comfortable for the side of RRQ, but as soon as we had shifted over and gone a little bit deeper into that series, Jemkin really started to heat up. I mean, he comes in that icebox ace, you know, our top player of the week, or top ace of the week, as we had it, was just incredible from him, and that's just what Jemkin is capable of. But we also know that Ye is very much capable of the same things. It's just about harnessing it, enabling it, making sure that he is getting to a position where he can have that kind of impact, and that's the thing that Bleed is going to be working on. Yeah, it's a big shift in this lineup, a lineup that has had big shifts because couldn't have some other players because of age, because of restrictions and whatnot coming into this tournament. Have to make some additions. Those aren't working out. Team 5, not great. We have to make more changes. So being able to get into a really stable spot has been a bit of a struggle for Bleed, but right now it seems like this could very well be the 5. It's now just about mastering and, you know, building up these 5 players that they do have, getting Scary to a point where he is super comfortable as an IGL, getting Zest into a position where he's super comfortable playing, you know, a wide agent pool like he has in the past for DRX, but with a lot of new ones thrown in.
I completely agree. I mean, the possibilities are there. Although they start to fall apart, you could see that Ye was one of the players trying to lead the team, trying to find those early picks just to give them a bit more space, a bit more wiggle room. But as we go into map picks right now, I mean, you have to wonder, is it going to be Lotus again? And so far, what are the map bans going to be? Because RRQ's Breeze is something to behold.
Well, they definitely both hate Ascent, which is curious that Bleed has ended up vetoing it since neither of them wanted to play it anyway. But
Lotus Breeze?
they continue to do it. Lotus is in from Bleed.
Yeah, I wouldn't
As
mind
you'd
seeing
expect.
RRQ just go for Breeze here, put flips right back over onto the Yoru, and just go ham on the map. I mean, it was looking damn clean. His impact was palpable, but it's actually going to be Icebox here from RRQ. So I mean, that is the that map that ace highlight from Jemkin does come from, but it was a bit back and forth.
It is also the map that Bleed suffered on the most, not just last week, but also in kickoffs. So I think maybe that's a point of weakness that perhaps Coach Ewok focused on, and then Breeze is the decider. Wow, we get our Yoru again.
It's highly likely that that is going to be the case, as I don't think that RRQ will have, workshop a completely different composition, but obviously opportunity for Bleed to kind of look and see what the setups are like, how Flips likes to approach those rounds, whether it's on the attacking or the defending side. But first we can zoom in a little bit more on Lotus.
Well, one thing's for sure, both these teams seem to like really big maps. Yeah, so Lotus is going to be the first map. This is the one map that Bleed took off of Talon last week, and RRQ, I hope they've got something ready and prepared for Bleed.
Hopefully feels like it, especially if they're gonna kind of go through with that. In the past, they might have had the chamber before, so that's always fun and interesting. But the main thing that stands out for Bleed is the way that, I think the thing that RRQ needs to watch out for is the way that Bleed plays this map for map control. You always have a strong sentinel in the form of Retla, and he's able to anchor down the C site, but Scary, as a shot caller, knows exactly how to find your movements, knows exactly where to place his teammates so that you won't be able to get any free space. If you want to take space, it's going to cost you.
I think one of the things that we need to see alongside I think the biggest thing really for Bleed is going to be having Scary just get comfortable in that IGL, because one of the things I think that we were kind of seeing was that Scary was taking a hit in his own performance, where he is just this renowned, known the world over smokes player. Everyone knows that highlight from Ascension and that grand final, getting that ace clutch. We weren't seeing anywhere near the level of heroics or impact from him in that last set. And I think a lot of that has to do with because he's putting way more thought and attention into IGLing and really figuring things out. So as he gets more experience with that, obviously that's going to be a little bit more natural and secondary, and then the gameplay can come through. So I'm wondering how much work has been put in directly into him IGLing in this little bit of downtime.
No, that's a fantastic point about Scary on the IGL role, especially with two new members, kind of new members on the roster. And we had to talk about predictions, because that's what we always have to talk about. Let's show it off. And this time we've got 3 Bleed believers. This is very different than the last time we were predicting for Bleed versus Talon. And yeah, okay. Looks like our desk, we're like kind of on the same wavelength here. Quack, tell us why RRQ.
Well, I think RRQ just look a little bit better. The way that they were playing last week, a lot more even against Team Secret. They were actually challenging them. Even when they were challenged, they weren't giving up. Bleed, on the other hand, the way that they were playing, although Lotus was great, once you started to see some of those cracks, the whole team started to crumble. And even though Coach Lagia calls the timeouts, most times coaches call timeouts because they want to right the ship. For Bleed, it kind of looked like he was just watching his ship sink. And the whole team just doesn't really know what to do. Lagia doesn't really know what to say either. And everyone seems to disagree, and they're not doing the same thing, not the same game plan. It's just odd to watch Bleed right now.
The teams are coming on stage really soon, but any quick thoughts, Kilios?
I just think that RRQ, no big overarching changes for them. I think that they have a solid foundation, even if they're going to be flipping up some roles. I think that with the more time that they've had, they should be able to iterate on that a little bit better compared to Bleed, who have just recently done a big shift in the roster and also need to iterate on a lot. The main thing I'm going to keep my eyes out for Bleed, I think could give them an edge, is if they kind of normalize some of their compositions. They had some bizarre ones in the last series, so we'll see what they bring to the table.
Yeah, let's see indeed. All right, let's welcome RRQ and Bleed Esports to the stage.
Bleed Esports.
Undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed.
RRQ.
I'm breaking up another season. I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? Undefeated, locked and loaded. We about to go. Caught him with that left, I leave him tapped out on the floor. Sunny, itchy, sticky, swishy, watch me bank a score. Up in the boat, I'm in the zone, yeah.
Go to the fire, the breath. King of the jungle and beat my chest. They say I'm posing a threat. Just like a pebble, I'm cutting the net.
Ring on my finger, but yes. Like playing chess and I don't even sweat. That's what I call it finesse. That's what I call it finesse.
Is it gonna be undefeated for the Alpha group? I don't know, but Bleed definitely needs to show us something. RRQ looking more confident than ever after their first victory in ages last week.
I was confused initially. I was like, oh, you mean undefeated today?
Today.
Because
yes.
Okay.
Come on, Alpha group need to step it up, and this could be the day where they are undefeated.
Otherwise, we'll have to remix the song and just cut the un off the beginning of the word.
Defeated.
Defeated. Like, you know, it doesn't work as well. But for Bleed, we want to see this squad. Everyone was so excited about them since they made it through Ascension in concise fashion. We want to be able to believe in this team. Ye is here. He has been here. They have not found success quite just yet. They've retooled it. How do they look coming into this one? They've had a little bit more time. So if it's anything other than looking better than last week, that is going to be a tragedy.
We do want to see once El Diablo is made up. We haven't used that term in a while. We haven't seen Ye perform at his peak. We know he has a better form, and we've yet to see that.
It's like Diablo. He's been banished, and then, you know, but they always find a way to bring him back.
Yeah,
so
they usually
it's
do.
Just, you know, whatever method it is, get the Soul Stone, whatever you need, embed it in the forehead, get El Diablo back.
And Retla joining or rejoining the Bleed roster. I know he's still trying to find his footing here with the Bleed team right now. RRQ, that was just a strong cheer. They're good to go.
Yeah, there's a lot more synergy, a lot more better vibes, but they are taking a while to discuss something. So I do hope as though Lagia is telling them that, you know, this is your moment, your time to shine. Last week, just forget about that, because now if they can find that win for the group, for Alpha Group, that would mean so much.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, take your time. I don't mind it. Take your time with the huddle. Get the players ready. This is what you would ideally like to be the last time you talk to them during the game. You don't want to have to intervene with those timeouts.
Absolutely right. All right, let's get started for match 2 of today. Over to our casters, William and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. That's right, we do still have another full-packed best of 3 waiting for us. Of course, we had a tight one earlier between, it was Team Secret and ZETA Division. Team Secret finally bringing home another victory for Alpha Group. Can Bleed do the same today? The desk already broke down all the reasons why it could go both ways, but quite frankly, momentum right now in favor of RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was the sole Bleed believer earlier when they went up against Talon, and this was the map where they got it done. They won the Lotus. So absolutely, I think they're capable of it, but I think RRQ's form is still really strong. Yeah, a lot of their games are really close. A lot of their maps are coming down to the wire, but they can get it done as well. So look, even though I picked RRQ, I'm really confident in this Bleed squad. If they can get that synergy together, they've had another week to kind of work on integrating some of these new players into the roster. All these things could start to come together. You know the firepower is there. And also the calling, now that Scary's been taking over on that role, has looked okay on this map. We need to see it in the other maps now as well.
Yeah, taking a look at the Asian picks. Now, RRQ, they haven't shown it yet in Stage 1. The last time we saw it was at kickoff when they played against Gen.G. Back then, Elmi Moore, still playing the Sentinel, actually brought out the Chamber. Not as much impact, and now they're continuing, really solidifying Xfero as that primary Sentinel and Elmi Moore as that primary Initiator. This will be Elmi Moore's first time, I believe, playing the Fade. He's played a lot of Sova in the past. Of course, the Sky, not so much. It didn't look so hot last week. But now bring out the Fade here for Lotus as Estrella continues as Yeoman as well.
Yeah, and this is kind of the comp that most teams are leaning into these days. It gives you the rebel control that you want. It does all the good things that you expect. You're able to lock down the sites with the KJ on C, things like that. So nothing out of the ordinary in terms of the comps to really talk about other than what you mentioned, the role swaps there. But that has been the name of the game for RRQ coming into Stage 1.
Yes.
That we're changing the roles up a little bit. We're going to experiment with that, see if we can find some success.
We'll see if that continues. They looked a lot better last week, but still perhaps not the clean victory they would have wanted against Team Secret. Can they get it done today as we go over to Lotus? Bleed's pick. They had a great showing last week, kicking things off with the Zest clutching it up in the pistol round as if he never left the stage on a comfort pick of Fade. See if it happens today.
Yeah, I mean, we've gotten a little used to it, a little spoiled seeing Zest pull off some incredible plays throughout the year. So on a very different team now, still showing some glimpses of that old tremendous play he had on DRX, but looking for some early success. A crunch towards these doors potentially being set up by Bleed, seemingly having a decent read on this.
Yeah, looks like RRQ should be fairly wary of it as well. The Killjoy ready for a potential pinch out from B main. It is definitely going to be that Fade Raise combo from the defenders on that mound side. The Paint Shell's already thrown out alongside the C's. There's a blast back. Ye gets ahead. The Paranoid comes out from B main as well. But Smoke to now reset from the attackers. They were ready for it. They get the read. They start to file into Rumble. Spike barely making it around the corner. And now the map reset on the right and left side as RRQ will make their way into tree.
Yeah, and that haunt gives them the information they need to know that they can at least get this plant down pretty safely. See Darion trying to work his way through that smoke cover to see if he can find any trailing players of RRQ, but in fact, it's just a very deep lurk for Xfero.
Yeah, and Xfero might have to come huge here as Jemkin eventually goes down to the trade. 2 kills on the side of Bleed, trying to open up the site. They're wary of a potential lurk, but they want to get into the site first. They want to clear it. Xfero doesn't land the first shot, eventually gets it. Will just buy time. Now his teammates will be able to peek back out. Elmimore over by drop. Does he reset? The Prowler tags onto Rutland, actually gets the bite, and he loses vision at the most crucial timing. Elmimore gets the first round for RRQ.
Yeah, I really like this post plant setup for RRQ, even though Bleed is able to sort of overstack some of those angles towards Heaven, keeping Xfero in the back, knowing that there's going to be a smoke just outside of A stairs. He can work that so nicely. Yeah, the shots aren't good, but the idea is then Elmimore using his utility advantage to great success there at the end of that round. Really nice start there for RRQ. Already going to be locking in some great weapons in this anti-eco, an Outlaw, a Vandal, a Bulldog, a Spectre, and a Ghost for Elmimore, but you can see there just a little bit of pressure for Flips, and doesn't like what he sees. Any util coming out against an eco is like, yeah, they're all there, so let's try the other side.
I mean, at the minimum, you saw 3 coming out with the utility, so you know that the other side should be weaker. Now, just wary of a potential trap play. Doesn't want to run into all the Killjoy util by accident, give over a free weapon or 2. So they'll make sure they clear all the corners. Paranoia used as well. So sure, RQ being thorough here on the anti-eco, but does that make their post plant slightly weaker? We'll have to keep our eye on it. Bleed all grouped up. Potentially looking just a flood retake, but it looks like they might just be waiting as it's all on classics. It's already given up the site. They say if they come out, we'll get a couple of these kills, but right now with this C site, how are we possibly retaking this one, not wanting to give away free ult points?
Yeah, no, I think this is certainly the wiser call to make in this situation. There were a few times earlier today where I thought maybe this should have happened for ZETA. They should have just ceded control and given up the spike, but absolutely, statistically speaking, the correct play. So you can't blame Bleed at all for this. Just going for a quick check. Elmimore with the Ghost isn't going to mind sacrificing this if he can do a little bit of damage, get a few more orbs.
Yeah, he wants one. At the very least, he'll get 1 extra point, right, on that death. So with just the Ghost there, not really losing out anything. It's been a while, but the Spike comes out with an ace in round 2. RRQ will pick up the anti-eco. They carry over all of their purchases onto the bonus. And okay, I was about to say a judge being bought up by Elmimore initially. Just testing out if his shop works.
I'm only going to say this because I know Jesse has a good sense of humor, but the Spike had more kills than Jesse did.
He did celebrate in that group photo with a 0 next to his head. And Jesse owning it up.
I love you, Jesse.
I mean, of course, we see another member here who had to suffer that fate last year at Ascension, Jemkin, going up against the team that gave it to him, Bleed. Of course, very different players on both sides, but we'll see if Jemkin, is there any vengeance left in the tank that he wants to kind of air out today in this match as they both find themselves here on the VCT Pacific stage. This is a quick push onto B site. Ye not able to quite land that shot. Flips eventually getting traded out, but Xfero is there with the Outlaw. Jemkin wanting to make sure they get at least the spike down, and Xfero right now, he's already cleared out the A side. Baby door opened as well. That allows him to continue to put pressure all the way around as Xfero's picked up this Odin.
Yeah, they've read this really nicely. I'm not sure if they're going to be ready.
Oh, the timing's a little quick. Estrella just lets it pass. He lets his footsteps be heard, though, as he tries to chase through. However, Estrella now on the second lurk all the way around. Jemkin, his job is just to buy time. They have no idea that there could be a second. The spike diffuser is killed, and it's only Retla left alive for Bleed. What a setup in the post plant by RRQ. And the jump back gets the peak. It's just a jiggle on both sides. Retla, too many things to consider. He also has to potentially worry about saving this Vandal. Gets the kill. He can't get out in time. And Jemkin will pick it up. 3-0 lead.
It's a beautiful entry here by Jemkin. Getting a little bit deeper than you would normally expect with a raise. Getting far into that B site. Kind of throws the crosshairs a little bit off. X-Barrel winning that angle. Out on the outside, grabbing that Odin, opening up that space. You know, Scary's, like you mentioned, aware of the first because of the footsteps, but not expecting that second. Breaking that baby door open early to set up that double stack for the flank. And, you know, it's a 2-2 attempt for Bleed in terms of coming from both angles of B, but not really quite aware that there was going to be extra reinforcements. Trying to go for some shots is Ye, but only getting a little bit of damage.
The snake bite cuts off some backup as well. So now with the one-way refresh, Bleed will be a bit safer. But are they aware of Estrella being hidden across? He's already making some calls on the camera, it looks like, just asking for his teammates to continue pressure on the other side, see if he can get a cheeky kill on the lurk. Surely you suspect something with this late delay. The Prowler clearing out B site. Pressure across the entire map from RRQ, even Rubble being held by X-Ferro, still with another outlaw in his hands.
Yeah, and that information is working a treat here because they haven't heard much coming from Mound. They're going to re-aggress towards this angle. Don't like the extra attention over towards B. Don't like going up against those sheriffs in close quarters combat. They're actually going to use the Nightfall here. He's trying to cycle it quickly.
Yeah, but Ye might look for an opening here by the revolving door. There's the paranoia. It's perfect for Ye. He gets one, and it's delayed the entry, but Jemkin will clear the site. Estrella finally trading out Ye. And then there's still the lurk out in B main, coming out from X-Ferro. Spike not planted just yet. RRQ not quite wary if they've already wasted too much time for the backup to arrive. They'll allow X-Ferro to set up on Mound. He'll just come through. Doesn't want to go on the lurk with the outlaw, just wants to hold from outside with his teammates' turret and alarm bot set up. Now just holding outside of the smoke. Misses the first jiggle, but it is an outlaw. It's got two shots. Darion tries to jiggle out of it. Won't find it. Zest, good for a headshot, but flips on the trade. Retla once again the last alive, this time a sheriff, so surely he goes for something. Perhaps try to get that pit online in the next round, but he's going to be 2 points away as he goes down to Flip Strider once again.
Yeah, good trades here for RRQ. You know, even though Bleed finds a couple nice picks, they're not unaccounted for. They're not given over for free by RRQ. So far, so good. The Outlaws looked really good in X-Ferro's hands. I wouldn't be too upset if he grabbed an operator at some point with how well he's able to hold down these angles, to be honest. Hit some good shots through the wall there, too. Great gun. I love to see teams grab those Outlaws against these ecos when they're pressing these early advantages to keep that economy at a high pace.
I mean, you see teams that use it very well, and you realize they just start to run away with it. Obviously, Paper Rex, one of the first to really do it out here in Pacific, even during the offseason. See if more teams start to warm up to that buy outside of just the obvious couple of anti-eco rounds. But for now, it's going to be rifle upgrades on the side of RQ. And returning to a rifle buy here for Bleed, all full armor. They've been scared away from the half armors for the time being.
Yeah, it's a desperate round for Bleed. You know, you've been set on the back foot economically and scoreboard-wise. You certainly want to change that right now. You don't want to let this slide too far out of control. The bank book for RRQ is thick. Can you do anything about it here? A little bit of toying with him is Flips. He's setting up to buy a little bit of extra time for this C push.
And sure, Bleed, they know that they've been toyed with in previous rounds, so they're not overreacting to it, but even the ever slight movement from B side over to Baby Door and then potentially thinking it might be a B hit, things like that, now getting ahead of that smoke. Jemkin already inside the site. The Haunt is there, so is the Prowler. C site giving up once again. No ultimates on either side for an amazing retake on the set play, so they'll just have to wait to clear their angles. At the very least, Bleed holds on to Waterfall, but once again, it's a double lurk
from RRQ. B main, and then Baby Door as well. Xfero now providing backup. This is another nice bait and switch for Flips. I mean, you can't possibly imagine that it's another double lurk all the way out from the A side. Zest has no idea. RRQ is working this map like it's just their home ground. And now spamming through the smoke, it's planted for Mound. There is just no way Bleed can get a grasp. Running into the arms of Flips as he gets yet another kill against EA.
Good luck, Scary.
He'll try to fight his way out of this. Oh, not even Scary's getting out of this one. Flips coming online with 3 kills in that round.
That's a flawless, Pulsar flawless here for the side of RRQ, just starting to run away with this. I mean, this just makes the economic damage all that more impactful. And you call it, Will, these lurks are all over the place for RRQ, and they're working a treat. You might need a timeout already for Bleed to start addressing this. Start trying to find ways to get a little bit more info. But Flipsider really feeling it. Good preparation by Ewok and company to completely bamboozle, work these tendencies of Bleed against them. You know, Zest is there. He's watching for what you would expect to be the lurk through B main, but it's actually coming all the way through. The tremendous patience from Flips. Just use his utility to keep himself obscured long enough that they just assume he's rotated somewhere else. But he hadn't. He had just stuck around. So now what are the adjustments going to be? Going to see some kind of attempted fast hit here on the eco from Bleed to see if they can shut it down. That's already been thwarted in the pistol round by RRQ. You're going to have to dig deep, and you're going to come away with a thrifty, and then beyond that, just getting your mental in check.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, right? Not only are you losing rounds 5-0, but you're losing in the macro, you're losing in the duels. You feel like you're just losing your grip on this game. Perhaps a big part of it is that you're not really fighting for either side of this map. A lot of times you want to see the defenders at least take over the opposite side. But for now, waiting for that passive info. So on this kind of eco round, just a single heroic Bulldog on Zest. Now Zest used to be called the master of the Bulldog out here in Korea when he was on DRX.
Yeah, he's
he can
so
do some
good.
damage with it.
So good with that gun. I mean, so many huge multi-kill rounds with it.
There's that late paranoia. We see this is the next adjustment for a lot of teams here on Lotus when they can't keep control of Rubble, but that's the C's. They should know that someone's been caught by it. They see the tether. Gage just barely staying alive outside of that toxic screen. The Prowler catches sight of Retla. It's just a spray down through the screen. Curtains down and out here for Bleed.
Great diligence here from RRQ, not like falling for any of these traps that are being set up by Bleed, really doing their due diligence by checking the angles, making sure that that box is covered, making sure the farther angles are covered. You know, they're sensing a trap play, and they read it so nicely. Hats off so far to RRQ. They're read into this map well.
Oh, and Ye not landing the headshot there. Nice crouch to adjust from RRQ. Just a spray down through as they're opening the door. I mean, RRQ, this is some of the most thorough games we've seen. One of the reasons all of their matches seem to go 2-1 or maybe close to overtime is because sometimes they get a little ahead of themselves, right? They don't check their corners, things like that. Right now, they are dialed in as Estrella gets a triple kill here for RRQ.
Yeah, coordination looks good. The decision-making looks good. Read of their opponent looks good. Now you've got all these ults in the bag to utilize against them. Just the Viper's Pit for Retla. But you have so much to clear that pit. You have the lockdown, you have the showstopper, you have your pit of your own, that it's going to be really risky for Retla to try to get this online. You're one away from a lockdown and a showstopper as well for Bleed, so you're just away from being able to maybe have the counter ultimates for what RRQ wants to do. I wouldn't be surprised if RRQ just wants to go for a quick lockdown here, just try to take advantage of their early ulted, ult situation, see if they can just open up the C site, being a little bit patient, worried about something unorthodox coming out of Bleed after that timeout, and I would be too.
Yeah, and now we will have to wait for the round to actually begin, see what it might be. All right, we couldn't quite escape the grass today, but we've been very good about sorting through this, so we'll wait to see if there's an update on what the problem may be. And waiting to hear from the staff up on the stage. Currently a 6-0 lead for RRQ.
I didn't even notice that the clock had stopped. I was just like, I think they're just playing it safe. Like, no, it's just the tech pause rearing its ugly head.
trying to creep back in, thinking we've forgotten about it.
Yeah.
But do see a slight nod from Retla, so it seems that maybe this was a quick sort. Maybe just a quick replug here on some of the gear.
Can we, you know, the desk was talking about bringing Ye back up. You know, El Diablo, he seems to be resurrected all the time.
Sure.
Can we trade the tech pause for that? Like, is that, like, is that
Oh,
okay?
we trying to make some deals now.
Yeah,
Okay,
look,
yeah, I see.
I'll do it. I'll make a deal to get the devil back into Pacific. I'm fine with that.
I don't know if that's quite what he might be looking for here. Well, we shall see. I mean, right now, it's not about Ye, it's just about the entire team of Bleed. And, you know, you mentioned something interesting earlier before the match started, Paperthin, that obviously a big part about Bleed this year is about growth, right? You just got into VCT Pacific. The desk talked about having to go through these roster changes that, you know, not were out of their own volition. It was situational. And the curiosity was, can they continue to improve to get to that level to play in Pacific? But right now, round 7 off to a quick start. That's as you've called it. They'll start to dump their ultimates. And it's going to be an operator hold for Xero, but he has no backup. He's going to get swarmed. He's ready for the jump. He's ready for the blast back. And finally, the showstopper from Ye, not taking any chances. But it's still a 3v4 for Bleed. And you wonder, is that showstopper going to find its value? Everyone tucked into these corners on the Viper's pit. Darion trying to figure out where does he spam. I mean, there's just so many angles to be holding. None of them lined up on a singular line. And it should start to pique Bleed's curiosity that not a single member can be spotted. Prowler's out to start the approach. The haunts are coming in on both sides, but nobody spotted still just yet. Estrella finds the first target. It's on to Ye. And suddenly, a 2v4 into the opponent's Viper's pit. It just does not seem sensible to chase out. Coming in from Jemkin, he finds Darion as he tries to backstep. And yet another round after a couple ults traded. RRQ leads 7-0.
It's great situational awareness from RRQ across the board. Understanding the ult economy, understanding the timers at the end of that round as well there for Jemkin, knowing that there was going to be a save from Bleed and he was hot on their heels. He knows the economic situation, so this is a really dialed-in RRQ today. This is a great play from Xero. You get 2, that's fine. You still got a lockdown for the next round. You'll trade that showstopper any day of the week for what just happened in this round.
Oh, for sure.
That's huge. This is a win on so many levels for RRQ in that round.
Yeah, and just Xero getting fired up as well when oftentimes he's going to have to play solo on a map like this is huge. Now Robo Control taking over once again. You hear the Viper's pit go up. You're not seeing it on A. You got to imagine with the typical defaults, it's on the other side of the map. We'll start to see on the mini-map, Xero's going to creep towards C, maybe get a little sight of it late into the round. And for now, all the way up to Baby Door. I mean, the pressure already set before the 1 minute mark here by RRQ. Bleed, just 2 members, counter. Yeah, it's going to be the counter Prowler and the Paranoia as well, just to buy time, but it has to be both Prowlers used. When during all of this, Flip starts to dig in. Do we have a sense of this from Darion? He realizes that's the weak part of the map. Bleed starting to communicate a bit more on where they need cover. Baby Door being watched. The possibilities of that B crunch. Very well aware of this. The Prowler right away, but Bleed just holds the left trigger. Ye will get 1 kill, but it's not going to be enough. B site now broken open and Flips. Does he have a timing? They start to really separate their angles here as Flips catches Darion from behind. He's coming back to help cover Baby Door as well. Estrella gets 1 kill, and Flips watching for anyone else left alive. Scary, is he aware that Flips has returned to stairs? He's going to peek for it, and there's that Poison Cloud. Scary also trying to use his own smoke to try to creep in. He's trying to let him know that he's already gotten into the site. He's going to push forward, but Flips is still ready for it. And once again, just Retla, last one alive. Bleed cannot catch a grasp on this first map, their own pick of Lotus.
Yeah, the whole time, you can sense what Flips wants to do based on his positioning as kind of the tip of the spear almost, in some ways, for RRQ. Yeah, you've got Jemkin taking space towards tree, but he's pushing up towards stairs the whole time. Retla might be able to sneak one away here. Yeah, he's going to take Flips, but that's a consolation prize, and it's not a big one at all with the way the economy is. But the whole time, he's getting all this sense of the space, and he's being extremely patient. You can see that Darion was aware of it for a moment, but when they move over to B, his attention turns the other direction. The whole time, Xero is also going through spawn, going through B main, checking all that area as well. So there's tremendous diligence from the side of RRQ, and as soon as they sensed that there was too much pressure on A, it was a quick pivot over towards B, patience at the door, expecting a player there, ready for the trade. So much to say about how well RRQ has come prepared for this match.
Yeah, I mean, a Lotus that they haven't shown yet, right? But perhaps predicting it's going to come out, showing that it was a comfort win for Bleed in their opening match. RQ seems to have a good read on it, and these row swaps and, you know, positional swaps as well, not just the agents, but like you said, Flips playing these roles and positions that really allows him to go on these aggressive lurks a bit more. This is one of the reasons why his Yoru seems so successful whenever they play that Breeze. He's able to get into the thick of things where he likes to brawl and get information off of contact, things like that. Right now, it's doing them a big favor on that Viper.
You see why they trusted him as the IGL, being able to read the map so well like that, being able to make plays for his team and for himself in those situations. And some say Flips is still lurking to this day. It's just so smart right now. What a game plan here for RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, this goes all the way back to, you know, when they were part of the old Boom Esports squad, right? Flips there as well, doing a lot of his own scouting, and Xfero now with the operator seems to really find his comfort zone on the Sentinel role.
Think about this, you're also keeping Ye off and op. You're not giving him any chance to get to it.
No, they haven't really seen it yet. Might have had that one round where they could have picked it up, but even then, not able to recover it. Retla good for the first kill on the C site, but doesn't last long, as now it's just going to be a Bulldog Stinger and a Sheriff left. And look at this, RQ, they're so far ahead. They say, eco round for you, doesn't matter. We'll use the lockdown and absolutely secure this. Scary still waiting to see if it's going to be a wraparound, but eventually it will not be. RQ not overthinking this either, as Darion gets a tag on that jump. Jemkin repeats this with the double. Almost loses both lives, but Elmimore will be the sacrificial lamb.
And that's going to bring the Nightfall available for RRQ, so the ult cycle's really good. But can they hold on? That helps. Flip just taking Zest down as he's trying to creep in.
Yeah, Zest a little bit ahead of Scary, as Scary was so far out. Not much time to regroup. Even if they did, it was just a stinger. And sure, Scary's done heroic things throughout his entire career. But right now, this is not the situation he wanted to find himself in. The paint shells tick him down. Might get the kills, but RRQ deciding to respect the space, and he will have to back off. Just trying to fake that out. Just seeing if he can pick up a weapon even.
Really
Creeping
wants
up.
it, but it's gonna have to be quick.
Just looking for an exit frag, and now he says, okay, that's the last of the timers. Should be able to get out just in time, far away from the site as he gets out with a Vandal.
Yeah, love the decision making here. I'm not against using that lockdown at this point. You've been holding on to it for quite a while. Since this operator has been so strong for Xfero, he's never really needed to get into a position, or they had to use a showstopper to take him down in one case. That's a nasty shot. That's a nasty shot.
I mean, they found their right positions on RRQ. It took a little while, but the Sentinel, the primary opper, Xfero looking energized. He looks happy to be in this new role.
Yeah, man, I love it. I mean, you know, we saw so much good things from Elmimore in terms of his, you know, Cypher play in particular, but this swap is working a treat so far, and Jemkin just winning out over Scary.
Yeah, there's that crossfire through the toxic screen. They get a sight of it, and they'll just spray him down. And despite the Uso dump, Bleed just cannot gain control early on in the round on any of these so far, the 10 first rounds of Lotus.
Yeah, and you still have a Nightfall here for Elmimore, so this A-hold, Ye trying to play close to the door, trying to see if he can play some counter to this ult that might come through. A lot of times teams are going to do it, but he's actually going to lead with the Prowler first, and then they're going to change direction, maybe over towards B once again. They've been doing this so many times to great effect.
Yeah, then the Nightfall into B. I mean, they know that Bleed was prepared for this with the Util dump on Rubble, so they're just holding on to that. Still a one-for-one trade, and Jemkin just clears the site. Xfero's holding the angle just in case, but now they won't even take the chance. They'll go all the way to C site. RQ is here trying to make sure that they get a clean win today against Bleed Esports. And they may not even drop a round at this rate as they clean B site once again.
I mean, just the brilliance here to just say, well, we know where the last couple players are. We can set up a crossfire. We can move over, make it easy on ourselves. That's just tremendous understanding of the game, tremendous fundamentals that RRQ is showing here right now. I mean, this is this is beyond desperate for Bleed at this point. 10 rounds already. I mean, yes, this is generally an attacker-sided map. In Pacific, sometimes not, but you know, generally throughout the world. And now you have a couple ults. This round kind of has to go. You have a lockdown and a nightfall of your own.
I mean, if you don't win this, that 13-0 is looming over your head.
Yep.
We might be setting more records than one here today at VCT Pacific. Not the ones of the good kind. Bretla being pressured. He saw the decay, so he thinks he has a chance. But Jemkin is just on fire off the gate. And he goes out for a crouch swing as well. The double, the teamwork for RRQ. And then they back off. They've lost audio. They don't want to just barrel in without information. The overheating RRQ just not present today, unfortunately for Bleed. And now Bleed slowly re-clearing the areas, but it's just the crossfires. They know Bleed, they are just starving for information. RQ waits for it, and they will be rewarded once again.
What are you supposed to do? I mean, Scary's going to have to pull off another one of those just miraculous clutches. It feels like Ye's trying to come to help him. From there, okay.
I mean, Jemkin was kind of predicting it, but that is a spike down. Now 45 seconds. Xfero's ready for it, but he's still walking. Now a 2v2. Scary holds on to it. And Ye knows the lurk is coming. And Bleed, a desperately needed round win, goes their way.
Okay. That's what I wanted to see. I don't like that they had to be in that position in the first place. And I was just going to say earlier, I'm like, I don't know what else there. I mean, Jemkin just kind of backed into it, but it's like a truck. Just, no, it's giving it away. But I mean, I like what RRQ is doing. That's all I can say. I feel like a broken record coming through those 10 rounds in a row. Just so many good things being done. Individual heroics, okay, sure, that's nice. But is that going to be the start of anything for Bleed on this map, on their map pick?
Yeah, I mean, you get the right read when it comes down to a 2v3, 2v4, but how do you escape being in that position in the first place is a big question. Now upping the pace for RRQ. Showstopper used, Paranoia as well to clear out Baby Door, Seas to clear out Waterfall. Now it's a quick flood in from rotating door from Ye, but he gets kind of stuck. Not much room to jiggle as that door's closing on him. And now the pit used to cover Baby Door. Heaven still slightly open for Bleed's retake. Estrella now on the lurk. Does he go for a peek out? He does. A little too far out. Scary's waiting for it. He knows that RQ's been winning these rounds thanks to the deep lurks and the late lurks. Now just to bounce out away from that lockdown. Scary looking for a timing. We're going to see the detains come in. Darien starts to push in. The Viper's pit has to go down off of that death. The Prowler, they know that Scary's still here, so RRQ wants to push out. They want to clear this out first. They're trying to get back in. Elmimore can't, so it's all up to Xfero. He can't get the spam through the wall. And that will be the second round for Bleed as we finish the first half.
Yeah, I mean, eventually these ults can come into play and give you a couple rounds for sure, and that's what you need. It just took way too long there for Bleed to get there. And the coordination still doesn't feel quite right. The read still didn't feel quite right for Bleed. There's a Paranoia sent out by Scary towards C door to try to set up Ye for that push that he went through. Didn't hit anybody. It completely missed RRQ. And then Elmimore just walks through and takes him down because, you know, you're expecting somebody to be blind, maybe a little bit more space for Ye to gain before he's going to make contact, but instead it's red. That being said, still have the lockdown. You can still get in there, clear out that pit. You know, RQ kind of overcommitting to Scary's side of it. That did cost them that round. However, I miss your prime time. Please come back. I know, we all do.
I mean, you just see the impact this guy used to have across the entire world with some of the most amazing highlights we've seen. But right now, Ye, it's really just focused on getting back into that comfort zone on stage. And it's not just about Ye alone. It's about the entire Bleed squad. Several of these players. I mean, Scary also used to send waves throughout APAC and SEA, but currently not quite finding the same value on the big stage as he's rejoining in Tier 1 of VCT.
It is a bit unfortunate so far in that regard that Bleed hasn't really shown, you know, what we maybe hoped they could with this stacked roster. That being said, you know, you gotta tip your cap to RQ. Game plan's been good so far. Basically a must-win pistol for Bleed here coming into their attacker side. It's gonna be a three-man stack, that quintessential sort of Omen Fade Raze combo towards Rubble.
I'll find you.
See, they've got the Paranoia ready. They've got the Prowlers ready to try to contest this space, but going on a bit of walkabout is Ye towards that B site. There is that tricky alarm bot right around the corner.
Yeah, and Estrellas ready for it. Wants to make sure that he has an escape. He hears the Prowler. Does he use the Paranoia? He's going to use it to try to counter out. He actually catches Ye on the entry as well. And then the toxic screen comes up. There's the decay. He does find himself in the middle of a drop, but Darion just cannot go and continue on to a second kill. You've still got the Killjoy. X-Pharaoh over on the C site. Immediate backup from Waterfall. From Flipstrider as well. Now a reset on both sides. Bleed, faking the rotate. Now Omimore, he wants to know. He hears the shot. It's good timing for that haunt.
Yeah, it's so nice to get that in there. And just waiting for this. Our 2 players now sliding over for RRQ. The door to fake the C hit.
Again.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be another attempt towards B.
Yeah, but X-Pharaoh's still holding that angle. He doesn't hear anything just yet. And look at this. I mean, RQ, they're all just hiding themselves until they know for certain where they want to go for the retake. Now they'll hear the plant.
Just play for trades, yeah.
Omimore's a little too low, so RQ just letting the plant go. But in fact, Bleed might be overthinking this a bit as they want to try to dwindle the numbers, but it's just too many members. The reloads come in, and eventually X-Pharaoh swings around for the trade. It's going to be RRQ leading 11-2 off the pistol.
Sort of a change up there attempted to be thrown by Bleed, but like you said, RRQ just sitting on that pitch, waiting for it, and they knock it out of the park.
Yeah, I get it, right? I mean, when you're down like that, especially on a pistol, yes, you want to dwindle the numbers. You don't have enough time, because if you stick the plan, you're going to have an even tougher duel. But the thing is the fakes just didn't work, and B site was already prepared. And Elmimore feeling victory close here on map 1. Stands up to send a message across the stage.
Force buy has to come through for Bleed. Sheriff's in a stinger. It's all they could afford, though.
Yeah, it's not the best force buy either, right?
No, and the Outlaw as well could make quick work of this. This is made going for force buy is even more difficult with this gun in the current game.
What is this angle?
No idea.
Yeah, just under that one way. He's ready for the swing around the door as well. He will eventually actually get smoked out. So Ye not going to be able to go for a bit of a duel there. But now continuing the pressure. There's that outside alarm bot though. A lot of teams have been using this across the world where it just gains you so much information early. You know that the full force still isn't there, so X-Pharaoh's still feeling safe here on the site. You've got that Nano Swarm that you can pop. There's that Poison Cloud as well. He pops it. No one's entering through that on an eco. Now they just have to back out. Leaves a lurk.
They have no idea what to do. I mean, they're lost, and they know they can't go up against an Outlaw without losing at least one through that push. So they're going to try to reaggress towards a different part of the map, and this is the right thing to do in this scenario for sure. But it is going to be Elmimore with a Guardian going to hear that haunt, and he's going to be waiting with open arms. Now, they did try to tuck a player in.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, they're looking for these lurks. It's in their heads.
Yeah, if Retla can get a kill here, make sure to draw the attention away from A. He goes for the shot, but here's the thing. There's still so many members of RRQ alive, and they still don't see the peak. Eventually get the kill. They see it's the Viper, and now RRQ knows. They still won't greed for this either. And RRQ playing it patiently, playing with the numbers, doesn't want to give over any of these powerful weapons. Darion holding close for the Stinger. Yeah, it's going to be predictable, but he'll still have to go for it. Has to shut down the crossfire coming in from RRQ's retake. 2 members up, and only Scary holding an off angle next to that spike. Now the push out from Bleed. And X-Pharaoh is ready for it. He knows that they'll have to get antsy. Still one more up there, but it's going to be the swing around. Not enough members left alive for Bleed as RRQ reach map point 12-2.
Thank you.
Tremendous work here from RRQ.
Save the day.
Patience pays off in this round. Just holding tight on C and B. Kind of expecting one of those 2 sites with the weaker buy no matter what. You know, no matter how many credits they invest in that round, it wasn't going to be great for Bleed. That Outlaw working a treat there for X-Pharaoh. Sure, he dies, but didn't matter. Yeah, he's like, go get my Outlaw, go get my Outlaw.
Yeah, he's been doing work with it.
He knows they can't afford full armors.
Yep. Has that in the back of his mind. 12-7-3. Jemkin also 12-6. Elmimore 12-6. Everyone having, quite frankly, one of the best games they've had since joining RRQ. And what a time to have it as they try to put another win on the board here in Group Omega. Of course, still a best of 3, but this is their opponent's pick.
And you got to think with Icebox coming up next, hasn't been the best map for Bleed, so trying to right the wrongs of previous history. Certainly we see it all the time where teams are able to take their map picks off of each other, but this one starts to feel like a potential GG go next.
I mean, look at the map, right? Look at Xfero. He's already cleaned out the entire left half of the map, and Bleed, they're just trapped. But as you've called it before, Paper, then they still feel a little lost as they just don't have any information on their own. They might sense that they are trapped, but they're not feeling confident pushing in as they're not quite sure. They just wish that there would be a peak. Normally RRQ peaks, normally they overheat. Why is that not happening? That's the thought behind Bleed's head. And now a jump peak and a double, and Xfero still stabilizes for the second. Doesn't want to waste time on the reload. And now the cutoff on the backup as well from the rotation. RRQ perfectly pressuring the weak points of Bleed.
And you've still got some KJ Util.
Oh,
He's
no.
going to have the info, hearing all these footsteps outside of the door, but going to play it safe.
Okay.
Wait for the rest of the team to get there. The right move for sure. Flips, being aware of any lurks, but there are none to be had. All three members of Bleed are right there. That is a great paint shells.
And the spam comes through the wall as well. I love the delayed paint shells. Make sure that they have to eat the damage at the very least, but the spam helps pick up the kill. And now just down to 2 members. I mean, a 4v3, maybe Bleed. They had a shot, but now just Darion and Retla, neither at full health. The Outlaw creeping up against him as well. Jemkin will get 1, and Retla gets 2. Can he get a 3rd? He gets it! This spot and Bleed. Can the miracle happen again? No, it will be Estrella that shuts it down. An absolute masterclass of a 13-2 scoreline for RRQ.
Blink and you miss it. But RRQ looking to make a statement here in stage 1. Certainly have to feel like they have a lot to prove. They should have been maybe one of the teams in Madrid. They just came up short against some of the best in the world. Teams that went 2nd and 3rd at Madrid were the teams that bested them. And this, to me, is a statement game for RRQ.
I mean, also just shoring up their weakness as well. That has been criticized. Well, let's hear from the desk what they thought about this RRQ performance before we return for map 2.
Well, we think RRQ is looking better than ever. What a dominant win on Lotus, which was Bleed's map pick.
That's the wildest thing. I saw Bleed's Lotus against Talon last week. That was highly, highly competitive, very high IQ gameplay because it was almost like a battle between Cruz's IGLing and Scary's IGLing. Today, though, a 10-0 start in the first half. I mean, what was that?
I felt like I was watching a scrim. This was a complete and utter lack of the ability to adapt and to respond to what was being thrown at them. RRQ, incredible reads the whole way throughout, you know, exactly where players were going to be and exactly what they were going to be doing, and then we're also just hitting their shots. It was just gorgeous play from them, and then from Bleed, just fairly absent. I felt like they were just, you know, AFK.
Absolutely. Every single round, every single read from RRQ side, they just knew exactly when to swing over to a different site. They just knew when to rotate, and like you said, just getting all their shots, the most important aspect of this game.
A lot of great info gathered. I think part of the reason why RRQ lands so many of their shots, as you can see in these post-plant stats as well, they actually look very well rehearsed. You can see a lot of moments where not only is Jemkin very disciplined as a duelist, he's working with a team. He's not just going off solo missions by himself. He's often working together with Elmi more. There are so many times where you'll see the Prowler being used to check and clear. Jemkin's the one following through on it, and they are able to take down players like Ye off of that, for example. There are a few first kills for Bleed, and you know, I think some of those actually come from Ye, though.
But yeah, sure, but they're not always translating into the round wins. So the few times that they're able to get that advantage, which only finding this many is all, you know, fairly damning in and of itself. You can't get 100% conversion rate, you know, from having that 5v4 advantage into wins. RRQ just, they had the answer to every single question. It's like they had a crib sheet and they just knew what to just write down at every twist and turn. This was just brutality here at the hands of RRQ. Jemkin having a whale of a time, just ends up, you know, doubling his deaths and kills, 14 and 7 for him, 3 first kills. The one that surprised me, I think, the most was Xfero, because this is a guy who's an initiator player who's playing Killjoy while using an operator, and he's just absolutely tearing them to shreds. Yampi's somewhere watching, saying, like, please, God, I need to have that impact.
What I really like also seeing the 2 MVPs here, Jemkin and Scare, are actually both of our Ascension players from last year. star Ascension players too. But there's something lacking from Bleed's side, clearly. Maybe you're onto something, Achilleos, with Scary, just readjusting to his IGL role here and just not really making the right reads.
It feels like it. The 2 rounds, the only rounds that Bleed won, it wasn't off of like coach timeout or anything like that. They had a lot of labored moments where, trying to punch into a site, they lose so many players. Scary's usually the last one left alive, but he finds himself in a very advantageous position. His teammates might have fallen, but he's holding a site by tree, and because of that, he's able to smoke out, he's able to watch the spike, and he covers and watches, and he's able to shoot down every angle. That only happens a few rounds, though. That's the thing, and your team isn't there with you. It's kind of like, this exact moment. Whereas for RRQ, the teamwork is prevalent in every single round, every single moment. Someone's, going to make a bit of a sacrificial play for a teammate just to create a bit more space, just to be able to control the map a little bit better. And that's just lovely, lovely teamwork from RRQ. That's what you want to see. This team is dotting their I's, crossing every single T across the board. They're checking these angles, they're checking the corners, and Bleed just kind of not able to, like what you said, Achilles, not able to adapt whatsoever.
I mean, it's a couple nice moments here and there, but unfortunately that's it. I mean, that final play there from Rutler trying to save the game somehow, trying to keep them in it. That's nice. That's a solid play. That's a highlight, but it's one of so few, and the team play, the rifling, it just was not there. So zero stability at all for the side of Bleed. Now we get ready to go into Icebox, which, RRQ, 2 losses on it, a single win. Still feeling, relatively confident, and we're able to get a win the last time that they played it versus Team Secret just a week ago. Given what we saw, I was talking about with Team Secret in the previous series, I should say, how devastating that Lotus was for them. And I was like, okay, well, it's on, Vash to lead the charge, to be that veteran presence, to rally the team together. I don't see how that's possible after what we just witnessed from Bleed.
I mean, crazier things have happened, but you're right. If it's going to keep continuing on this trend right now, you boys have said it many, many times, especially Achilleos, Paper Thin, William too. I mean, full well supporting RRQ and that they could have made it to champions last year. It's just, the performance was there, but it was hard for them to prove it when they're going against literally the best of Pacific.
Now they actually get a chance to prove it, and then they can, after off this win, hopefully a bit of an upwards trajectory for RRQ. That's the biggest thing. The first map looked like a complete wash. That was Bleed's map pick, so statistically or logically, you would be thinking RRQ takes this one. If anything, though, I do want to say, it's just like for Bleed, obviously we want to see better IGLing, I think, overall, but also for Zest on this Gecko, are they going to swap things around, maybe go back to a bit of like a Sova, or if he is sticking on the Gecko, we need to see some improvements.
Yeah, we need to see improvement on an individual level on that Gecko, but I don't necessarily think that shifting him off of, well, maybe if you're going to have somebody else play the Gecko, I think that's fine. Shifting that out of the comp, I think would be detrimental just because it has been such a prevalent pick. It has been getting an immense amount of values, for the teams that are able to use it correctly on Icebox. So I think that removing that, you're just hampering yourself even further. But if they did want to change it up and have Zest go over to something like Sova, something that he's much more known for playing, have somebody else pick up the slack with that Gecko, I think that could be good, but we have to just wait and see.
Okay. Now, the question we have for the guessing game will be interesting to discuss because the question is which team will get the first flawless in map 2.
So quick. Just went. It's like, I got it.
Look, I'm just being as decisive as RRQ was on Lotus. Frankly, when you go into your map pick and RRQ manages to roast you harder than that 12-year-old roasted Ye with a sign, that is not great. Right now,
3 12-year-olds,
things look very disjointed, and they only have to get a couple rounds. This needs to be a miraculous turnaround, a monster glow up. We have seen teams get bodied on their map pick before and then be able to come back and win a series. But that's like Fnatic versus DRX when they drop Bind. Bleed are not Fnatic of last year.
Okay. All right. I've heard your case for RRQ. How about you, Quack? I'm going to determine my vote based on your arguments today.
How does that work? I'm second chair to Achilleos.
Okay.
I completely agree. We've seen Bleed's Icebox a few times now. It is never never been good. It's like they win maybe a few rounds and then they try to recover, but it's only like a few players making that happen, and everything else just doesn't kind of gel together. If any team's gonna get a flawless, based off what we just saw on Lotus, it's gonna be RRQ. They've got the teamwork going.
Okay. I almost want to choose Bleed.
Really?
Because support for Singapore, but no, sorry, it's gotta be RRQ. It's gotta be RRQ.
Look.
You guys have got me sold on this, but it's Valorant.
I think you
and
got
things happen.
Yeah, anything can happen. I would love to be wrong.
Yeah.
I don't care about this. I would love to be proven wrong because I want Bleed to be a team that can challenge. I don't want them to be a punching bag out here.
Yeah.
They came in with so much hype. They have hired some of the biggest talent that is out there. I want this team to find success.
Okay, you've convinced you to choose Bleed.
Okay.
Final vote. Bleed. Oh God, do I direct? Don't let me down, Bleed.
It is.
Come
the
on.
question is, which team
You
will
can
get
do
the
this.
first flawless? So
I mean, it could be a
Oh, the
pistol round
first
win.
flawless. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, not how many
So-
flawlesses.
This
All right,
is still
Bleed.
a little bit of a toss-up. But
This is a little
unless
bit
they're
of
going to come out and they're going to start hitting their shots,
Yeah.
then it feels like it has to be RRQ.
All right, Yay. Get those shots in. Come on.
He's on the jet again.
What did that sign say? Blurry eyes.
Yeah.
You're an icebox. He has no more blurry eyes. He put in the eye drops. I know you got this, Yay. All right, we are going to find out what the agent picks are for Icebox. RRQ looking stronger than ever. And Bleed, they have an uphill battle to get through.
Truly, truly uphill. I mean, gotta agree, you don't want to see Bleed be a punching bag. We want great teams in Pacific, but yeah, same.
Okay.
Same for now.
The Viper for Scary, good.
Not Harbor anymore.
Yes. That was completely overcooked for sure. Scary is way more comfortable when it comes down to the Viper. I think that this could have an immense amount of impact competitively. But how does the rest of the team look? Things were disjointed. Retla didn't look that comfortable when he was playing the Killjoy, which was surprising given his history on Sentinel. And then Zest, how does he look on this Gecko? Is he going to be able to match up against Flips?
That's why same sentiments. You know, the problem wasn't necessarily the Harbor Viper might be more comfortable for Scary, but I do need to see the rest of the team step up. I mean, Zest, Retla, like you mentioning, but also Yay. You know, always the big player, always El Diablo. Where's the Resurrection Stone? The Soul Stone Award, whatever it is, because he has been the one to start things off. He has been the one to find some opening picks for the team, but it's not quite enough to carry them over that finishing line.
Yeah, I think that they have the pieces assembled. This is all going to come down to cohesion. Right now, it looks like RQ have that in spades.
Last chance for Bleed to bring it to a map 3. We're going to go over to our casters. William Paperthin, I got to ask you, who's going to win that first flawless?
Well, the real deal here is that we don't have to play the guessing game.
That's right.
Because we get to cast the game. So we'll tell you when the first flawless happens, and you will take the rank up or the D rank.
I have an answer here, and I want it to be Bleed just so Quack and Achilleos are wrong.
You know what? That's
So they
actually a
D-rank.
good one. I'm with you on that.
That's all I
right,
want.
we're out cheering for the Bleed flawless, and I think, you know, a lot of fans around the world right now, win or lose, like, you just want to see these players fire back a bit more. You know, cohesion, time, all of that, sure. You're going to need more time for chemistry. That's all fair. But this is quite a star-studded roster, and to see them just not able to flex a single muscle in that first map has to be devastating for a lot of the fans. We'll see if they can bounce back. Now, RRQ on this Icebox. It wasn't a clean victory last week against Team Secret. It was definitely a bit of a struggle until that overtime.
I mean, it took Jemkin heroics to really get them over the line in that one. I mean, this is the side of the map that Bleed did do some damage to Talon on. I'm just concerned about when they switch over to that defender side. Maybe having that Viper in there is going to give them a little bit more comfort. It gives you a lot more map control than the Harbor does, especially on that defender side. You know, those toxic screens are so valuable for delaying and setting up your retakes and things like that. I mean, you could try it with the Harbor, but it just didn't seem like it was there just yet. And Bleed is taking their sweet time trying to sell a bit of a fake. and a few members biting for RRQ.
It's working out, right? You draw out Elmimore from that Sova all the way from B site, and now Estrella all alone as the lone Viper. But look at this deep lurk already from Xfero. You've already got the flank covered. He will be spotted by the turret if he goes any further. For the time being, spike plant still hasn't happened. Elmimore dancing on top of the bridge, but that's a double kill for Bleed. Scary and Ye one each, but an immediate answer back from Jemkin and Xfero. Now a 3v2 in favor of Bleed. You still don't have the spike planted. Wingman being sent out. Flips, he knows that they just have to play for time, but dropping the screen to make sure they can cover for Wingman. It's going to be Bleed. Looking strong in the pistol, only 25 HP in a dream for Jemkin. Creeping forward.
This is so tough.
Yeah, I mean, they are spread out across, and on that first sight, Retla will get it. Bleed kicking off with a lead for the first time here in this match.
Yeah, just doing a good job, just selling some fake info long enough that they're able to get to the site and kind of get their feet planted. And some big shots coming out from your big players, Scary and Ye, to open things up. That's what you need. That's what's going to get the engine churning here for Bleed. And even a little bit of a wry smile there from Zest, starting to feel like, okay, maybe we can do this. This is how it started on their attacker side with Talon. They're able to get the win, get the follow-up. Can they find some value? All classics for the side of RRQ. Jemkin going for it. He gets the spot. Yeah, no way.
That's a rough one with the classic. But what I love is that Bleed puts up that turret, right? They're aware of that potential push out. They don't want to take any chances. You're going to have to clear it on this eco. So now 5 classics on the side of RRQ. Yeah, you have the read that it's an A push, but you don't have the weaponry to combat it. So now regrouping towards mid. RRQ just looking for a bit of a curveball that they can throw. The real deal here is on the map, you can see Scary holding on to Garage for B main. They've always had a rotate in the back of their minds. Continue to put on the pressure. Do we see Darion putting out any more util on the side of A? No, it's just going to be the hold from Retla from long range with the Bulldog.
I love this choice here from Bleed, recognizing that the A site was going to be the more difficult of 2 options for sure, especially with that longer range utility in your hands. Some of those right clicks around those corners, around 410 and around Nest, going to be difficult. A little bit of damage to EA on the turret. Xfero maybe looking for a one and done, but contact there, trying to delay, can't.
I love this from Zest as well, right? Taps the spike on his own first to see if there's a peek out, backs out and sends Wingman afterwards. Just great usage of that utility. Definitely looking a lot more comfortable than he did his first time around with that Gecko. Give him a week. He'll start to learn all the tricks of the trade. Retla now going for a deep lurk through tube as well. Really wants to make sure they snowball their ult economy forward. Flips is watching for it, though. He'll get 1 kill. Retla recognizing he's been spotted. He snaps onto 2. Getting comfy on the stage here for Bleed Esports.
Last player standing. Flawless.
There it is. There's the flawless.
Oh, there's the flawless.
Congrats, Victoria.
D-Rig for Quack and Achilles. Yes. Everybody celebrate. I'm sorry, my friends. We are friends, just in case any of the viewers are wondering.
Yeah. That's friends want to see their friends lose. I
didn't even realize it was coming out that way. I totally forgot about it 2 rounds in. Oh, man.
Well, it was like kind of not in your mind because it is the anti-eco.
Yeah,
so,
but it's a flawless nonetheless.
Still very good. And Vic just came in to celebrate.
Yeah, Vic's dancing out here, ranking up on the guessing game board. But of course, Bleed, they're going to need a lot more than that. I mean, you can get, the pistol and the anti-eco, but it's a long haul all the way forward if you want to get to that 3rd map of Breeze.
No doubt about it. And being a little bit proactive is RRQ, just kind of checking some of those angles, seeing if there's a walkabout. And Retla there, going to get spotted by the turret though, so contact made. Nobody other than the Gecko. Flipsider just double checking, making sure that there's not going to be some kind of pincered attack onto the A site. Instead, just waiting this out are Jemkin and Elmimore. Flips now making his way back over. Let's see if RRQ can hang on in their gun round.
They've got the nano swarms to buy time as well. You've got Jemkin up on top of the screens. This is going to be a drone that finds a lot of information. They're aware of it. Jemkin sees the spot as well. He's ready for it, so he gets the advantage over Ye. They dodge all the flashes as they're swarming over the site, and now the spike has been dropped as Zest once again trying to go for the tap. He gets picked off from long range. Elmi Moore with another kill. Scary answers back, but it's still a 2v4. Spike down inside the site. And Elmi Moore creeps forward off of that toxic screen, and he's ready for the quick 2-tap. 4 kills for Elmi Moore.
That reminds me right there so much of what Team Secret was doing to ZETA, where they just wait. They'd wait for all that util, then after it's expended, it's like they just snap their fingers and they are going to hammer you down. Now it helps that Jemkin hits a banger shot there on the Ye. That absolutely opens up some space. But still, the decisiveness, Elmi Moore tucking himself in behind that toxic screen. And the expected round win for RRQ in a way, and already a very, very early timeout. I mean,
this is a little surprising.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you had a rough first map, but it has to be something that he's hearing in the comms, something breaking off, because from what we've seen, yes, RRQ played this very well. Yes, you might have been caught off guard a little bit. Yeah, he gets taken out early. But all in all, you know, it's an upgraded bonus for you. It was a little bit rough. You now read a little bit of what's going on. And perhaps that's a part of it. Perhaps Legia feeling that, you know, the players in the server not able to catch on to the patterns quick enough. He wants to kind of mitigate the bleeding, so to speak, no pun intended, early on in this map.
Nah, embrace the puns. Embrace the bad puns, Will.
It was all intended.
Yeah.
Bleed is bleeding.
I really just think it's... in my mind, if I'm the coach here, I saw what happened in the previous game, right? I watched that icebox, and I want to get ahead of these util dumps not being effective, not being, you know, able to really catch any targets where they need to.
Sure.
Finding ways to push and pull the map a little bit more, try to bait out some of the utility of RRQ, try to bait out some of their players, see if you can isolate some of them, see if you can do a little bit more damage, a little bit of a pacier hit. Potentially, nope, they're just gonna look for those picks. That's fine. This is a decent start. Spread the map, work the map, something that ZETA was not really able ever to accomplish.
Yeah, they were all kind of tunnel visioned on one side, just trying to change up the timings, but at the very least, Bleed trying to get rid of the opponent's util while expanding their control over the map. They've covered green already, so if they ever want to rotate, they're not going to have to expend too much. However, mid droned out from RRQ. Now we're going to hear it on the side of Scary. Not quite sure if he'll spot it. Looks like it wasn't. So Poison Cloud goes up, and RRQ decides to just regroup. They're aware that there might be a late lurk, so the Gecko goes back, but it's been a regroup over to B. Now Nanoswarm's not popped just yet. This alarm bot not destroyed. Yet one way comes up, and Bleed, they're gonna dash in, and Ye is caught in all this util. He already took so much damage on the way in. There is a trade. The Killjoy now taken down, and Scary already holding the angle under the one-way. Wingman being sent for that Spike plant. It gets taken down. Spike now stranded
30 seconds
right
left.
outside of the B plant zone. Retla in a tied 1v1. Jemkin eliminates him. Now a stabilized 3v3. Recon spends a little extra time, 20 seconds. Shock Dart out to delay the plant even further. All three members of RRQ have arrived on the scene. It's a quick kill for Elmi Moore. Scary answers back. You have to stick the plant. Elmi Moore takes out Scary, and he's gonna get the triple. 2-2 tied up for RRQ.
Yeah, last couple rounds, Elmi Moore having a ton of success. 7 kills in 2 rounds for him. Gets the Hunter's Fury available. Really good patience. Tremendous patience from X Sparrow on this. Him and Estrella just waiting this until the last possible moment to pop their mollies and shut Ye down. And then this lurk accounted for by Jemkin. Retla just a step too late to catch Jemkin in the back. What can you say about RRQ today? It seems like they're just so well mentally prepared for all the situations that they could run into on this map. And Bleed, I think that's some good things in that round. It's just not enough.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, definitely looking a lot better with a game plan here on Icebox compared to their own pick on Lotus. So sure, it's early on in the game. We've seen a lot of 2-2 score lines, and things will flip on its head on an instant, but this one's going to be a tough round to make that happen as it's all shares. They spot the op. Ye doesn't want to deal with that. It's going to be a quick rotate all the way over to A, but they'll have to make it speedy as we're going to start to see the rotates coming out from RRQ shortly. Operator on the minimap slowly receding away from B site. Meanwhile, just holding onto screens from the 2 initiators. Thrash will be used as well.
Bleed wanting to make sure that they can take as much space as possible to set up for the post plant. But with all Sheriffs, what's the most ideal scenario here? Shock Dart's coming out, and so is Hunter's Fury. They want to deny the plant to make sure that they can go for a flood retake. The 0 point denies any more shots out of that ultimate. But now RRQ has all arrived, and they've got the weaponry. The Dizzy will hold them at bay for the time being. Darion already down. Now Nanoswarm's activated. Wingman trying to buy time to clear out the site just a bit further here for RRQ. Estrella gets another shot on that double peek. 3 members left for Bleed, all pushed out away from the site. Bretla gets one on the push out. There's the mosh, but it's just outside, it seems, as Jemkin will be able to stick the defuse.
Well, a few consolation kills at the end of the round, but it is going to be the cleanup for xFaro with 2 at the end. This is like, I feel like I'm watching the same game that we watched earlier on Icebox. I mean, it's the exact same kind of strategies. You use the Hunter's Fury to delay, you set up for these retakes, you dodge all the early utility. The Thrash completely wasted. Not, you know, it's not like it's not a good idea. It's not like you don't want to use that to clear the space and do those kind of things. But RRQ is a step ahead of you. They know that this utility is coming. They expect it, and therefore they're just playing outside of A. They're over in mid by Boiler, just chilling, just waiting, and there's no pressure on them. They can just wait you out and then just flood retake. So, what are you gonna do? I
mean, we've
it's
seen
tough,
it so much, yeah, on this map with these comps that the strength is the double flash, the strength is the util dump. You just wait for it. That post plant gets a little tricky. So Bleed now trying to work the middle of the map a little bit as well. Maybe give themselves a little bit more breathing room with a lurk or at least some extra pressure. And RRQ, their thought process is, let's just clear it. Give the site once again. Sure, there's a pit in Scary's hand, but we have Thrash on the side of Flips. And RRQ, they clear out mid. No lurk remaining for the time. So now all eyes set onto the A site once again. Now screen goes up. See the util dump once again. Again, so much used. Mosh, you see the flash drives, you see the Dizzy. There's a 0 point, and now a pit goes up. The Thrash, what's the timing on it? It's going to be used before the spike finishes. Yay on the outside. This is going to be crucial for RRQ to be able to try to clear that out. Scary will get 1 kill onto Elmimore. Now Thrash already expended. Scary holding on close inside the pit and back. Starts back out. Yay getting 1 kill. He gets traded out immediately, but the pit still stays alive. Scary's outside of it, and he dives back in. He is all over the spike as RRQ cannot find an approach. Bleed finally stabilizing and resetting the round score as Estrella just waits to see if he can get a couple more kills. The cred situation very healthy on the side of RRQ. He wants to do some damage, try to get up to that Viper's pit. He'll get a couple extra points for it.
Yeah, this is pretty well drawn up by Scary. The Scary wins them this round with his positioning, with the way he places the Viper's pit. Because he knows there's the Thrash to counter it, he stands up on top of the box and places it from there so the Thrash can't get up to him, or at least make it easy to see him. Elmimore's trying to follow that Thrash in to see if he can catch anybody. Nobody home. So this is a really good read from Bleed. That's what you need to see here. You want to see that bounce back. You want to see these counter ideas. So well thought out.
And now you've got the Blade Storm as well for another shot and the Null Command. So RRQ perhaps expecting a fast push. They want to meet him outside of a site. Now Bleed's not going to quite jump in for that early, but yeah, they're ready for it. They send in the util, the Molly, and the Shock Dart to deny an early push out. Now Jemkin, yeah, sets up.
That's an op, man.
Yeah, he's going deep. He's spotted by the turret. He'll just shoot it. Just lets him know that this was an off setup. Then it's a reset for RRQ.
But you suspect that that might be the weaker side. Still, they're going to try to go against the strong side of RRQ. Blades out for Ye. Trying to bust this through. You do have the null command for Darion as well.
Yeah, it gets used immediately. There's the dash out above, just trying to push them back, making sure you have the sight lines. Good entry in from Ye. No kills just yet, but Darion will find one on a swivel right outside of that toxic screen, and they are trying to take so much space, and they will be rewarded so far, but Elmimore just drops out a nest all of a sudden, and now Bleed surrounded. They cannot catch the Sova on the side of RRQ. Recon destroyed, but a 3v3 off in the hands of Jemkin. And surely Bleed, they don't want to peek out into this, but Elmimore so close, Zest has no idea. He has been creeping up. There's the pit. How are you going to defend this post plant? The peek out from Scary. Tap hasn't happened yet, but Scary knows that there's more than one member. Another 4K for Elmimore.
Elmimore is on one right now. He is just running these rounds over. just spectacular play, spectacular awareness, spectacular timing, and having that Viper's Pit to counter this play. I love what Bleed does. It's a good push. It's a good clear for space, trying to get ahead of things. Just Elmimore's having none of it. He's so clean, and he's just a step ahead of a couple of these players. That is filthy there, that last kill.
Yeah, I mean, he seems dialed in, but quite frankly, you can't really blame Bleed too much. How many players just choose to drop out of nest like that on your own to hold on to the site on a drop against two members that you know have already broken through the site?
Very few.
Yeah, it's one of those moves where just 1 second too early or too late, and it looks like a silly one.
Look where Flips got. Completely unaccounted for, but he's already going to back off. A little bit wary that maybe overstayed his welcome.
Okay, the late scope in, but both of them whiffing their first shots. The Jets will just back out. Don't want to deal with each other. Both of them giving the respect that on a repeat, either of them could win.
This round's so crucial for Bleed. Their economy on a precipice, being turned into another eco. You do have the lockdown available. However, Hunter's Fury to counter the lockdown as well here for RRQ, so plenty tools. Ooh.
Yeah, the lurk spotted from both sides, but Xfero, quite frankly, just wanting to know if there's a lurk at all, so he'll be happy with that information. Meanwhile, Spike still not planted on the A site. Flips is already inside the site a little bit. Clears out screen side with Wingman, and he starts to creep up, destroys the opponent's Wingman as well. Spike still stranded inside the site, and Ye realizes where it came from. He'll go for the clear. Elmimore trying for a trade, gets one. Now the lockdown. Spike still stranded, mind you, so Bleed, they have to have an answer. If they're gonna back out, they're gonna start to run out of time as Elmimore just sends the Hunter's Fury, wants to make sure that they can stay inside, and the lockdown will be destroyed.
Oh, I thought for a second there he might have missed it. Oh, Jemkin as well with the operator, gonna take down Retla.
Yeah, this is one heck of a reset on this round, as now you have to creep in towards that op. And Ye, he did spot him on that swing around the corner, but not able to land the headshot.
10 seconds left.
Scary will do his best, but as you mentioned, a crucial round that they need to win, and time is running out. RRQ just has to stay alive to get their 5th round win in the first half.
Yeah, this is, again, having that extra ult in the bag is kind of what tilts this towards RRQ's way. They have the Hunter's Fury to counter that lockdown. That is one of the important factors to consider in the agent compositions. You know, you don't have an ult command, maybe shut down Blade Storms, things like that. Maybe make your executes a little bit easier, but doesn't matter. When you're playing as smart as RRQ is, playing back, getting Jemkin into position where he can do some serious damage with that op as well, buying him some time, buying him some space. All of those things working out in RRQ's favor. And now Jemkin being aggressive with this op.
Now once again, it's just a fast push out, trying to hide away from that turret. The flash lands long enough, he thinks he might not push on it. We've seen some players eating flashes and having the confidence. This time it doesn't pay off. Jemkin will pay for it, but Elmimore's truly the superstar of this map as he goes for another opening kill.
He's gonna snag that operator and juggle it back. Just off one kill. Oh no.
Flips finds one. He is a bit stranded on his own, so Dizzy will have to be spent out. Retla wanted a timing, but Dizzy lasting just a bit longer. Estrella catches sight of one, catches sight of two, realizes he's trapped. Back up, not in time just yet, but Poison Cloud is Xfero, how does he reset for that? Moving to the side, resets for the headshot, and now you know Bleed stranded on B main.
Just 2 Sheriffs and 1 Vandal available. You do have a Thrash for Zest, so done a good job of getting those into his hands, but now you're looking at a difficult crossfire.
And with the toxic screen coming up, it's just going to be a snake bite and a bit of a spray to gain some information. RRQ not taking any chances. Xfero still clearing out any of that lurk. And Bleed will start to creep in closer. Ye trying to hold these close angles right under. Be a curveball, a wild card, a joker that RRQ does not expect. See if that Wingman spots him. It's bouncing back. It doesn't quite, but Elmimore will catch him at long range with the operator. And here's the flank from Xfero all the way around mid. Flips will set the defuse first. Doesn't quite finish the half, but it doesn't matter as they have so much time to get their 6th round win.
Just beautiful stuff here from RRQ. Tremendous patience from Estrella, playing his life so nicely. I mean, Elmimore just, again, sacrificing himself, you know, throwing himself out there to make sure that he can get that op juggled back.
Nice, bro.
Doing all the right things at the right time, you know, Flips with that weird kind of deep play. He's trying to get under that nest a couple times, almost gets a kill out of it. Yeah, he has to use the Dizzy to get out, but so what? You know, your other players are playing so well. X-Pharaoh, beautiful timing on the lurk. I could see Zest watching for it. I was actually very keen onto Zest, but once that Ye went down, he had to turn his attention, had to throw the Thrash in to try to make it go, and Ye's just red.
They read this as well. The push onto Tube, the spray down from X-Pharaoh. RRQ is just leaps ahead of Bleed in this best of 3 so far. It looked like things might stabilize a bit, and Zest will do his best to do so. But Helmimore, now all the way up to 18 kills in the first half. Nearly 2 kills per round for the Sova of RRQ.
And they stopped the plant, too, to make matters worse.
Yeah, it's stranded once again. How many times have we seen this in this first half? As Retla, he'll creep forward, and he expects it. Yeah, that's a triple high, low, left, right. It's everywhere. And RRQ will continue the lead. Bleed looked like they had a good reset in between the maps. But now they're facing off against an Elmimore that is fired up, and X-Pharaoh that has the read. And RRQ, perhaps this is the type of play, the type of potential that a lot of their fans have been waiting for.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it is just incredible to see them firing on all cylinders like this, reading this tube push like a book. I like, again, don't mind the idea, don't mind the change of play from Bleed, where they're trying to go for, it's not quite the same as, you remember those old DRX pushes underneath tube, where they would fast hit and plan on the top? It's not quite the same.
Flies up,
Yeah, not quite the same, but had a little bit of that feel to it. It just is, again, read so well, and you know, just thwarted at the point of attack.
Yeah, honestly, like you mentioned, it's a good variation of that mid hit, right? It's not all in under 2, but you send the Jet above to be your scout. You guys can still walk through your own poison cloud. And have the thoughts to it. It's just that RQ reads it. I mean, they just know that something is coming mid. I don't know if X-Pharaoh knew quite well that it was always going to be up on top of Tube, and you can see Lagia, he calls for the timeout, but it's stressing him out as they are now down 3-7. Started off 3-3.
It's a second timeout gone.
Again, in the first half.
Yeah.
We'll see if this time it's enough to try to stabilize things. We'll kind of regain a heartbeat here in the first half as we only have 2 rounds remaining. And boy, oh boy, we're seeing 2 games today with 0 kills on a player, but very different tones for sure.
Yeah, you're going to need a defibrillator to get this heart going again, it feels like, dude. It is.
I mean, maybe
rough.
something like an ace, right? Something
there you go.
To really get you going.
Yay, Guardian Ace. I would love to see it. I'd be so happy.
Yeah, Guardian Ace, that sounds good here for Bleed.
They've just been taking so much space, and now it keeps getting left unaccounted for.
But this is also RRQ understanding that with the broken buy, they can't play a full spread out default. This is a risk that Jemkin takes, but a very timely one. Yellow being given up relatively free. Estrella just hiding. They think that Yellow's free. Eventually they swing around, but it's going to be the rest. The trees are just there. Elmimore and X-Pharaoh, the duo continuing to rack up more kills onto the scoreboard. We talked about it, but the ace not going to happen in this round. And it's going to be X-Pharaoh this time with a 4K. The third one for RRQ players in this half.
There's a chance to make this 8-4. As one-sided as it's felt, you can get this over to an 8-4, and you've corrected some of the wrongs that you showed against Talon on your defender side on this map. There's still hope here for Bleed. I really do feel that way. And they even won the eco against Talon, if you think back to it. Talon won the first pistol, and then it was the eco win by the follow-up round as well for Bleed. But after that, they did not win a single round in that half. So certainly looking to get this over the line. At least you've got a full purchase. Still have to deal with this operator. Still have to deal with some big ults coming through. Hunter's Fury gathered by Elmimore. Lockdown as well in play. It's going to be tough for Bleed.
It's a very, very tall order. The op there as well. And meanwhile, you don't have your ultimates online. Another flash. It spots Jemkin, and they know they've pushed him off of the box. So A weakened up just a bit, but Bleed, they've tried this before. They think just by pushing the operator that RQ will rotate. And this time, it's actually the reverse. They'll just send the operator to the other side, reading that Bleed will most likely go for another shift onto the B side.
They're pinging deep here. They're expecting this.
Absolutely. Op set up outside of Snowman. Gets spotted by the Dizzy. He'll have to back out, respect the Toxic Scream. But what in the world? The Hunter's Fury catches Retla, seemingly inside the tube. Now pushing pass into Snowman. Ye will try to open up the site. They need to get the spike down. They've dawdled for so many rounds, and again, the spike is dropped in the middle of the site. Lockdown activated. Yay, stranded in the middle of it. No exit whatsoever. There is no room in the corner. That is too much distance for you to escape, and eventually you will be detained inside your own pit. Flips trying to run in. He spots one. He knows he's just buying time for his teammates to come back in. Xfero gets one. Pit drops. Where is Ye? Xfero tapping the spike. Doesn't quite see him yet. He expects it. But Ye getting the ever so needed 4th round win. It's an 8-4 scoreline.
Yeah, it took everything in the kitchen sink for Bleed to get that round. I mean, it's a tremendous deep push by Ye, set up nicely by the Flash, but it still never really felt comfortable. I think Elmi Moore kind of overheated a little bit in that round. He might have went for a long-range kill. It was a little ambitious, having to re-peek that angle, but I mean, he was feeling it, so it is what it is. I'm not going to complain.
When you got a player nearly 20 kills right in the first half, you can't really blame him, I guess.
Yeah, buy the Bleed bundle. Yes, please do.
Buy all the bundles.
Yeah,
all
support,
the Pacific bundles.
Yes, all of them.
The Americas and EMEA ones, they're kind of cool, but
they're
you know.
Okay. If you want to.
I mean, you do you, but as long as you buy the Pacific bundles.
I mean, I'm sure Leviathan got a bump today after us just dropped that 47 bomb, but
that's true.
Even Depp was deciding to bring it out earlier, so you know, you gotta like it. But
some fans of the Korean casters as well out in the
yeah.
crowd.
Heck yeah, I am too.
Yeah, we've got a good spread of casters out here on Pacific on both sides, putting in the work to really showcase what these teams and players can do. And you know, everyone used to joke about Pacific, they're still far behind, etc. And I think now, with things getting a bit more competitive, and maybe some of these games getting harder to read,
look,
a lot of eyes on here.
Look, we're one best of 5 from being the best region in the world.
Three times, 4 times.
We are one best of 5 away.
That's true. That's true.
We're so close.
I mean, listen, DFM has really caught the eyes of all the co-streamers around the world.
Yeah.
You better be paying attention.
Everybody's a DFM fan now.
Yeah, you want to be there when it happens. When DFM wins champions, you want to be there. You don't want to miss it.
Everybody's now like coming out of the woodwork, being like, I was always a DFM fan. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it's going to be a fast hit this time. The same up on top of 2, but this time on the pistol round. And RRQ, they've done this a couple times in the past as well, where you just plant Jemkin and then it's the main force elsewhere. They're happy to put their duelist on the lurk.
And Jemkin hoping to outduel Retla. Retla, though, tucking himself in behind the box. Still, Jemkin gets the better of him.
Yeah, just on that second shot. Bounces right up to the head. Now Scary reads that it's been the lurk in mid. He's going to push out, but look at this. RRQ recognizing that it might be a push out, and Scary can't land the first shot. So crucial. If he could have gotten just 1 kill, even backing out, allowing for his teammates to pinch, but no, it will be the death. And now a 4v2 advantage for RRQ.
That's a heartbreaker.
Oh, the ayahs come out.
There it is. There's the ayah.
Oh, man.
Ayah.
Well, at least a double team here. No, they're going to split up. Darion just checking for mid. Zest spots one. Now they've been spotted. RRQ trying to see if the other one's gone the flank around. And the Dizzy sent out, but it's closer than Zest thinks. And they just cannot get the pinch. The reload, and it's the shock dart. Elmi Moore just has to now get a kill by somehow bouncing the recon dart with enough velocity. He'll have gotten a kill with almost everything in this game.
Yeah, like, can you headbutt somebody with the owl drone to get a kill? Just like,
I mean, 24 in 14 rounds. Ridiculous by this guy.
He's having just an unbelievable match.
Just so we're clear, Flips also still has 0 kills, but maybe it's just because Elmi Moore's stealing all of them.
Doesn't matter.
It just, I mean, sometimes it doesn't matter. You're right.
Who cares? I guarantee Flips does not care one bit that he has 0 kills.
No, not at all. Not at all. Well, maybe a little bit.
Well, maybe a little.
Yeah, maybe 1%.
It is Flips after all.
Well, you know, kills or not, RRQ definitely feeling good about this match so far. The Outlaw back in Xfero's hands. We saw how much damage this thing can do on both maps. And he'll just start to creep forward, clear all the angles for his team. Holds that and the drone clears out all the close little cubbies. And B main is clear.
Gonna be tough. You do have a Marshall for Ye, but that's on the other side of the map. Damage done to Scary. Has to back out. It's just the DK and shock darts to clear the corners. RRQ looking to set up a potentially comfy post plant, but they're really taking their time here. They're sensing a trap. There wasn't any contact really other than a little bit from Scary. So you're worried now, and I think RRQ might want to pull back and try a different site. They're going to go for it.
Oh, they wait for the screen to go back up and then immediately goes down as they start the plant. Draws out everyone from the woodworks of Bleed. And now only Zest remaining with the Bleed Classic. He can work some magic. Things might look a little different. Couple members low, but Xfero's the one with full health, watching out from afar. Not quite checking the right angle, and Zest will try to swing. It's a triple kill for Xfero.
That could have been a little bit worse for RRQ. That took a little bit longer than I thought that they would. You know, maybe just feeling confident. I expected them to kind of pull the trigger on that plan a little bit quicker, but again, it felt wrong, so they had to hold up. Still eventually going for it. Yay, good for one with the Marshall, but immediately shut down by Xfero, who has been phenomenal with the sniper rifles for RRQ today. Doing a great job holding angles, being that backline support. Even in that case, a little bit right on the plant site, holding it down for him. And now a lot of half armors in here for Bleed, so that Outlaw could still do some serious damage.
Still clearing out these angles on B, and boy, oh boy, that's a lot of vision gained by Xfero. He'll get spotted, doesn't mind at all. Knows that if anything, that might create more pressure for Bleed to leave one person on the anchor. The toxic screen going up as well. Now RQ, they think they've sold this fake quite a bit, and maybe they have after waiting a couple extra seconds, as it's been absolutely silent on the A site. The Nano Swarms have been cleared out by the Shock Dart. Jemke gets the first kill far away, all the way to the back corner, and the Bosch pushes him out. Retla at least trades for one.
This is crazy. This is working so well. Ye just walks into Elmimore's guns.
Thinks he just has to clear screens first, sure, but it's too many angles for you to clear alone. Ye goes down, and Bleed. It's a 10-4 scoreline. You don't have creds, but you feel like you need to claw your way back in on this anti-bonus. And they will not be able to. Darion will have to save this rifle.
I really felt like Bleed had a good read on this round. It felt like they were going to be able to contest this plant, but they never got confident. It just seems like,
boy.
Jeez, Xfero. But they just never felt like they really understood the timing of the situation altogether. You know, there are a couple players playing on site, and there's a couple players playing back. They either need to decide we're going to play for full retake, or we're going to try to commit to preventing the spike plant, or at least disrupting the execute as best as we can. Neither of those happen. It's completely disjointed for Bleed. The map read is correct, but the tactical read is not there for them. And that's super concerning. Elmimore with a Hunter's Fury. Guardians, as Bleed knows that they are on their last legs.
Yeah, don't want to give up match point. You want to fight for it. It's going to be the early util, and Ye's already ahead of it. That's the start that Bleed needs. Taking out Elmimore, cooling him off, takes away that initiator. Now Darion holding close. He sees the gun barrel. He's waiting for him to peek out. He's patient, and he will be rewarded. RRQ, couple of their tendencies, the weakness tendencies starting to show, where they start to try to just answer back. They love to fight, and Bleed uses that against them.
Yeah, it's so funny, yeah, and it's also taking a page out of RRQ's book there. Flips was pushing that angle all the time in the previous half, and so they're saying, well, we can do that too. And now we've got these Guardians with these cracked aimers, should be able to put them to good use, and they have so far. The real question is even with a 3v5, somehow, some way, you feel like RRQ is going to fight their way back into this.
I mean, especially looking at the hold right now from Bleed. Yeah, you're holding a bit of a crossfire, but it's within the site. You don't have really quick exits yet. Darion will be able to spot Xfero first. They both get spotted, and Darion calls her back up. There's a crossfire, but it's an instant trade. And RRQ, now only 2 members remaining. They will get the spike plant. 1 point towards that Thrash for Flips. He's up to 4. Now the flank coming in from Ye. You'd have Estrella wary of it. If he can get this kill and regroup in time, RQ might have a shot, but Ye misses the first shot. But he knows they have the numbers advantage. They just need to buy for time. Flips cleared out in the site. Now you can start to push and pull back in towards the site as you start the defuse attack for it. Estrella swings out, but he won't connect to the second. And Bleed trying to catch up with their 5th round win.
Yeah, this is looking good now for Bleed. Starting to work the map a little bit more, being a little bit more patient. You know, off the rip, obviously the aggressive push works out, but after that, you know, Ye taking his time, not over-aggressing on that angle, not giving up a free kill. Starts out hot, gets Darion into position. A little bait and switch at the beginning. Retla hitting some good shots, so the Guardians are going to come through. There's still Ope here. Still Darion trying to keep him in the game. Zest has an ult. Darion has the null command. Elmi Mort still with that Hunter's Fury. Now you have an opportunity to potentially start to change your destiny a little bit. See if you can get that economy going. See if you can stop this momentum that RRQ seemingly has been building throughout this entire match.
Yeah, if you can just cool them off, right? Start to gain your own momentum. We know that Valorant can sometimes be a very streaky game, and Bleed hoping for the best of it. As Ye, the only one holding inside the site, but he does have an exit prepared right around screens. Mosh coming down, he's trying to clear the mollies, just trying to let RQ know that there is presence on the site. Jemkin sees where the shots are coming from though, and he is trained in, takes down El Diablo, and Jemkin holding on to the site, guarding the wingman. As now we see RRQ moments away from creating match point against Bleed Esports. Thrash will have to be used. Bleed, they don't want to let this go away. They clear all the close corners, but they don't quite find anyone detained. Jemkin will go for the drop, just trying to fake it out. Scary on the lurk out. He finds Estrella with his gun down, and it's going to be Jemkin now fighting for his life. The Hunter's Fury coming in. Elmi Moore catches one. Does he find another? No, he's instantly just going to have to buy for time. A quick pass through the toxic screen, and RRQ, a triple kill for Jemkin, and match point now in the second map.
Yep, I mean, Ye just overstays his welcome there a little bit. Should have just backed off, waited for the reinforcements. You know, Scary's able to catch the lurker, but then he's caught trying to catch up to Jemkin, and Jemkin's just moving silently. Scary has to hook it through, trying to press, trying to get into these deep post plants. You know that there's mollies and lineups for days that are going to be behind this spot, and it's just great positioning, great map awareness. I love the way Jemkin navigates all that utility. You know, he's able to dodge the Thrash, work on down, and here we go. They're pushing hard, and they're taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Ye got spotted by the 0 point, thinks he might be able to still sneak in, but that 0 point doesn't quite cover pipe, so it's immediately spraying through the wall. There's a close drone. He tries to swing on it. He can't get to, as there's still going to be the crossfire. Zest only dropping the opponent's Gecko, so it'll be a trade for trade. No more wingmans in this round. Darion doesn't want to give up this position, finds one, but doesn't land the first shot. He knows he has to back off. Can't get a weapon upgrade. But right now, your life ever so valuable as you hold on to another flash drive and a fragment. Can he get this? It looks like they might be trying to body block that fragment as well. Doesn't look like it would have worked. Still going to destroy that lockdown.
Yeah, nice lineup. I like the thought from RRQ. Try and put it in a different position, but Darion with a good lineup with the fragment. Now the full forces of RRQ stream on in, trying to clear if there's any nanos. There were none. Jemkin going to get up on the rafters, see if he can cut off this position, set up a dangerous crossfire.
Yeah, this is so much space as well. Only more on top of Nest, and it's just a late regroup for Bleed. And they're aware they have to clear every single possibility. They're trying to jiggle onto that Nest. It's going to be given up by Elmimore, but he's back on the box. Jemkin now hiding on the side. Elmimore eventually gets traded. It's still a 3v3 as Bleed start to approach, but they can't quite clear Jemkin in time. It's a 1-for-1 trade. The pit still up, but it's going to be Estrella far back away from the site. He actually starts to creep in towards it, trying to hold close. This is absolutely unread by Bleed. They have no idea that he's still moved on into the middle of it, and Scare will find him in the last moment. But time is ticking away, and RRQ will get a 2-0 victory in their first match of Week 2, getting another on the board.
It's beautiful, it's clean Valorant from RRQ. The game plan, immaculate from Ewok and company. Really looking good, and a big sigh of relief from Flip. That was definitely quite the joy. Did he end up with 0 kills?
Yes, I think that's part of it, right? Is that 0 kills. So if they didn't win it, that would have come to bite him back.
What the hell is going on today?
I mean, this might be another record where a team is winning so one-sidedly with one player having 0 kills. But it's not the Jet, it's not anything else, it's your Sova that goes on a 30-kill rampage for Elmimore.
Was RRQ like just switching places with ZETA today? I don't know. It's like it was so weird. Like it was just kind of like a tale of very two similar stories because we saw the same maps. We saw like similar play in terms of how the maps played out in a way, except for Lotus, which is very different. But I mean, 2-0 kill games from players. I mean, not again, a very different result for RRQ. But I mean, I wouldn't care at all if I'm Flips.
As an IGL, you got to be happy that your reads were correct. You're able to just keep up the momentum, never let it go over. Well, a dominant look from RRQ, and that's for the analyst test to break it down further.
Flips on 0 kills, but on this match timeline, it doesn't matter because RRQ finishes dominantly in a 2-0 fashion against Bleed. This is their time to shine.
It really is.
Elmore was like wiping the sweat from his forehead.
20 plus kills for this guy as the support player.
30.
He dropped 30 by the end of it. Yeah. I mean, that's the funniest thing too. It's just like we flipped roles and Flips ended still on 0 kills. But he is a true MVP because the calling, everyone doing their job on this map, it just shows so much in RRQ's prep work, the coaching from Coach Ewok. They knew exactly what they had to do and they did it right.
It was just beautifully done. And I think for RRQ, coming away from this match and not having a dominant showing in, both or, 3 of the maps would have been a cause for concern because we've been, expecting a lot from this team coming into this year. William especially, diving on the grenade, not predicting them to spare them perhaps, but this is a team that has an immense amount of talent, the hype signing of Jemkin, etc. They have to go up against Gen G twice in kickoff. They push them, they take maps off of them. How do they look coming into kickoff? Minor struggles in the opening series. This matchup, though, we wanted to see them in form. They absolutely were. We also wanted to see Bleed make improvements. Didn't have as much as that.
Well, we're seeing the makings now of a champion level team from RRQ if they continue on this trajectory.
I mean, the thing is, Bleed, they just look disjointed. I think there's just one word for it. It's disjointed.
Oh, yeah.
They get some kills, but it's a lot of individual plays. Zest, Retla, some of them, they try, and there are some, supportive efforts coming through, but apart from it, it's not enough to bring them over to a win. Meanwhile, if I were to summarize RRQ, to analyze their game in one round, it would be the pistol round in the second half, their attacking half, where you see Jemkin diving into mid, creating a lot of presence just to buy a bit of attention away. Meanwhile, the rest of the 4 players rush down A and they contact Ye on pipes. There are 4 players there. Ye cannot take them on by himself, so they trade, and then they all rotate over to B and successfully take it because they have numbers advantage. That's the teamwork that RRQ has. Bleed doesn't do that.
But you know what Bleed did on round 2?
Let's do it.
Oh, flawless!
Oh, God.
That's what they did!
I forgot about that! No!
And then it keep crashing down.
Okay, take this as your victory, Bleed, but it is hollow. This is a crown of thorns, not of gold.
Oh, I hear.
Push me down to bronze.
All
It's
the
fine.
salts, all the salty tears, because I rank up.
Wow, wait, where's Victoria now? Oh,
Back and dive in.
I'm gonna drop down.
Can we just look at this?
You guys zoom in
just
on
do
that.
it.
It's wrong!
Just do it.
Focus on it.
Doesn't matter.
Killing Achilles.
He can't
I don't
even.
care.
Doesn't matter.
Achilles.
I'm killing it in the predictions
Hey.
game.
That's true. You're
That's
like
the main
Flips
thing.
right now.
Also,
You're just like 0, but like the team's still winning as a whole, so you're good.
Oh, I gotta drop down
yeah, you gotta
too.
move plat
I
down
did.
as well.
You were plat, and I just.
Oh, was
dropped
I?
it.
Not
Oh
sure.
yeah.
Oh.
What did the audience predict? Oh yeah.
Audience.
The audience
You're
went for
also
RRQ.
wrong.
Completely forgot about that.
You didn't believe in Bleed.
Join me in my
Maybe rightfully so.
join me in
because
my
they
pit of
lost.
despair, but not really because it's a silly little game. We have fun with it.
Yes,
I
it's-
act mad, but I don't care.
It's okay. Oh, sorry, wingman. Let me fix it.
Okay, make it perfect. There we go.
Gotta respect the wingman. Respect our wingman here. All right, well, that was great. That was a good game. I enjoyed today's games back where I started. It's great. Anyway, you know what was great? RRQ. RRQ was fantastic. Let's talk about RRQ again. Where do we start?
We start with Xfera
Where do we
operator.
start?
Yeah, I mean,
Oh yes, you really love that
I,
moment.
I had more questions about whether or not these roles were stick through, and they did, and it looked so much better. RRQ clearly putting in more time, even Estrella widely more so jumping onto that smoke scroll than he had before. Is just looking cleaner and cleaner. The team cohesion, it seems like no matter what they, how they mix things up, who they put what on, they just work together incredibly well. I mean, you can see here, there was 9 first kills for Bleed on that map. They just couldn't really utilize their advantages at all. Only being able to get the 5 rounds, like, yeah, it's better than Lotus, but not by much. RRQ just, it never felt like this game was getting away from them. Even when, Bleed started streaking together a couple after those opening rounds, it never was convincing enough to feel like, oh, it might actually take us to 3.
What were you mentioning, Quack, earlier about the timeouts as well? And it, interestingly, not
Round
impactful
3
for Bleed, yeah.
So yeah, they did call a really early timeout. They tried and they did find a bit more success at the start of the first half. But then once RQ started to find that streak, there was a second timeout, and you could see that feeling or that look of frustration all across, and they weren't able to come back at all after that. So it's just tough for Bleed. They find those first kills, they find those moments, but it's all individualistic. Meanwhile, RQ just completely working together as a team. I mean, we joke about it. We do joke about it. It's very funny to watch Flips with his reactions, 0 kills. But truly, it doesn't matter. It really, really doesn't matter because they work so well together.
They work so well together, and I think the big crucial difference, granted, he didn't have that many assists, but the big difference between this performance and what we had seen from Jesse Bash playing Fate on Lotus was that Flips was getting use out of his util. He was clearing space with mollies. He was trying to open things up. He was getting plants in with these wingmen. It was
Killing
just
the opponent's wingman too.
Yeah, it was just a lot more involved comparatively. So even though it is very funny that he is 0 and 11, 29 ACS, I think 24 ADR or something to that effect, with like 5 assists across the map. There was a lot more going on here. He wasn't getting caught with dizzy in hand and that kind of stuff. So he also just didn't need to have any impact. That's the thing. This guy, he comes in, he just IGLs the team to a victory. Doesn't get a single kill, and it doesn't matter because Elmimore drops 30 and Xpero drops 23. It was a star-studded performance from these guys the whole way through. I mean, 440 ACS from a Sova, that's just not something you see every day.
I mean, that's another thing. He's playing Elmimore, 30 kills. He's playing the support role. He was a support role in the previous map as well. And he's finding so much impact, so many kills, partially maybe because of the calling from Flips, but just having the awareness of when to go in. There were rounds where I think Bleed's trying to work the map, trying to travel across and pull off bits of fakes and rotations here and there. And Elmimore is always like tailing behind them, and he's able to strike them in the back, collecting on those quadruple kills, double kills. There are so many of them that's why maybe Elmimore got all the kills and then he left none for Flips.
I really like their tempo all throughout both maps, but especially on Icebox. You can see how confident they were. Elmimore just pushing through on the defense the moment he knows that Bleed is on site. Now, Paper Thin tweeted earlier something about Depp getting 30 kills. He would buy the ZETA bundle, but he should have been betting on RQ.
Should have already bought the RQ bundle. It looks pretty clean.
Yeah, I think they deserve the bundle buy, actually, today. And you saw the 12-year-old in the audience saying buy a Bleed bundle. I think they need all the support they can get. Alpha Group does get 1 more championship point today, thanks to Team Secret. And Omega Group, though, continues on being, fairly, the dominant group here between the two. RQ placing now in the 2nd position.
It's just a brutal fall off, though. Even with the teams that, with Secret picking up their win, they're still in a negative map differential. That might not matter too much in the end because it doesn't seem like there's going to be that many other teams challenging them for these playoff positions. But we'll have to see how that continues to develop. I mean, right now, yeah, Omega is just feasting.
Omega is doing a great job. And you know what? It's actually going to be very tough within their group when we move on closer to champions.
An alpha lol instead of an omega lol,
Omega, Alpha lol. Anyway, let's go down to the stage for the interview with our MVP.
I am standing here with RRQ's Elmimore. Now, massive congrats, Elmi. Did you know you just broke the record for single map highest kill for stage 1?
I don't know, but it sounds very good to me.
It sounds amazing. Now, what the heck happened to you today? Were you just feeling it on the day? What was different?
I just listened Taylor Swift the whole day and then I popped off.
Okay, Taylor Swift whole day, that's your secret?
Yeah.
All right, what song did you listen to before you came up on the stage?
Enchanted.
Enchanted, that's the secret. enchanted. Listen to that, everybody. Now, what did Flipsider say after that icebox?
He is just saying like, "Oh my God, what did I do this map?" He say, "How did we win?"
Yeah. How did we win with 0 kills? But that's all good. That's all good. I mean, he got a little bit upset at me looking at the monitor, checking out the stats once again. He was like, "What are you doing? Why?" But yeah, good game, good game. Now let's talk about that role swap between you and Xpharaoh, because we had Jemkin on stage last week, and he actually said the role swap was your idea, the player's idea, and that the players kind of asked for it. So what was the reason, and how do you think that kind of affects your performance personally? Because like, we could see the difference.
So the first main problem usually because we have Estrella. English is not that good, so I think I talked to the coach and the players like how about we change the role. So because I can speak English more fluent than Estrella, so yeah. And then naturally I'm initiator main from past teams before RRQ, so yeah, I really like the role now.
How's Xpharaoh feeling about taking on the Sentinel role as well?
He likes because he is a natural lurker. He always bait. We always call him the baiter.
So it's a good role for him.
Yeah. So when I say I think you play Sentinel, then yes.
Okay, so everyone's feeling comfortable.
Yeah.
Comms are flowing way better. Now 13-2 on Lotus. That's not what Bleach Lotus looked like last week. So it must be something you guys doing something right. So what do you think went well?
Well, actually, I don't watch their match against Thailand. I forgot. So we just do what we usually do in practice, and usually our main problem on stage is always about the comms. But today, the comms is very very good, and I'm proud of my team. And yeah, we can win easily. Like if we comms good every day.
Yeah. I love how you guys found out the solution that fits for you guys, and the brotherhood and the friendship is kind of there. The energy is up high. Now, next up, you guys are playing T1. What's your mindset?
I'm very ready. I cannot wait to face Xcuret because he's my friend. I'm so close with him. We always hang out every weekend.
Every week, okay.
Yeah.
Listening to Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Elmi Moore, and good luck in the upcoming match.
Thank you.
And good night. Well, that was Elmi Moore from RRQ for our post-match interview, and that's all we have for today. But stay tuned for tomorrow because we have Genji versus DFM and Global Esports taking on Talon. We'll see you tomorrow.
Standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down, C.